Chapter 14 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 14. Quote, "Have you the heart? When your head did but ache, I knit my handkerchief about your brows, and with my hand at midnight held up your head, and like the watchful minutes to the hour, still and anon cheered up the heavy time." King John. End quote. Quote, "If the midnight bell did with his iron tongue and brazen mouth sound one unto the drowsy race of night, if this same were a churchyard where we stand, and thou possessed with 1,000 wrongs, or if that surly spirit melancholy had baked thy blood and made it heavy thick, then in despite of broad-eyed watchful day, I would into thy bosom pour my thoughts." King John. End quote. Meanwhile, the persecuted Adeline continued to travel with little interruption all night. Her mind suffered such a tumult of grief, regret, despair, and terror that she could not be said to think. The Marquis's valet, who had placed himself in the chaise with her, at first seemed inclined to talk, but her inattention soon silenced him and left her to the indulgence of her own misery. They seemed to travel through obscure lanes and byways, along which the carriage drove as furiously as the darkness would permit. When the dawn appeared, she perceived herself on the borders of a forest, and renewed her entreaties to know whither she was going. The man replied he had no orders to tell, but she would soon see. Adeline, who had hitherto supposed they were carrying her to the villa, now began to doubt it, and as every place appeared less terrible to her imagination than that, her despair began to abate, and she thought only of the devoted Theodore, whom she knew to be the victim of malice and revenge. They now entered upon the forest, and it occurred to her that she was going to the Abbey. For though she had no remembrance of the scenery through which she passed, it was not the less probable that this was the forest of Fontainebleau, whose boundaries were by much too extensive to have come within the circle of her former walks. This conjecture revived a terror, little inferior to that occasioned by the idea of going to the villa, for at the Abbey she would be equally in the power of the Marquis, and also in that of her cruel enemy, Lamotte. Her mind revolted at the picture her fancy drew, and as the carriage moved under the shades, she threw from the window a look of eager inquiry for some object which might confirm or destroy her present surmise. She did not long look before an opening in the forest showed her the distant towers of the Abbey. "I am indeed lost, then," said she, bursting into tears. They were soon at the foot of the lawn, and Peter was seen running to open the gate, at which the carriage stopped. When he saw Adeline, he looked surprised and made an effort to speak, but the chaise now drove up to the Abbey, where at the door of the hall Lamotte himself appeared. As he advanced to take her from the carriage, a universal trembling seized her. It was with this utmost difficulty she supported herself, and for some moments she neither observed his countenance nor heard his voice. He offered his arm to assist her into the Abbey, which she at first refused, but having tottered a few paces was obliged to accept. They then entered the vaulted room, where, sinking into a chair, a flood of tears came to her relief. Lamotte did not interrupt the silence, which continued for some time, but paced the room in seeming agitation. When Adeline was sufficiently recovered to notice external objects, she observed his countenance, and there read the tumult of his soul, while he was struggling to assume a firmness which his better feelings opposed. Lamotte now took her hand, and would have led her from the room, but she stopped, and with a kind of desperate courage made an effort to engage him to pity and to save her. He interrupted her. "It is not in my power," said he in a voice of emotion. "I am not master of myself or my conduct. Inquire no farther. It is sufficient for you to know that I pity you. More I cannot do." He gave her no time to reply, but taking her hand, led her to the stairs of the tower, and from thence to the chamber she had formerly occupied. "Here you must remain for the present," said he, "in a confinement which is perhaps almost as involuntary on my part as it can be on yours. I am willing to render it as easy as possible, and have therefore ordered some books to be brought you." Adeline made an effort to speak, but he hurried from the room, seemingly ashamed of the part he had undertaken, and unwilling to trust himself with her tears. She heard the door of the chamber locked, and then, looking towards the windows, perceived they were secured. The door that led to the other apartments was also fastened. Such preparation for security shocked her, and hopeless as she had long believed herself, she now perceived her mind sink deeper in despair. When the tears she shed had somewhat relieved her, and her thoughts could turn from the subjects of her immediate concern, she was thankful for the total seclusion allowed her, since it would spare her the pain she must feel in the presence of Monsieur and Madame Lamotte, and allow the unrestrained indulgence of her own sorrow and reflection which, however distressing, was preferable to the agony inflicted on the mind, when agitated by care and fear, it is obliged to assume an appearance of tranquillity. In about a quarter of an hour her chamber door was unlocked, and Annette appeared with refreshments and books. She expressed satisfaction at seeing Adeline again, but seemed fearful of speaking, knowing probably that it was contrary to the orders of Lamotte, who she said was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. When Annette was gone, Adeline took some refreshment, which was indeed necessary, for she had tasted nothing since she left the inn. She was pleased, but not surprised, that Madame Lamotte did not appear, who it was evident shunned her from a consciousness of her own ungenerous conduct, a consciousness which offered some presumption that she was still not wholly unfriendly to her. She reflected upon the words of Lamotte, "I am not master of myself or my conduct," and though they afforded her no hope, she derived some comfort, poor as it was, from the belief that he pitied her. After some time spent in miserable reflection and various conjectures, her long agitated spirits seemed to demand repose, and she laid down to sleep. Adeline slept quietly for several hours, and awoke with a mind refreshed and tranquilized. To prolong this temporary peace, and to prevent, therefore, the intrusion of her own thoughts, she examined the books Lamotte had sent her. Among these she found some that in happier times had elevated her mind and interested her heart. Their effect was now weakened. They were still, however, able to soften for a time the sense of her misfortunes. But this Lethean medicine to a wounded mind was but a temporary blessing. The entrance of Lamotte dissolved the illusions of the page, and awakened her to a sense of her own situation. He came with food, and having placed it on the table, left the room without speaking. Again she endeavored to read, but his appearance had broken the enchantment. Bitter reflection returned to her mind, and brought with it the image of Theodore lost to her forever. Lamotte, meanwhile, experienced all the terrors that could be inflicted by a conscience not wholly hardened to guilt. He had been led on by passion to dissipation, and from dissipation to vice, but having once touched the borders of infamy, the progressive steps followed each other fast, and he now saw himself the pander of a villain, and the betrayer of an innocent girl, whom every plea of justice and humanity called upon him to protect. He contemplated his picture, he shrunk from it, but he could change its deformity only by an effort too nobly daring for a mind already effeminated by vice. He viewed the dangerous labyrinth into which he was led, and perceived as if for the first time the progression of his guilt. From this labyrinth he weakly imagined farther guilt could alone extricate him. Instead of employing his mind upon the means of saving Adeline from destruction and himself from being instrumental to it, he endeavored only to lull the pangs of conscience and to persuade himself into a belief that he must proceed in the course he had begun. He knew himself to be in the power of the Marquis, and he dreaded that power more than the sure, though distant punishment that awaits upon guilt. The honor of Adeline and the quiet of his own conscience he consented to barter for a few years of existence. He was ignorant of the present illness of the Marquis, or he would have perceived that there was a chance of escaping the threatened punishment at a price less enormous than infamy, and he would perhaps have endeavored to save Adeline and himself by flight. But the Marquis, foreseeing the possibility of this, had ordered his servants carefully to conceal the circumstance which detained him, and to acquaint Lamotte that he should be at the Abbey in a few days, at the same time directing his valet to await him there. Adeline, as he expected, had neither inclination nor opportunity to mention it, and thus Lamotte remained ignorant of the circumstance, which might have preserved him from farther guilt and Adeline from misery. Most unwillingly had Lamotte made his wife acquainted with the action which had made him absolutely dependent upon the will of the Marquis, but the perturbation of his mind partly betrayed him. Frequently in his sleep he muttered incoherent sentences, and frequently would start from his slumber and call in passionate exclamation upon Adeline. These instances of a disturbed mind had alarmed and terrified Madame Lamotte, who watched while he slept and soon gathered from his words a confused idea of the Marquis's designs. She hinted her suspicions to Lamont, who reproved her for having entertained them, but his manner, instead of repressing, increased her fears for Adeline, fears which the conduct of the Marquis soon confirmed. On the night that he slept at the Abbey, it had occurred to her that whatever scheme was in agitation would now most probably be discussed, and anxiety for Adeline made her stoop to a meanness which in other circumstances would have been despicable. She quitted her room, and concealing herself in an apartment adjoining that in which she had left the Marquis and her husband, listened to their discourse. It turned upon the subject she had expected, and disclosed to her the full extent of their designs. Terrified for Adeline and shocked at the guilty weakness of Lamont, she was for some time incapable of thinking or determining how to proceed. She knew her husband to be under great obligation to the Marquis, whose territory thus afforded him a shelter from the world, and that it was in the power of the former to betray him into the hands of his enemies. She believed also that the Marquis would do this if provoked, yet she thought, upon such an occasion, Lamont might find some way of appeasing the Marquis without subjecting himself to dishonour. After some farther reflection, her mind became more composed, and she returned to her chamber, where Lamont soon followed. Her spirits, however, were not now in a state to encounter either his displeasure or his opposition, which she had too much reason to expect whenever she should mention the subject of her concern, and she therefore resolved not to notice it till the morrow. On the morrow she told Lamont all he had uttered in his dreams, and mentioned other circumstances which convinced him it was in vain any longer to deny the truth of her apprehensions. His wife then represented to him how possible it was to avoid the infamy into which he was about to plunge, by quitting the territories of the Marquis, and pleaded so warmly for Adeline that Lamont in sullen silence appeared to meditate upon the plan. His thoughts were, however, very differently engaged. He was conscious of having deserved from the Marquis a dreadful punishment, and knew that if he exasperated him by refusing to acquiesce with his wishes, he had little to expect from flight, for the eye of justice and revenge would pursue him with indefatigable research. Lamont meditated how to break this to his wife, for he perceived that there was no other method of counteracting her virtuous compassion for Adeline, and the dangerous consequences to be expected from it, than by opposing it with terror for his safety, and this could be done only by showing her the full extent of the evils that must attend the resentment of the Marquis. Vice had not yet so entirely darkened his conscience, but that the blush of shame stained his cheek, and his tongue faltered when he would have told his guilt. At length, finding it impossible to mention particulars, he told her that, on account of an affair which no entreaties should ever induce him to explain, his life was in the power of the Marquis. "You see the alternatives," said he. "Take your choice of evils, and if you can, tell Adeline of her danger, and sacrifice my life to save her from a situation which many would be ambitious to obtain." Madame Lamont, condemned to the horrible alternative of permitting the seduction of innocence or of dooming her husband to destruction, suffered a distraction of thought which defied all control. Perceiving, however, that an opposition to the designs of the Marquis would ruin Lamont and avail Adeline little, she determined to yield and endure in silence. At the time when Adeline was planning her escape from the Abbey, the significant looks of Peter had led Lamont to suspect the truth, and to observe them more closely. He had seen them separate in the hall in apparent confusion, and had afterwards observed them conversing together in the cloisters. Circumstances so unusual left him not a doubt that Adeline had discovered her danger, and was concerting with Peter some means of escape. Affecting, therefore, to be informed of the whole affair, he charged Peter with treachery towards himself, and threatened him with the vengeance of the Marquis if he did not disclose all he knew. The menace intimidated Peter, and supposing that all chance of assisting Adeline was gone, he made a circumstantial confession, and promised to forbear acquainting Adeline with the discovery of the scheme. In this promise he was seconded by inclination, for he feared to meet the displeasure which Adeline, believing he had betrayed her, might express. On the evening of the day on which Adeline's intended escape was discovered, the Marquis designed to come to the Abbey, and it had been agreed that he should then take Adeline to his villa. Lamont had immediately perceived the advantage of permitting Adeline to repair, in the belief of being undiscovered, to the tomb. It would prevent much disturbance and opposition, and spare himself the pain he must feel in her presence when she should know he had betrayed her. A servant of the Marquis might go at the appointed hour to the tomb, and wrapped in the disguise of night, might take her quietly thence in the character of Peter. Thus, without resistance, she would be carried to the villa, nor discover her mistake till it was too late to prevent its consequence. When the Marquis did arrive, Lamotte, who was not so much intoxicated by the wine he had drank as to forget his prudence, informed him of what had happened and what he had planned, and the Marquis approving it, his servant was made acquainted with the signal, which afterwards betrayed Adeline to his power. A deep consciousness of the unworthy neutrality she had observed in Adeline's concerns made Madame Lamotte anxiously avoid seeing her now that she was again in the Abbey. Adeline understood this conduct, and she rejoiced that she was spared the anguish of meeting her as an enemy, whom she had once considered as a friend. Several days now passed in solitude, in miserable retrospection and dreadful expectation. The perilous situation of Theodore was almost the constant subject of her thoughts. Often did she breathe an agonizing wish for his safety, and often look round the sphere of possibility in search of hope. But hope had almost left the horizon of her prospect, and when it did appear, it sprung only from the death of the Marquis, whose vengeance threatened most certain destruction. The Marquis, meanwhile, lay at the inn at Box in a state of very doubtful recovery. The physician and surgeon, neither of whom he would dismiss nor suffer to leave the village, proceeded upon contrary principles, and the good effect of what the one prescribed was frequently counteracted by the injudicious treatment of the other. Humanity alone prevailed on the physician to continue his attendance. The malady of the Marquis was also heightened by the impatience of his temper, the terrors of death, and the irritation of his passions. One moment he believed himself dying, another he could scarcely be prevented from attempting to follow Adeline to the Abbey. So various were the fluctuations of his mind, and so rapid the schemes that succeeded each other, that his passions were in a continual state of conflict. The physician attempted to persuade him that his recovery greatly depended upon tranquillity, and to prevail upon him to attempt at least some command of his feelings, but he was soon silenced in hopeless disgust by the impatient answers of the Marquis. At length the servant who had carried off Adeline returned, and the Marquis, having ordered him into his chamber, asked so many questions in a breath that the man knew not which to answer. At length he pulled a folded paper from his pocket, which he said had been dropped in the chaise by Mademoiselle Adeline, and as he thought his lordship would like to see it, he had taken care of it. The Marquis stretched forth his hand with eagerness and received a note addressed to Theodore. On perceiving the superscription, the agitation of jealous rage for a moment overcame him, and he held it in his hand, unable to open it. He, however, broke the seal and found it to be a note of inquiry, written by Adeline to Theodore during his illness, and which from some accident she had been prevented from sending him. The tender solicitude it expressed for his recovery stung the soul of the Marquis, and drew from him a comparison of her feelings on the illness of his rival, and that of himself. "She could be solicitous for his recovery," said he, "but for mine she only dreads it." As if willing to prolong the pain this little billet had excited, he then read it again. Again he cursed his fate and execrated his rival, giving himself up as usual to the transports of his passion. He was going to throw it from him when his eyes caught the seal, and he looked earnestly at it. His anger seemed now to have subsided. He deposited the note carefully in his pocket-book, and was for some time lost in thought. After many days of hopes and fears, the strength of his constitution overcame his illness, and he was well enough to write several letters, one of which he immediately sent off to prepare Lamotte for his reception. The same policy which had prompted him to conceal his illness from Lamotte now urged him to say what he knew would not happen, that he should reach the Abbey on the day after his servant. He repeated this injunction, that Adeline should be strictly guarded, and renewed his promises of reward for the future services of Lamotte. Lamotte, to whom each succeeding day had brought new surprise and perplexity concerning the absence of the Marquis, received this notice with uneasiness, for he had begun to hope that the Marquis had altered his intentions concerning Adeline, being either engaged in some new adventure or obliged to visit his estates in some distant province. He would have been willing thus to have got rid of an affair which was to reflect so much dishonour on himself. This hope now vanished, and he directed Madame to prepare for the reception of the Marquis. Adeline passed these days in a state of suspense, which was now cheered by hope, and now darkened by despair. This delay, so much exceeding her expectations, seemed to prove that the illness of the Marquis was dangerous, and when she looked forward to the consequences of his recovery, she could not be sorry that it was so. So odious was the idea of him to her mind that she would not suffer her lips to pronounce his name, nor make the inquiry of Annette, which was of such consequence to her peace. It was about a week after the receipt of the Marquis's letter that Adeline one day saw from her window a party of horsemen enter the avenue, and knew them to be the Marquis and his attendants. She retired from the window in a state of mind not to be described, and sinking into a chair was for some time scarcely conscious of the objects around her. When she had recovered from the first terror which his appearance excited, she again tottered to the window. The party was not in sight, but she heard the trampling of horses, and knew that the Marquis had wound round to the great gate of the Abbey. She addressed herself to heaven for support and protection, and her mind being now somewhat composed, sat down to wait the event. Lamont received the Marquis with expressions of surprise at his long absence, and the latter, merely saying he had been detained by illness, proceeded to inquire for Adeline. He was told she was in her chamber, from whence she might be summoned if he wished to see her. The Marquis hesitated, and at length excused himself, but desired she might be strictly watched. "Perhaps, my lord," said Lamont, smiling, "Adeline's obstinacy has been too powerful for your passion. You seem less interested concerning her than formerly." "Oh, by no means," replied the Marquis. "She interests me, if possible, more than ever, so much indeed that I cannot have her too closely guarded, and I therefore beg, Lamont, that you will suffer nobody to attend her, but when you can observe them yourself." "Is the room where she is confined sufficiently secure?" Lamont assured him it was, but at the same time expressed his wish that she was removed to the villa. "If by any means," said he, "she should contrive to escape, I know what I must expect from your displeasure, and this reflection keeps my mind in continual anxiety." "This removal cannot be at present," said the Marquis. "She is safer here, and you do wrong to disturb yourself with any apprehension of her escape, if her chamber is really so secure as you represent it." "I can have no motive for deceiving you, my lord, in this point." "I do not suspect you of any," said the Marquis. "Guard her carefully, and trust me, she will not escape. I can rely upon my valet, and if you wish it, he shall remain here." Lamont thought there could be no occasion for him, and it was agreed that the man should go home. The Marquis, after remaining about half an hour in conversation with Lamont, left the Abbey, and Adeline saw him depart with a mixture of surprise and thankfulness that almost overcame her. She had waited in momentary expectation of being summoned to appear, and had been endeavouring to arm herself with resolution to support his presence. She had listened to every voice that sounded from below, and at every step that crossed the passage. Her heart had palpitated with dread, lest it should be Lamont coming to lead her to the Marquis. This state of suffering had been prolonged almost beyond her power of enduring it, when she heard voices under her window, and rising saw the Marquis ride away. After giving way to the joy and thankfulness that swelled her heart, she endeavoured to account for this circumstance, which, considering what had passed, was certainly very strange. It appeared, indeed, wholly inexplicable, and after much fruitless inquiry, she quitted the subject, endeavouring to persuade herself that it could only portend good. The time of Lamont's usual visitation now drew near, and Adeline expected it in the trembling hope of hearing that the Marquis had ceased his persecution. But he was, as usual, sullen and silent, and it was not till he was about to quit the room that Adeline had the courage to inquire when the Marquis was expected again. Lamont, opening the door to depart, replied, "On the following day," and Adeline, whom fear and delicacy embarrassed, saw she could obtain no intelligence of Theodore, but by a direct question she looked earnestly, as if she would have spoke, and he stopped, but she blushed and was still silent, till upon his again attempting to leave the room she faintly called him back. "I would ask," said she, "after that unfortunate chevalier who has incurred the resentment of the Marquis by endeavouring to serve me. Has the Marquis mentioned him?" "He has," replied Lamont, "and your indifference towards the Marquis is now fully explained." "Since I must feel resentment towards those who injure me," said Adeline, "I may surely be allowed to be grateful towards those who serve me. Had the Marquis deserved my esteem, he would probably have possessed it." "Well, well," said Lamont. "This young hero, who, it seems, has been brave enough to lift his arm against his colonel, is taken care of, and I doubt not will soon be sensible of the value of his Quitoism." Indignation, grief, and fear struggled in the bosom of Adeline. She disdained to give Lamont an opportunity again pronouncing the name of Theodore, yet the uncertainty under which she laboured urged to inquire whether the Marquis had heard of him since he left Kew. "Yes," said Lamont, "he has been safely carried to his regiment, where he is confined till the Marquis can attend to appear against him. Adelaide had neither power nor inclination to inquire farther, and Lamont quitting the chamber, she was left to the misery he had renewed. Though this information contained no new circumstance of misfortune, for she now heard confirmed what she had always expected, a weight of new sorrow seemed to fall upon her heart, and she perceived that she had unconsciously cherished the latent hope of Theodore's escape before he reached the place of his destination. All hope was now, however, gone. He was suffering the miseries of a prison and the tortures of apprehension, both for his own life and her safety. She pictured to herself the dark, damp dungeon where he lay, loaded with chains, and pale with sickness and grief. She heard him in a voice that thrilled her heart, call upon her name and raise his eyes to heaven in silent supplication. She saw the anguish of his countenance, the tears that fell slowly on his cheek, and remembering at the same time the generous conduct that had brought him to this abyss of misery, and that it was for her sake he suffered, grief resolved itself into despair. Her tears ceased to flow, and she sunk silently into a state of dreadful torpor. On the morrow the Marquis arrived and departed as before. Several days had elapsed, and he did not appear, till one evening, as Lamont and his wife were in their usual sitting-room, he entered and conversed for some time upon general subjects, from which, however, he by degrees fell into a reverie, and after a pause of silence he rose and drew Lamont to the window. "I would speak with you alone," said he, "if you are at leisure. If not, another time will do." Lamont, assuring him that he was perfectly so, would have conducted him to another room, but the Marquis proposed a walk in the forest. They went out together, and when they had reached a solitary glade, where the spreading branches of the beech and oak deepened the shades of twilight, and threw a solemn obscurity around, the Marquis turned to Lamont and addressed him. "Your condition, Lamont, is unhappy. This abbey is a melancholy residence for a man like you, fond of society, and like you also qualified to adorn it." Lamont bowed. "I wish it was in my power to restore you to the world," continued the Marquis. "Perhaps, if I knew the particulars of the affair which has driven you from it, I might perceive that my interest could effectually serve you. I think I have heard you hint it was an affair of honour." Lamont was silent. "I mean not to distress you, however, nor is it common curiosity that prompts this inquiry, but a sincere desire to befriend you. You have already informed me of some particulars of your misfortunes. I think the liberality of your temper led you into expenses which you afterwards endeavoured to retrieve by gaming." "Yes, my lord," said Lamont. "'Tis true that I dissipated the greater part of an affluent fortune in luxurious indulgences, and that I afterwards took unworthy means to recover it. But I wish to be spared upon this subject. I would, if possible, lose the remembrance of a transaction which must for ever stain my character, and the rigorous effect of which I fear is not in your power, my lord, to soften." "You may be mistaken on this point," replied the Marquis. "My interest at court is by no means inconsiderable. Fear not from me any severity of censure. I am not at all inclined to judge harshly of the faults of others. I well know how to allow for the emergency of circumstances, and I think, Lamont, you have hitherto found me your friend." "I have, my lord. And when you recollect that I have forgiven a certain transaction of late date—" "It is true, my lord, and allow me to say I have a just sense of your generosity. The transaction you allude to is by far the worst of my life, and what I have to relate cannot, therefore, lower me in your opinion. When I had dissipated the greater part of my property in habits of voluptuous pleasure, I had recourse to gaming to supply the means of continuing them. A run of good luck for some time enabled me to do this, and encouraging my most sanguine expectations, I continued in the same career of success. Soon after this, a sudden turn of fortune destroyed my hopes, and reduced me to the most desperate extremity. In one night my money was lowered to the sum of 2,000 louis. These I resolved to stake also, and with them my life, for it was my resolution not to survive their loss. Never shall I forget the horrors of that moment on which hung my fate, nor the deadly anguish that seized my heart when my last stake was gone. I stood for some time in a state of stupefaction, till roused to a sense of my misfortune, my passion made me pour forth execrations on my more fortunate rivals, and act all the frenzy of despair. During this paroxysm of madness, a gentleman, who had been a silent observer of all that passed, approached me. "You are unfortunate, sir," said he. "I need not be informed of that, sir," I replied. "You have perhaps been ill-used," presumed he. "Yes, sir, I am ruined, and therefore it may be said I am ill-used." "Do you know the people you have played with?" "No, but I have met them in the first circles." "Then I am probably mistaken," said he, and walked away. His last words roused me, and raised a hope that my money had not been fairly lost. Wishing for farther information, I went in search of the gentleman, but he had left the rooms. I, however, stifled my transports, returned to the table where I had lost my money, placed myself behind the chair of one of the persons who had won it, and closely watched the game. For some time I saw nothing that could confirm my suspicions, but was at length convinced that they were just. When the game was ended, I called one of my adversaries out of the room, and telling him what I had observed, threatened instantly to expose him if he did not restore my property. The man was for some time as positive as myself, and, assuming the bully, threatened me with a chastisement for my scandalous assertions. I was not, however, in a state of mind to be frightened, and his manner served only to exasperate my temper, already sufficiently inflamed by misfortune. After retorting his threats, I was about to return to the apartment we had left, and expose what had passed, when, with an insidious smile and a softened voice, he begged that I would favour him with a few moments' attention, and allowed him to speak with the gentleman, his partner. To the latter part of his request I hesitated, but in the meantime the gentleman himself entered the room. His partner related to him in a few words what had passed between us, and the terror that appeared in his countenance sufficiently declared his consciousness of guilt. They then drew aside, and remained a few minutes in conversation together, after which they approached me with an offer, as they phrased it, of a compromise. I declared, however, against anything of this kind, and swore nothing less than the whole sum I had lost should content me. "Is it not possible, monsieur, that you may be offered something as advantageous as the whole?" I did not understand their meaning, but after they had continued for some time to give distant hints of the same sort, they proceeded to explain. Perceiving their characters wholly in my power, they wished to secure my interest to their party, and therefore informing me that they belonged to an association of persons who lived upon the folly and inexperience of others, they offered me a share in their concern. My fortunes were desperate, and the proposal now made me would not only produce an immediate supply, but enable me to return to those scenes of dissipated pleasure to which passion had at first and long habit afterwards attached me. I closed with the offer, and thus sunk from dissipation into infamy. Lamont paused, as if the recollection of these times filled him with remorse. The Marquis understood his feelings. "You judge too rigorously of yourself," said he. "There are few persons, let their appearance of honesty be what it may, who in such circumstances would have acted better than you have done. Had I been in your situation, I know not how I might have acted. That rigid virtue which shall condemn you may dignify itself with the appellation of wisdom. But I wish not to possess it. Let it still reside, where it generally is to be found, in the cold bosoms of those who, wanting feeling to be men, dignify themselves with the title of philosophers. But pray proceed." Our success was for some time unlimited, for we held the wheel of fortune and trusted not to her caprice. Thoughtless and voluptuous by nature, my expenses fully kept pace with my income. An unlucky discovery of the practices of our party was at length made by a young nobleman, which obliged us to act for some time with the utmost circumspection. It would be tedious to relate the particulars which made us at length so suspected that the distant civility and cold reserve of our acquaintance rendered the frequenting public assemblies both painful and unprofitable. We turned our thoughts to other modes of obtaining money, and a swindling transaction in which I engaged to a very large amount soon compelled me to leave Paris. You know the rest, my lord." Lamont was now silent, and the Marquis continued for some time musing. "You perceive, my lord," at length resumed Lamont, "you perceive that my case is hopeless." "It is bad indeed, but not entirely hopeless. From my soul I pity you. Yet if you should return to the world and incur the danger of prosecution, I think my interest with the minister might save you from any severe punishment. You seem, however, to have lost your relish for society, and perhaps do not wish to return to it." "Oh, my lord, can you doubt this? But I am overcome with the excess of your goodness, and would to heaven it were in my power to prove the gratitude it inspires." "Talk not of goodness," said the Marquis. "I will not pretend that my desire of serving you is unalloyed by any degree of self-interest. I will not affect to be more than man, and trust me, those who do are less. It is in your power to testify your gratitude and bind me to your interest for ever." He paused. "Name but the means," cried Lamont. "Name but the means, and if they are within the compass of possibility, they shall be executed." The Marquis was still silent. "Do you doubt my sincerity, my lord, that you are yet silent? Do you fear to repose a confidence in the man whom you have already loaded with obligation, who lives by your mercy and almost by your means?" The Marquis looked earnestly at him, but did not speak. "I have not deserved this of you, my lord. Speak, I entreat you." "There are certain prejudices attached to the human mind," said the Marquis in a slow and solemn voice, "which it requires all our wisdom to keep from interfering with our happiness. Certain set notions acquired in infancy, and cherished involuntarily by age, which grow up and assume a gloss so plausible that few minds in what is called a civilized country can afterwards overcome them. Truth is often perverted by education, while the refined Europeans boast a standard of honor and a sublimity of virtue which often leads them from pleasure to misery, and from nature to error. The simple, uninformed American follows the impulse of his heart and obeys the inspiration of wisdom." The Marquis paused, and Lamont continued to listen in eager expectation. "Nature, uncontaminated by false refinement," resumed the Marquis, "everywhere it acts alike in the great occurrences of life. The Indian discovers his friend to be perfidious, and he kills him. The wild Asiatic does the same. The Turk, when the ambition fires or revenge provokes, gratifies his passion at the expense of life, and does not call it murder. Even the polished Italian, distracted by jealousy or tempted by a strong circumstance of advantage, draws his stiletto and accomplishes his purpose. It is the first proof of a superior mind to liberate itself from prejudices of country or of education. You are silent, Lamont. Are you not of my opinion?" "I am attending, my lord, to your reasoning." "There are, I repeat it," said the Marquis, "people of minds so weak as to shrink from acts that they have been accustomed to hold wrong, however advantageous. They never suffer themselves to be guided by circumstances, but fix for life upon a certain standard, from which they will on no account depart. Self-preservation is the great law of nature. When a reptile hurts us, or an animal of prey threatens us, we think no farther, but endeavor to annihilate it. When my life, or what may be essential to my life, requires the sacrifice of another, or even if some passion, wholly unconquerable, requires it, I should be a madman to hesitate. Lamont, I think I may confide in you. There are ways of doing certain things. You understand me. There are times and circumstances and opportunities. You comprehend my meaning? Explain yourself, my lord." "Kind services that. In short, there are services which excite all our gratitude, and which we can never think repaid. It is in your power to place me in such a situation." "Indeed, my lord, name the means." "I have already named them. This abbey well suits the purpose. It is shut up from the eye of observation. Any transaction may be concealed within its walls. The hour of midnight may witness the deed, and the morn shall not dawn to disclose it. These woods tell no tales." "Ah, Lamont, am I right in trusting this business with you? May I believe you are desirous of serving me and of preserving yourself?" The Marquis paused and looked steadfastly at Lamont, whose countenance was almost concealed by the gloom of evening. "My lord, you may trust me in anything. Explain yourself more fully. What security will you give me for your faithfulness?" "My life, my lord. Is it not already in your power?" The Marquis hesitated, and then said, "To-morrow, about this time, I shall return to the Abbey, and will then explain my meaning, if indeed you shall not already have understood it. You in the meantime will consider your own powers of resolution, and be prepared either to adopt the purpose I shall suggest, or to declare you will not." Lamont made some confused reply. "Farewell till tomorrow," said the Marquis. "Remember that freedom and affluence are now before you." He moved towards the Abbey, and mounting his horse, rode off with his attendants. Lamont walked slowly home, musing on the late conversation. End of chapter. Chapter 15 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 15. Quote, "Danger, whose limbs of giant mold what mortal eye can fixed behold, who stalks his round and hideous form, howling amidst the midnight storm, and with him thousand phantoms joined, who prompt to deeds accurse the mind, on whom that raven brood of fate, who lap the blood of sorrow wait, who fear this ghastly train can see, and look not madly wild like thee. Collins. End quote. The Marquis was punctual to the hour. Lamont received him at the gate, but he declined entering and said he preferred a walk in the forest. Thither, therefore, Lamont attended him. After some general conversation, "Well," said the Marquis, "have you considered what I said, and are you prepared to decide?" "I have, my lord, and will quickly decide when you shall farther explain yourself. Till then I can form no resolution." The Marquis appeared dissatisfied, and was a moment silent. "Is it then possible," he at length resumed, "that you do not understand? This ignorance is surely affected. Lamont, I expect sincerity. Tell me, therefore, is it necessary I should say more?" "It is, my lord," said Lamont immediately. "If you fear to confide in me freely, how can I fully accomplish your purpose?" "Before I proceed farther," said the Marquis, "let me administer some oath which shall bind you to secrecy. But this is scarcely necessary, for could I even doubt your word of honor, the remembrance of a certain transaction would point out to you the necessity of being as silent yourself as you must wish me to be." There was now a pause of silence, during which both the Marquis and Lamont betrayed some confusion. "I think, Lamont," said he, "I have given you sufficient proof that I can be grateful. The services you have already rendered me with respect to Adeline have not been unrewarded." "True, my lord, I am ever willing to acknowledge this, and am sorry it has not been in my power to serve you more effectively. Your farther views respecting her I am ready to assist." "I thank you. Adeline—" the Marquis hesitated. "Adeline," rejoined Lamont, eager to anticipate his wishes, "has beauty worthy of your pursuit. She has inspired a passion of which she ought to be proud, and at any rate she shall soon be yours. Her charms are worthy of—" "Yes, yes," interrupted the Marquis. But he paused. "But they have given you too much trouble in the pursuit," said Lamont. "And to be sure, my lord, it must be confessed they have. But this trouble is all over. You may now consider her as your own." "I would do so," said the Marquis, fixing an eye of earnest regard upon Lamont. "I would do so." "Name your hour, my lord. You shall not be interrupted. Beauty such as Adeline's—" "Watch her closely," interrupted the Marquis, "and on no account suffer her to leave her apartment. Where is she now?" "Confined in her chamber." "Very well, but I am impatient. Name your time, my lord. Tomorrow night?" "Tomorrow night," said the Marquis. "Tomorrow night. Do you understand me now?" "Yes, my lord, this night, if you wish it so. But had you not better dismiss your servants and remain yourself in the forest? You know the door that opens upon the woods from the west tower. Come thither about 12. I will be there to conduct you to her chamber. Remember then, my lord, that to-night—" "Adeline dies," interrupted the Marquis in a low voice scarcely human. "Do you understand me now?" Lamont shrunk aghast. "My lord!" "Lamont," said the Marquis. There was a silence of several minutes in which Lamont endeavored to recover himself. "Let me ask, my lord, the meaning of this," said he, when he had breath to speak. "Why should you wish the death of Adeline whom so lately you loved?" "Make no inquiries for my motive," said the Marquis. "But it is as certain as that I live that she you name must die. This is sufficient." The surprise of Lamont equaled his horror. "The means are various," resumed the Marquis. "I could have wished that no blood might be spilt, and there are drugs sure and speedy in their effect, but they cannot be soon or safely procured. I also wish it over. It must be done quickly, this night." "This night, my lord." "Aye, this night, Lamont. If it is to be, why not soon? Have you no convenient drug at hand?" "None, my lord." "I feared to trust a third person, or I should have been provided," said the Marquis. "As it is, take this poniard. Use it as occasion offers, but be resolute." Lamont received the poniard with a trembling hand, and continued to gaze upon it for some time, scarcely knowing what he did. "Put it up," said the Marquis, "and endeavor to recollect yourself." Lamont obeyed, but continued to muse in silence. He saw himself entangled in the web which his own crimes had woven. Being in the power of the Marquis, he knew he must either consent to the commission of a deed, from the enormity of which, depraved as he was, he shrunk in horror, or sacrifice fortune, freedom, probably life itself to the refusal. He had been led on by slow gradations from folly to vice, till he now saw before him an abyss of guilt which startled even the conscience that so long had slumbered. The means of retreating were desperate. To proceed was equally so. When he considered the innocence and the helplessness of Adeline, her orphan state, her former affectionate conduct, and her confidence in his protection, his heart melted with compassion for the distress he had already occasioned her, and shrunk in terror from the deed he was urged to commit. But when, on the other hand, he contemplated the destruction that threatened him from the vengeance of the Marquis, and then considered the advantages that were offered him of favor, freedom, and probably fortune, terror and temptation contributed to overcome the pleadings of humanity and silence the voice of conscience. In this state of tumultuous uncertainty he continued for some time silent, until the voice of the Marquis roused him to a conviction of the necessity of at least appearing to acquiesce in his designs. "Do you hesitate?" said the Marquis. "No, my lord, my resolution is fixed. I will obey you, but methinks it would be better to avoid bloodshed. Strange secrets have been revealed by—" "Ay, but how avoid it?" interrupted the Marquis. "Poison I will not venture to procure. I have given you one sure instrument of death. You also may find it dangerous to inquire for a drug." Lamotte perceived that he could not purchase poison without incurring a discovery much greater than that he wished to avoid. "You are right, my lord, and I will follow your orders implicitly." The Marquis now proceeded in broken sentences to give farther directions concerning this dreadful scheme. "In her sleep," said he, "at midnight. The family will then be at rest." Afterwards they planned a story which was to account for her disappearance, and by which it was to seem that she had sought an escape in consequence of her aversion to the addresses of the Marquis. The doors of her chamber and of the west tower were to be left open to corroborate this account, and many other circumstances were to be contrived to confirm the suspicion. They farther consulted how the Marquis was to be informed of the event, and it was agreed that he should come as usual to the Abbey on the following day. "To-night, then," said the Marquis, "I may rely upon your resolution." "You may, my lord." "Farewell, then, when we meet again." "When we meet again," said Lamotte, "it will be done." He followed the Marquis to the Abbey, and having seen him mount his horse and wished him a good night, he retired to his chamber, where he shut himself up. Adeline, meanwhile, in the solitude of her prison, gave way to the despair which her condition inspired. She tried to arrange her thoughts, and to argue herself into some degree of resignation. But reflection, by representing the past, and reason, by anticipating the future, brought before her mind the full picture of her misfortunes, and she sunk in despondency. Of Theodore, who, by a conduct so noble, had testified his attachment and involved himself in ruin, she thought with a degree of anguish infinitely superior to any she had felt upon any other occasion. That the very exertions which had deserved all her gratitude and awakened all her tenderness should be the cause of his destruction was a circumstance so much beyond the ordinary bounds of misery that her fortitude sunk at once before it. The idea of Theodore suffering, Theodore dying, was for ever present to her imagination, and frequently excluding the sense of her own danger, made her conscious only of his. Sometimes the hope he had given her of being able to vindicate his conduct, or at least to obtain a pardon, would return, but it was like the faint beam of an April morn, transient and cheerless. She knew that the Marquis, stung with jealousy and exasperated to revenge, would pursue him with unrelenting malice. Against such an enemy what could Theodore oppose? Conscious solicitude would not avail him to ward off the blow which disappointed passion and powerful pride directed. Her distress was considerably heightened by reflecting that no intelligence of him could reach her at the Abbey, and that she must remain she knew not how long in the most dreadful suspense concerning his fate. From the Abbey she saw no possibility of escaping. She was a prisoner in a chamber enclosed at every avenue. She had no opportunity of conversing with any person who could afford her even a chance of relief, and she saw herself condemned to await in passive silence the impending destiny infinitely more dreadful to her imagination than death itself. Thus circumstanced, she yielded to the pressure of her misfortunes, and would sit for hours motionless and given up to thought. "Theodore," she would frequently exclaim, You cannot hear my voice, you cannot fly to help me, yourself a prisoner and in chains." The picture was too horrid. The swelling anguish of her heart would subdue her utterance. Tears bathed her cheeks, and she became insensible to everything but the misery of Theodore. On this evening her mind had been remarkably tranquil, and as she watched from her window with a still and melancholy pleasure the setting sun, the fading splendor of the western horizon, and the gradual approach of twilight, her thoughts bore her back to the time when in happier circumstances she had watched the same appearances. She recollected also the evening of her temporary escape from the Abbey, when from this same window she had viewed the declining sun. How anxiously she had awaited the fall of twilight! How much she had endeavored to anticipate the events of her future life! With what trembling fear she had descended from the tower and ventured into the forest! These reflections produced others that filled her heart with anguish and her eyes with tears. While she was lost in her melancholy reverie, she saw the Marquis mount his horse and depart from the gates. The sight of him revived in all its force a sense of the misery he inflicted on her beloved Theodore, and a consciousness of the evils which more immediately threatened herself. She withdrew from the window in an agony of tears, which continuing for a considerable time, her frame was at length quite exhausted, and she retired early to rest. Lamotte remained in his chamber till supper obliged him to descend. At table, his wild and haggard countenance, which, in spite of all his endeavours, betrayed the disorder of his mind, and his long and frequent fits of abstraction, surprised as well as alarmed Madame Lamotte. When Peter left the room, she tenderly inquired what had disturbed him, and he, with a distorted smile, tried to be gay, but the effort was beyond his art, and he quickly relapsed into silence. Or when Madame Lamotte spoke, and he strove to conceal the absence of his thoughts, he answered so entirely from the purpose that his abstraction became still more apparent. Observing this, Madame Lamotte appeared to take no notice of his present temper, and they continued to sit in uninterrupted silence till the hour of rest, when they retired to their chamber. Lamotte lay in a state of disturbed watchfulness for some time, and his frequent starts awoke Madame, who, however, being pacified by some trifling excuse, soon went to sleep again. This agitation continued till near midnight, when, recollecting that the time was now passing in idle reflection, which ought to be devoted to action, he stole silently from his bed, wrapped himself in his nightgown, and, taking the lamp which burned nightly in his chamber, passed up the spiral staircase. As he went, he frequently looked back, and often started, and listened to the hollow sighings of the blast. His hand shook so violently when he attempted to unlock the door of Adeline's chamber, that he was obliged to set the lamp on the ground and apply both his hands. The noise he made with the key induced him to suppose he must have awakened her, but when he opened the door and perceived the stillness that reigned within, he was convinced she was asleep. When he approached the bed, he heard her gently breathe, and soon after sigh, and he stopped. But silence returning, he again advanced, and then heard her sing in her sleep. As he listened, he distinguished some notes of a melancholy little air which in her happier days she had often sung to him. The low and mournful accent in which she now uttered them expressed too well the tone of her mind. Lamotte now stepped hastily toward the bed, when, breathing a deep sigh, she was again silent. He undrew the curtain, and saw her laying in a profound sleep, her cheek yet wet with tears, resting upon her arm. He stood for a moment looking at her, and as he viewed her innocent and lovely countenance, pale in grief, the light of the lamp, which shone strong upon her eyes, awoke her, and perceiving a man, she uttered a scream. Her recollection returning, she knew him to be Lamotte, and it instantly recurring to her that the Marquis was at hand, she raised herself in bed, and implored pity and protection. Lamotte stood looking eagerly at her, but without replying. The wildness of his looks, and the gloomy silence he preserved, increased her alarm, and with tears of terror she renewed her supplication. "You once saved me from destruction," cried she. "Oh, save me now! Have pity upon me! I have no protector but you." "What is it you fear?" said Lamotte, in a tone scarcely articulate. "Oh, save me from the Marquis." "Rise then," said he, "and dress yourself quickly. I shall be back again in a few minutes." He lighted a candle that stood on the table, and left the chamber. Adeline immediately arose and endeavored to dress, but her thoughts were so bewildered that she scarcely knew what she did, and her whole frame so violently agitated that it was with the utmost difficulty she preserved herself from fainting. She threw her clothes hastily on, and then sat down to await the return of Lamotte. A considerable time elapsed, yet he did not appear, and having in vain endeavored to compose her spirits, the pain of suspense at length became so insupportable that she opened the door of her chamber and went to the top of the staircase to listen. She thought she heard voices below, but considering that, if the Marquis was there, her appearance could only increase her danger, she checked the steps she had almost involuntarily taken to descend. Still she listened, and still thought she distinguished voices. Soon after she heard a door shut, and then footsteps, and she hastened back to her chamber. Near a quarter of an hour elapsed, and Lamont did not appear, when again she thought she heard a murmur of voices below, and also passing steps, and at length, her anxiety not suffering her to remain in her room, she removed through the passage that communicated with the spiral staircase. But all was now still. In a few moments, however, a light flashed across the hall, and Lamont appeared at the door of the vaulted room. He looked up, and seeing Adeline in the gallery, beckoned her to descend. She hesitated and looked towards her chamber, but Lamont now approached the stairs, and with faltering steps she went to meet him. "I fear the Marquis may see me," said she, whispering. "Where is he?" Lamont took her hand and led her on, assuring her she had nothing to fear from the Marquis. The wildness of his looks, however, and the trembling of his hand seemed to contradict this assurance, and she inquired whither he was leading her. "To the forest," said Lamont, "that you may escape from the Abbey. A horse waits for you without. I can save you by no other means." New terror seized her. She could scarcely believe that Lamont, who had hitherto conspired with the Marquis, and had so closely confined her, should now himself undertake her escape. And she at this moment felt a dreadful presentiment, which it was impossible to account for, that he was leading her out to murder her in the forest. Again shrinking back, she supplicated his mercy. He assured her he meant only to protect her, and desired she would not waste time. There was something in his manner that spoke sincerity, and she suffered him to conduct her to a side door that opened into the forest, where she could just distinguish through the gloom a man on horseback. This brought to her remembrance the night in which she had quitted the tomb, when, trusting to the person who appeared, she had been carried to the Marquis's villa. Lamont called, and was answered by Peter, whose voice somewhat reassured Adeline. He then told her that the Marquis would return to the Abbey on the following morning, and that this could be her only opportunity of escaping his designs, that she might rely upon his, Lamont's, word, that Peter had orders to carry her wherever she chose. But as he knew the Marquis would be indefatigable in search of her, he advised her by all means to leave the kingdom, which she might do with Peter, who was a native of Savory, and would convey her to the house of his sister. There she might remain till Lamont himself, who did not now think it would be safe to continue much longer in France, should join her. He entreated her, whatever might happen, never to mention the events which had passed at the Abbey. "To save you, Adeline, I have risked my life. Do not increase my danger and your own by any unnecessary discoveries. We may never meet again, but I hope you will be happy, and remember when you think of me that I am not quite so bad as I have been tempted to be." Having said this, he gave her some money, which he told her would be necessary to defray the expenses of her journey. Adeline could no longer doubt his sincerity, and her transports of joy and gratitude would scarcely permit her to thank him. She wished to have bid Madame Lamont farewell, and indeed earnestly requested it, but he again told her she had no time to lose, and having wrapped her in a large cloak, he lifted her upon the horse. She bade him adieu with tears of gratitude, and Peter set off as fast as the darkness would permit. When they were gone some way, "I am glad with all my heart, ma'amselle," said he, "to see you again. Who would have thought, after all, that my master himself would have bid me take you away? Well, to be sure, strange things come to pass, but I hope we shall have better luck this time." Adeline, not choosing to reproach him with the treachery of what she feared he had been formerly guilty, thanked him for his good wishes, and said she hoped they should be more fortunate. But Peter, in his usual strain of eloquence, proceeded to undeceive her in this point, and to acquaint her with every circumstance which his memory, and it was naturally a strong one, could furnish. Peter expressed such an artless interest in her welfare, and such a concern for her disappointment, that she could no longer doubt his faithfulness, and this conviction not only strengthened her confidence in the present undertaking, but made her listen to his conversation with kindness and pleasure. "I should never have stayed at the Abbey till this time," said he, "if I could have got away. But my master frightened me so about the Marquis, and I had not money enough to carry me into my own country, so that I was forced to stay. It's well we have got some solid Lewis doors now, for I question, mademoiselle, whether the people on the road would have taken those trinkets you formerly talked of for money." "Possibly not," said Adeline. "I am thankful to Monsieur Lamont that we have more certain means of procuring conveniences. What route shall you take when we leave the forest, Peter?" Peter mentioned very correctly a great part of the road to Lyons. "And then," said he, "we can easily get to Savory, and that will be nothing. My sister, God bless her, I hope is living. I have not seen her many a year, but if she is not, all the people will be glad to see me, and you will easily get a lodging, mademoiselle, and everything you want." Adeline resolved to go with him to Savory. Lamont, who knew the character and designs of the Marquis, had advised her to leave the kingdom, and had told her what her fears would have suggested, that the Marquis would be indefatigable in search of her. His motive for this advice must be a desire of serving her. Why else, when she was already in his power, should he remove her to another place, and even furnish her with money for the expenses of a journey? At Leoncourt, where Peter said he was well known, she would be most likely to meet with protection and comfort, even should his sister be dead, and his distance and solitary situation were circumstances that pleased her. These reflections would have pointed out to her the prudence of proceeding to Savory had she been less destitute of resources in France. In her present situation they proved to be necessary. She inquired farther concerning the route they were to take, and whether Peter was sufficiently acquainted with the road. "When once I get to Tyre, I know it well enough," said Peter, "for I have gone it many a time in my younger days, and anybody will tell us the way there." They travelled for several hours in darkness and silence, and it was not till they emerged from the forest that Adeline saw the morning light streak the eastern clouds. The sight cheered and revived her, and as she travelled silently along, her mind revolved the events of the past night and meditated plans for the future. The present kindness of Lamont appeared so very different from his former conduct that it astonished and perplexed her, and she could only account for it by attributing it to one of those sudden impulses of humanity which sometimes operate even upon the most depraved hearts. But when she recollected his former words, that he was not master of himself, she could scarcely believe that mere pity could induce him to break the bonds which had hitherto so strongly held him, and then, considering the altered conduct of the Marquis, she was inclined to think that she owed her liberty to some change in his sentiments toward her. Yet the advice Lamont had given her to quit the kingdom, and the money with which he had supplied her for that purpose, seemed to contradict this opinion, and involved her again in doubt. Peter now got directions to Tyre, which place they had reached without any accident, and there stopped to refresh themselves. As soon as Peter thought the horse sufficiently rested, they again set forward, and from the rich plains of the Lyoness, Adeline for the first time caught a view of the distant Alps, whose majestic heads seemed to prop the vault of heaven, filled her mind with sublime emotions. In a few hours they reached the vale in which stands the city of Lyons, whose beautiful environs, studded with villas, and rich with cultivation, withdrew Adeline from the melancholy contemplation of her own circumstances and her more painful anxiety for Theodore. When they reached that busy city, her first care was to inquire concerning the passage of the Rhone, but she forbore to make these inquiries of the people of the inn, concerning that if the Marquis should trace her thither, they might enable him to pursue her route. She therefore sent Peter to the quay to hire a boat, while she herself took a slight repast, it being her intention to embark immediately. Peter presently returned, having engaged a boat and men to take them up the Rhone to the nearest part of Savory, from whence they were to proceed by land to the village of Leoncourt. Having taken some refreshment, she ordered him to conduct her to the vessel. A new and striking scene presented itself to Adeline, who looked with surprise upon the river gay with vessels, and the quay crowded with busy faces, and felt the contrast which the cheerful objects around bore to herself, to her, an orphan, desolate, helpless, and flying from persecution and her country. She spoke with the master of the boat, and having sent Peter back to the inn for the horse, Lamont's gift to Peter in lieu of some arrears of wages, they embarked. As they slowly passed up the Rhone, whose steep banks, crowned with mountains, exhibited the most various wild and romantic scenery, Adeline sat in pensive reverie. The novelty of the scene through which she floated, now frowning with savage grandeur, and now smiling in fertility, and gay with towns and villages, soothed her mind, and her sorrow gradually softened into a gentle and not unpleasing melancholy. She had seated herself at the head of the boat, where she watched its sides cleave the swift stream, and listened to the dashing of the waters. The boat, slowly opposing the current, passed along for some hours, and at length the veil of evening was stretched over the landscape. The weather was fine, and Adeline, regardless of the dews that now fell, remained in the open air, observing the objects darken round her, the gay tints of the horizon fade away, and the stars gradually appear, trembling upon the lucid mirror of the waters. The scene was now sunk in deep shadow, and the silence of the hour was broken only by the measured dashing of the oars, and now and then by the voice of Peter speaking to the boatmen. Adeline sat lost in thought. The forlornness of her circumstances came heightened to her imagination. She saw herself surrounded by the darkness and stillness of night, in a strange place, far distant from any friends, going she scarcely knew whither, under the guidance of strangers, and pursued perhaps by an inveterate enemy. She pictured to herself the rage of the Marquis now that he had discovered her flight, and though she knew it very unlikely he should follow her by water, for which reason she had chosen that manner of travelling, she trembled at the portrait her fancy drew. Her thoughts then wandered to the plan she should adopt after reaching Savory, and much as her experience had prejudiced her against the manners of a convent, she saw no place more likely to afford her a proper asylum. At length she retired to the little cabin for a few hours' repose. She awoke with the dawn, and her mind being too much disturbed to sleep again, she rose and watched the gradual approach of day. As she mused, she expressed the feelings of the moment in the following sonnet. Morn's beaming eyes at length unclose, and wake the blushes of the rose, that all night long oppressed with dews, and veiled in chilling shade its hues, reclined forlorn the languid head, and sadly sought its parent's bed. Warmth from her ray the trembling flower derives, and sweetly blushing through its tears revives. Morn's beaming eyes at length unclose, and melt the tears that bend the rose, but can their charm suppress the sigh, or chase the tear from sorrow's eye? Can all their lustrous light impart one ray of peace to sorrow's heart? Ah, no, their fires her fainting soul oppress, eve's pensive shades more soothe her meek distress. When Adeline left the abbey, Lamont had remained for some time at the gate, listening to the steps of the horse that carried her, till the sound was lost in distance. He then turned into the hall with a lightness of heart to which he had long been a stranger. The satisfaction of having thus preserved her, as he hoped, from the designs of the Marquis, overcame for a while all sense of the danger in which this step must involve him. But when he returned entirely to his own situation, the terrors of the Marquis's resentment struck their full force upon his mind, and he considered how he might best escape it. It was now past midnight. The Marquis was expected early on the following day, and in this interval it had first appeared probable to him that he might quit the forest. There was only one horse, but he considered whether it would be best to set off immediately for Abilene, where a carriage might be procured to convey his family and his movables from the abbey, or quietly to await the arrival of the Marquis and endeavour to impose upon him by a forged story of Adeline's escape. The time which must elapse before a carriage could reach the abbey would leave him scarcely sufficient to escape from the forest. What money he had remaining from the Marquis's bounty would not carry him far, and when it was expended he must probably be at a loss for subsistence, should he not before then be detected. By remaining at the abbey it would appear that he was unconscious of deserving the Marquis's resentment, and though he could not expect to impress a belief upon him that his orders had been executed, he might make it appear that Peter only had been accessory to the escape of Adeline, an account which would seem the more probable from Peter's having been formally detected in a similar scheme. He believed also that if the Marquis should threaten to deliver him into the hands of justice, he might save himself by a menace of disclosing the crime he had commissioned him to perpetrate. Thus arguing, Lamont resolved to remain at the abbey and await the event of the Marquis's disappointment. When the Marquis did arrive, and was informed of Adeline's flight, the strong workings of his soul which appeared in his countenance for a while alarmed and terrified Lamont. He cursed himself and her in terms of such coarseness and vehemence as Lamont was astonished to hear from a man whose manners were generally amiable, whatever might be the violence and criminality of his passions. To invent and express these terms seemed to give him not only relief but delight, yet he appeared more shocked at the circumstance of her escape than exasperated at the carelessness of Lamont, and recollecting at length that he had wasted time, he left the abbey, and dispatched several of his servants in pursuit of her. When he was gone, Lamont, believing his story had succeeded, returned to the pleasure of considering that he had done his duty, and to the hope that Adeline was now beyond the reach of pursuit. This calm was of short continuance. In a few hours the Marquis returned, accompanied by the officers of justice. The affrighted Lamont, perceiving him approach, endeavoured to conceal himself, but was seized and carried to the Marquis, who drew him aside. "I am not to be imposed upon," said he, "by such a superficial story as you have invented. You know your life is in my hands. Tell me instantly where you have secreted Adeline, or I shall charge you with the crime you have committed against me. But upon your disclosing the place of her concealment, I will dismiss the officers, and, if you wish it, assist you to leave the kingdom. You have no time to hesitate, and may know that I will not be trifled with." Lamont attempted to appease the Marquis, and affirmed that Adeline was really fled he knew not whither. "You will remember, my lord, that your character is also in my power, and that if you proceed to extremities you will compel me to reveal in the face of day that you would have made me a murderer." "And who will believe you?" said the Marquis. "The crimes that banished you from society will be no testimony of your veracity, and that with which I now charge you will bring with it a sufficient presumption that your accusation is malicious. Officers, do your duty." They entered the room and seized Lamont, whom terror, now deprived of all power of resistance, could resistance have availed him, and in the perturbation of his mind he informed the Marquis that Adeline had taken the road to Lyons. This discovery, however, was made too late to serve himself. The Marquis seized the advantage it offered, but the charge had been given, and, with the anguish of knowing that he had exposed Adeline to danger without benefiting himself, Lamont submitted in silence to his fate, scarcely allowing him time to collect what little effects might easily be carried with him. The officers conveyed him from the abbey, but the Marquis, in consideration of the extreme distress of Madame Lamont, directed one of the servants to procure a carriage from Aveline that she might follow her husband. The Marquis, in the meantime, now acquainted with the route Adeline had taken, sent forward his faithful valet to trace her to her place of concealment, and return immediately with intelligence to the villa. Abandoned to despair, Lamont and his wife quitted the forest of Fontainebleau, which had for so many months afforded them an asylum, and embarked once more upon the tumultuous world where justice would meet Lamont in the form of destruction. They had entered the forest as a refuge, rendered necessary by the former crimes of Lamont, and for some time found in it the security they sought. But other offences, for even in that sequestered spot there happened to be temptation, soon succeeded, and his life, already sufficiently marked by the punishment of vice, now afforded him another instance of this great truth, that where guilt is, there peace cannot enter. End of chapter.
Chapter 16 of The Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Terry Hergersheimer. The Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 16. Quote, "Hail, awful scenes that calm the troubled breast, and woo the weary to profound repose." End quote. Beattie. Adeline, meanwhile, and Peter proceeded on their voyage without any accident, and landed in Savoy, where Peter placed her upon the horse, and himself walked beside her. When he came within sight of his native mountains, his extravagant joy burst forth into frequent exclamations, and he would often ask Adeline if she had ever seen such hills in France. "No, no," said he, "the hills there are very well for French hills, but they are not to be named on the same day with ours." Adeline, lost in admiration of the astonishing and tremendous scenery around her, assented very warmly to the truth of Peter's assertion, which encouraged him to expatiate more largely upon the advantages of his country. Its disadvantages he totally forgot, and though he gave away his last sous to the children of the peasantry that run barefooted by the side of the horse, he spoke of nothing but the happiness and content of the inhabitants. His native village, indeed, was an exception to the general character of the country, and to the usual effects of an arbitrary government. It was flourishing, healthy, and happy, and these advantages it chiefly owed to the activity and attention of the benevolent clergyman whose cure it was. Adeline, who now began to feel the effects of long anxiety and fatigue, much wished to arrive at the end of her journey, and inquired impatiently of Peter concerning it. Her spirits thus weakened, the gloomy grandeur of the scenes which had so lately awakened emotions of delightful sublimity now awed her into terror. She trembled at the sound of the torrents rolling among the cliffs and thundering in the vale below, and shrunk from the view of the precipices which sometimes overhung the road, and at others appeared beneath it. Fatigued as she was, she frequently dismounted to climb on foot the steep slinty road which she feared to travel on horseback. The day was closing when they drew near a small village at the foot of the Savoy Alps, and the sun, in all his evening splendor, now sinking behind their summits, threw a farewell gleam athwart the landscape, so soft and glowing as drew from Adeline, languid as she was, an exclamation of rapture. The romantic situation of the village next attracted her notice. It stood at the foot of several stupendous mountains, which formed a chain round a lake at some little distance, and the woods that swept from their summits almost embosomed the village. The lake, unruffled by the lightest air, reflected the vermeil tints of the horizon with the sublime scenery on its borders, darkening every instant with the falling twilight. When Peter perceived the village, he burst into a shout of joy. "Thank God," said he, "we are near home. There is my dear native place. It looks just as it did 20 years ago, and there are the same old trees growing round our cottage yonder, and the huge rock that rises above it. My poor father died there, mamselle. Pray heaven my sister be alive. It is a long while since I saw her." Adeline listened with a melancholy pleasure to these artless expressions of Peter, who, in retracing the scenes of his former days, seemed to live them over again. As they approached the village, he continued to point out various objects of his remembrance. "And there, too, is the good pastor's chateau. Look, mamselle, that white house with the smoke curling that stands on the edge of the lake yonder. I wonder whether he is alive yet. He was not old when I left the place, and as much beloved as ever man was, but death spares nobody." They had by this time reached the village, which was extremely neat, though it did not promise much accommodation. Peter had hardly advanced 10 steps before he was accosted by some of his old acquaintance, who shook hands and seemed not to know how to part with him. He inquired for his sister, and was told she was alive and well. As they passed on, so many of his old friends flocked round him that Adeline became quite weary of the delay. Many whom he had left in the vigour of life were now tottering under the infirmities of age, while their sons and daughters, whom he had known only in the playfulness of infancy, were grown from his remembrance, and in the pride of youth. At length they approached the cottage, and were met by his sister, who, having heard of his arrival, came and welcomed him with unfeigned joy. On seeing Adeline she seemed surprised, but assisted her to alight, and conducting her into a small but neat cottage, received her with a warmth of ready kindness which would have graced a better situation. Adeline desired to speak with her alone, for the room was now crowded with Peter's friends, and then acquainting her with such particulars of her circumstances as it was necessary to communicate, desired to know if she could be accommodated with lodging in the cottage. "Yes, mamselle," said the good woman. "Such as it is, you are heartily welcome. I'm only sorry it is not better. But you seem ill, mamselle. What shall I get you?" Adeline, who had been long struggling with fatigue and indisposition, now yielded to their pressure. She said she was indeed ill, but hoped that rest would restore her, and desired a bed might be immediately prepared. The good woman went out to obey her, and soon returning, showed her to a little cabin where she retired to a bed whose cleanliness was his only recommendation. But, notwithstanding her fatigue, she could not sleep, and her mind, in spite of all her efforts, returned to the scenes that were past, or presented gloomy and imperfect visions of the future. The difference between her own condition and that of other persons, educated as she had been, struck her forcibly, and she wept. "They," said she, "have friends and relations, all striving to save them not only from what may hurt, but what may displease them, watching not only for their present safety, but for their future advantage, and preventing them even from injuring themselves. But during my whole life I have never known a friend, have been in general surrounded by enemies, and very seldom exempt from some circumstance either of danger or calamity. Yet surely I am not born to be forever wretched. The time will come when— She began to think she might one time be happy, but recollecting the desperate situation of Theodore— "No," said she, "I can never hope even for peace." Early the following morning the good woman of the house came to inquire how she had rested, and found she had slept little, and was much worse than on the preceding night. The uneasiness of her mind contributed to heighten the feverish symptoms that attended her, and in the course of the day her disorder began to assume a serious aspect. She observed its progress with composure, resigning herself to the will of God, and feeling little to regret in life. Her kind hostess did everything in her power to relieve her, and there was neither physician nor apothecary in the village, so that nature was deprived of none of her advantages. Notwithstanding this, the disorder rapidly increased, and on the 3rd day from its first attack she became delirious, after which she sunk into a state of stupefaction. How long she remained in this deplorable condition she knew not, but on recovering her senses she found herself in an apartment very different from any she remembered. It was spacious and almost beautiful, the bed and everything around being in one style of elegant simplicity. For some minutes she lay in a trance of surprise, endeavouring to recollect her scattered ideas of the past, and almost fearing to move, lest the pleasing vision should vanish from her eyes. At length she ventured to raise herself, when she presently heard a soft voice speaking near her, and the bed-curtain on one side was gently undrawn by a beautiful girl. As she leaned forward over the bed, and with a smile of mingled tenderness and joy inquired of her patient how she did, Adeline gazed in silent admiration upon the most interesting female countenance she had ever seen, in which the expression of sweetness, united with lively sense and refinement, was chastened by simplicity. Adeline at length recollected herself sufficiently to thank her kind inquirer, and begged to know to whom she was obliged and where she was. The lovely girl pressed her hand. "'Tis we who are obliged," said she. "Oh, how I rejoice to find that you have recovered your recollection." She said no more, but flew to the door of the apartment, and disappeared. In a few minutes she returned with an elderly lady, who, approaching the bed with an air of tender interest, asked concerning the state of Adeline, to which the latter replied, as well as the agitation of her spirits would permit, and repeated her desire of knowing to whom she was so greatly obliged. "You shall know that hereafter," said the lady. "At present be assured that you are with those who will think their care much overpaid by your recovery. Submit, therefore, to everything that may conduce to it, and consent to be kept as quiet as possible." Adeline gratefully smiled, and bowed her head in silent assent. The lady now quitted the room for a medicine, having given which to Adeline, the curtain was closed, and she was left to repose. But her thoughts were too busy to suffer her to profit by the opportunity. She contemplated the past and viewed the present, and when she compared them, the contrast struck her with astonishment. The whole appeared like one of those sudden transitions so frequent in dreams, in which we pass from grief and despair, we know not how, to comfort and delight. Yet she looked forward to the future with a trembling anxiety that threatened to retard her recovery, and which, when she remembered the words of her generous benefactress, she endeavoured to suppress. Had she better known the disposition of the persons in whose house she now was, her anxiety, as far as it regarded herself, must in a great measure have been done away. For La Luc, its owner, was one of those rare characters to whom misfortune seldom looks in vain, and whose native goodness, confirmed by principle, is uniform and unassuming in its acts. The following little picture of his domestic life, his family, and his manners will more fully illustrate his character. It was drawn from the life, and its exactness will, it is hoped, compensate for its length. The family of La Luc. Quote, "But half mankind like Handel's fool destroy, through rage and ignorance, the strain of joy. Irregularly wild their passions roll through nature's finest instrument, the soul, while men of sense, with Handel's happier skill, correct the taste and harmonize the will, teach their affections like his notes to flow, nor raised too high, nor ever sunk too low, till every virtue, measured and refined, as fits the concert of the master mind, melts in its kindred sounds and pours along the according music of the moral song." End quote. Cawthorne. In the village of Lenoncourt, celebrated for its picturesque situation at the foot of the Savoy Alps, lived Arnaud La Luc, a clergyman, descended from an ancient family of France, whose decayed fortunes occasioned them to seek a retreat in Switzerland, in an age when the violence of civil commotion seldom spared the conquered. He was minister of the village, and equally loved for the piety and benevolence of the Christian, as respected for the dignity and elevation of the philosopher. His was the philosophy of nature, directed by common sense. He despised the jargon of the modern schools and the brilliant absurdities of systems which have dazzled without enlightening and guided without convincing their disciples. His mind was penetrating, his views extensive, and his systems, like his religion, were simple, rational, and sublime. The people of his parish looked up to him as to a father, for while his precepts directed their minds, his example touched their hearts. In early youth, Laluc lost a wife whom he tenderly loved. This event threw a tincture of soft and interesting melancholy over his character, which remained when time had mellowed the remembrance that occasioned it. Philosophy had strengthened, not hardened, his heart. It enabled him to resist the pressure of affliction rather than to overcome it. Calamity taught him to feel with peculiar sympathy the distresses of others. His income from the parish was small, and what remained from the divided and reduced estates of his ancestors did not much increase it, but though he could not always relieve the necessities of the indigent, his tender pity and holy conversation seldom failed in administering consolation to the mental sufferer. On these occasions, the sweet and exquisite emotions of his heart have often induced him to say, that could the voluptuary be once sensible of these feelings, he would never after forego the luxury of doing good. Ignorance of true pleasure, he would say, more frequently than temptation to that which is false, leads to vice. Laluc had one son and a daughter, who were too young when their mother died to lament their loss. He loved them with peculiar tenderness, as the children of her whom he never ceased to deplore, and it was for some time his sole amusement to observe the gradual unfolding of their infant minds, and to bend them to virtue. His was the deep and silent sorrow of the heart. His complaints he never obtruded upon others, and very seldom did he even mention his wife. His grief was too sacred for the eye of the vulgar. Often he retired to the deep solitude of the mountains, and amid their solemn and tremendous scenery would brood over the remembrance of times past, and resign himself to the luxury of grief. On his return from these little excursions he was always more placid and contented. A sweet tranquillity, which arose almost to happiness, was diffused over his mind, and his manners were more than usually benevolent. As he gazed on his children and fondly kissed them, a tear would sometimes steal into his eye, but it was a tear of tender regret, unmingled with the darker qualities of sorrow, and was most precious to his heart. On the death of his wife he received into his house a maiden sister, a sensible, worthy woman, who was deeply interested in the happiness of her brother. Her affectionate attention and judicious conduct anticipated the effect of time in softening the poignancy of his distress, and her unremitted care of his children, while it proved the goodness of her own heart, attracted her more closely to his. It was with inexpressible pleasure that he traced in the infant features of Clara the resemblance of her mother. The same gentleness of manner and the same sweetness of disposition soon displayed themselves, and as she grew up her actions frequently reminded him so strongly of his lost wife as to fix him in reveries which absorbed all his soul. Engaged in the duties of his parish, the education of his children, and in philosophic research, his years passed in tranquillity. The tender melancholy with which affliction had tinctured his mind was, by long indulgence, become dear to him, and he would not have relinquished it for the brightest dream of airy happiness. When any passing incident disturbed him, he retired for consolation to the idea of her he so faithfully loved, and yielding to a gentle and what the world would call a romantic sadness, gradually reassumed his composure. This was the secret luxury to which he withdrew from temporary disappointment, the solitary enjoyment which dissipated the cloud of care and blunted the sting of vexation, which elevated his mind above this world and opened to his view the sublimity of another. The spot he now inhabited, the surrounding scenery, the romantic beauties of the neighbouring walks were dear to Laluc, for they had once been loved by Clara. They had been the scenes of her tenderness and of his happiness. His chateau stood on the borders of a small lake that was almost environed by mountains of stupendous height, which, shooting into a variety of grotesque forms, composed a scenery singularly solemn and sublime. Dark woods, intermingled with bold projections of rock, sometimes barren and sometimes covered with the purple bloom of wildflowers, impended over the lake, and were seen in the clear mirror of its waters. The wild and alpine heights which rose above were either crowned with perpetual snows, or exhibited tremendous crags and masses of solid rock, whose appearance was continually changing as the rays of light were variously reflected on their surface, and whose summits were often wrapped in impenetrable mists. Some cottages and hamlets, scattered on the margin of the lake or seated in picturesque points of view on the rocks above, were the only objects that reminded the beholder of humanity. On the other side of the lake, nearly opposite to the chateau, the mountains receded, and a long chain of Alps was seen stretching in perspective. Their innumerable tints and shades, some veiled in blue mists, some tinged with rich purple, and others glittering in partial light, gave luxurious and magical coloring to the scene. The chateau was not large, but it was convenient, and was characterized by an air of elegant simplicity and good order. The entrance was a small hall, which, opening by a glass door into the garden, afforded a view of the lake, with the magnificent scenery exhibited on its borders. On the left of the hall was Laluc's study, where he usually passed his mornings, and adjoining was a small room fitted up with chemical apparatus, astronomical instruments, and other implements of science. On the right was the family parlour, and behind it a room which belonged exclusively to Madame Laluc. Here were deposited various medicines and botanical distillations, together with the apparatus for preparing them. From this room the whole village was liberally supplied with physical comfort, for it was the pride of Madame to believe herself skilful in relieving the disorders of her neighbours. Behind the chateau rose a tuft of pines, and in front a gentle declivity, covered with verdure and flowers, extended to the lake, whose waters flowed even with the grass, and gave freshness to the acacias that waved over its surface. Flowering shrubs, intermingled with mountain ash, cypress, and evergreen oak, marked the boundary of the garden. At the return of spring it was Clara's care to direct the young shoots of the plants, to nurse the budding flowers, and to shelter them with the luxuriant branches of the shrubs from the cold blasts that descended from the mountains. In summer she usually rose with the sun, and visited her favourite flowers while the dew yet hung glittering on their leaves. The freshness of early day, with the glowing colouring which then touched the scenery, gave a pure and exquisite delight to her innocent heart. Born amid scenes of grandeur and sublimity, she had quickly imbibed a taste for their charms, which taste was heightened by the influence of a warm imagination. To view the sun rising above the Alps, tinging their snowy heads with light, and suddenly darting his rays over the whole face of nature, to see the fiery splendour of the clouds reflected in the lake below, and the roseate tints first steal upon the rocks above, were among the earliest pleasures of which Clara was susceptible. From being delighted with the observance of nature, she grew pleased with seeing her finely imitated, and soon displayed a taste for poetry and painting. When she was about 16, she often selected from her father's library those of the Italian poets most celebrated for picturesque beauty, and would spend the first hours of morning in reading them under the shade of the acacias that bordered the lake. Here, too, she would often attempt rude sketches of the surrounding scenery, and at length, by repeated efforts, assisted by some instruction from her brother, she succeeded so well as to produce 12 drawings in crayon, which were judged worthy of decorating the parlour of the chateau. Young Laluc played the flute, and she listened to him with exquisite delight, particularly when he stood on the margin of the lake under her beloved acacias. Her voice was sweet and flexible, though not strong, and she soon learned to modulate it to the instrument. She knew nothing of the intricacies of execution. Her airs were simple, and her style equally so, but she soon gave them a touching expression, inspired by the sensibility of her heart, which seldom left those of her hearers unaffected. It was the happiness of Laluc to see his children happy, and in one of his excursions to Geneva, whither he went to visit some relations of his late wife, he bought Clara a lute. She received it with more gratitude than she could express, and having learned one air, she hastened to her favourite acacias, and played it again and again till she forgot everything besides. Her little domestic duties, her books, her drawing, even the hour which her father dedicated to her improvement, when she met her brother in the library, and with him partook of knowledge, Even this hour passed unheeded by. Laluc suffered it to pass. Madame was displeased that her niece neglected her domestic duties and wished to reprove her, but Laluc begged she would be silent. "Let experience teach her error," said he. "Precept seldom brings conviction to young minds." Madame objected that experience was a slow teacher. "It is a sure one," replied Laluc, "and is not unfrequently the quickest of all teachers. When it cannot lead us into serious evil, it is well to trust it." The second day passed with Clara as the first, and the third as the second. She could now play several tunes. She came to her father and repeated what she had learnt. At supper the cream was not dressed, and there was no fruit on the table. Laluc inquired the reason. Clara recollected it and blushed. She observed that her brother was absent, but nothing was said. Toward the conclusion of the repast he appeared. His countenance expressed unusual satisfaction, but he seated himself in silence. Clara inquired what had detained him from supper, and learnt that he had been to a sick family in the neighborhood with the weekly allowance which her father gave them. Laluc had entrusted the care of this family to his daughter, and it was her duty to have carried them their little allowance on the preceding day, but she had forgot everything but music. "How did you find the woman?" said Laluc to his son. "Worse, sir," he replied, for her medicines had not been regularly given, and the children had had little or no food to-day. Clara was shocked. "No food to-day," said she to herself, "and I have been playing all day on my lute under the acacias by the lake." Her father did not seem to observe her emotion, but turned to his son. "I left her better," said the latter. "The medicines I carried eased her pain, and I had the pleasure to see her children make a joyful supper." Clara, perhaps for the first time in her life, envied him his pleasure. Her heart was full, and she sat silent. "No food to-day," thought she. She retired pensively to her chamber. The sweet serenity with which she usually went to rest was vanished, for she could no longer reflect on the past day with satisfaction. "What a pity," said she, "that what is so pleasing should be the cause of so much pain. This lute is my delight and my torment." This reflection occasioned her much internal debate, but before she could come to any resolution upon the point in question, she fell asleep. She awoke very early the next morning, and impatiently watched the progress of the dawn. The sun at length appearing, she arose, and, determined to make all the atonement in her power for her former neglect, hastened to the cottage. Here she remained a considerable time, and when she returned to the chateau her countenance had recovered all its usual serenity. She resolved, however, not to touch her lute that day. Till the hour of breakfast she busied herself in binding up the flowers and pruning the shoots that were too luxuriant, and she at length found herself, she scarcely knew how, beneath her beloved acacias by the side of the lake. "Ah," said she with a sigh, "how sweetly would the song I learned yesterday sound now over the waters!" But she remembered her determination, and checked the step she was involuntarily taking towards the chateau. She attended her father in the library at the usual hour, and learned, from his discourse with her brother on what had been read the 2 preceding days, that she had lost much entertaining knowledge. She requested her father would inform her to what this conversation alluded, but he calmly replied that she had preferred another amusement at the time when the subject was discussed, and must therefore content herself with ignorance. "You would reap the rewards of study from the amusements of idleness," said he. "Learn to be reasonable. Do not expect to unite inconsistencies." Clara felt the justness of this rebuke, and remembered her lute. "What mischief has it occasioned?" sighed she. "Yes, I am determined not to touch it at all this day. I will prove that I am able to control my inclinations when I see it is necessary so to do." Thus resolving, she applied herself to study with more than usual assiduity. She adhered to her resolution, and towards the close of day went into the garden to amuse herself. The evening was still and uncommonly beautiful. Nothing was heard but the faint shivering of the leaves, which returned but at intervals, making silence more solemn, and the distant murmurs of the torrents that rolled among the cliffs. As she stood by the lake, and watched the sun slowly sinking below the Alps, whose summits were tinged with gold and purple, as she saw the last rays of light gleam upon the waters, whose surface was not curled by the lightest air, she sighed, "Oh, how enchanting would be the sound of my lute at this moment, on this spot, and when everything is so still around me!" The temptation was too powerful for the resolution of Clara. She ran to the chateau, returned with the instrument to her dear acacias, and beneath their shade continued to play till the surrounding objects faded in darkness from her sight. But the moon arose, and, shedding a trembling lustre on the lake, made the scene more captivating than ever. It was impossible to quit so delightful a spot. Clara repeated her favourite airs again and again. The beauty of the hour awakened all her genius. She never played with such expression before, and she listened with increasing rapture to the tones as they languished over the waters and died away on the distant air. She was perfectly enchanted. No, nothing was ever so delightful as to play on the lute beneath her acacias on the margin of the lake by moonlight. When she returned to the chateau, supper was over. Laluc had observed Clara, and would not suffer her to be interrupted. When the enthusiasm of the hour was past, she recollected that she had broken her resolution, and the reflection gave her pain. "I prided myself on controlling my inclinations," said she, "and I have weakly yielded to their direction. But what evil have I incurred by indulging them this evening? I have neglected no duty, for I had none to perform. Of what then have I to accuse myself? It would have been absurd to have kept my resolution, and denied myself a pleasure when there appeared to be no reason for this self-denial." She paused, not quite satisfied with this reasoning. Suddenly resuming her inquiry, "But how," said she, "am I certain that I should have resisted my inclinations if there had been a reason for opposing them? If the poor family whom I neglected yesterday had been unsupplied today, I fear I should again have forgotten them while I played on my lute on the banks of the lake." She then recollected all that her father had at different times said on the subject of self-command, and she felt some pain. "No," said she, "if I do not consider that to preserve a resolution which I have once solemnly formed is a sufficient reason to control my inclinations, I fear no other motive would long restrain me. I seriously determined not to touch my lute this whole day, and I have broken my resolution. Tomorrow, perhaps, I may be tempted to neglect some duty, for I have discovered that I cannot rely on my own prudence. Since I cannot conquer temptation, I will fly from it." On the following morning she brought her lute to Laluc, and begged he would receive it again, and at least keep it till she had taught her inclinations to submit to control. The heart of Laluc swelled as she spoke. "No, Clara," said he, "it is unnecessary that I should receive your lute. The sacrifice you would make proves you worthy of my confidence. Take back the instrument. Since you have sufficient resolution to resign it when it leads you from duty, I doubt not that you will be able to control its influence now that it is restored to you." Clara felt a degree of pleasure and pride at these words such as she had never before experienced, but she thought that to deserve the commendation they bestowed, it was necessary to complete the sacrifice she had begun. In the virtuous enthusiasm of the moment the delights of music were forgotten in those of aspiring to well-earned praise, and when she refused the lute thus offered she was conscious only of exquisite sensations. "Dear sir," said she, tears of pleasure swelling in her eyes, "allow me to deserve the praises you bestow, and then I shall indeed be happy." Laluc thought she had never resembled her mother so much as at this instant, and tenderly kissing her, he for some moments wept in silence. When he was able to speak, "You do already deserve my praises," said he, "and I restore your lute as a reward for the conduct which excites them." This scene called back recollections too tender for the heart of Laluc, and giving Clara the instrument, he abruptly quitted the room. Laluc's son, a youth of much promise, was designed by his father for the church, and had received from him an excellent education, which, however, it was thought necessary he should finish at an university. That of Geneva was fixed upon by Laluc. His scheme had been to make his son not a scholar only. He was ambitious that he should also be enviable as a man. From early infancy he had accustomed him to hardihood and endurance, and as he advanced in youth he encouraged him in manly exercises, and acquainted him with the useful arts as well as with abstract science. He was high-spirited and ardent in his temper, but his heart was generous and affectionate. He looked forward to Geneva, and to the new world it would disclose, with the sanguine expectations of youth, and in the delight of these expectations was absorbed the regret he would otherwise have felt at a separation from his family. A brother of the late Madame Laluc, who was by birth an Englishwoman, resided at Geneva with his family. To have been related to his wife was a sufficient claim upon the heart of Laluc, and he had, therefore, always kept up an intercourse with Mr. Audley, though the difference in their characters and manner of thinking would never permit this association to advance into friendship. Laluc now wrote to him, signifying an intention of sending his son to Geneva, and recommending him to his care. To this letter Mr. Audley returned a friendly answer, and a short time after an acquaintance of Laluc's being called to Geneva, he determined that his son should accompany him. The separation was painful to Laluc, and almost insupportable to Clara. Madame was grieved, and took care that he should have a sufficient quantity of medicines put up in his travelling trunk. She was also at some pains to point out their virtues and the different complaints for which they were requisite, but she was careful to deliver her lecture during the absence of her brother. Laluc, with his daughter, accompanied his son on horseback to the next town, which was about 8 miles from Lenoncourt, and there again enforcing all the advice he had formerly given him respecting his conduct and pursuits, and again yielding to the tender weakness of the father, he bade him farewell. Clara wept, and felt more sorrow at this parting than the occasion could justify, but this was almost the first time she had known grief, and she artlessly yielded to its influence. Laluc and Clara travelled pensively back, and the day was closing when they came within view of the lake, and soon after of the chateau. Never had it appeared gloomy till now, but now Clara wandered forlornly through every deserted apartment where she had been accustomed to see her brother, and recollected 1,000 little circumstances which, had he been present, she would have thought immaterial, but on which imagination now stamped a value. The garden, the scenes all around, all wore a melancholy aspect, and it was long ere they resumed their natural character, and Clara recovered her vivacity. Near 4 years had elapsed since this separation, when one evening, as Madame Laluc and her niece were sitting at work together in the parlour, a good woman in the neighbourhood desired to be admitted. She came to ask for some medicines, and the advice of Madame Laluc. "Here is a sad accident happened at our house, madame," said she. "I am sure my heart aches for the poor young creature." Madame Laluc desired she would explain herself, and the woman proceeded to say that her brother Peter, whom she had not seen for so many years, was arrived, and had brought a young lady to her cottage, who she verily believed was dying. She described her disorder, and acquainted Madame with what particulars of her mournful story Peter had related, failing not to exaggerate such as her compassion for the unhappy stranger and her love of the marvellous prompted. The account appeared a very extraordinary one to Madame, but pity for the forlorn condition of the young sufferer induced her to inquire farther into the affair. "Do let me go to her, madame," said Clara, who had been listening with ready compassion to the poor woman's narrative. "Do suffer me to go. She must want comforts, and I wish much to see how she is." Madame asked some farther questions concerning her disorder, and then, taking off her spectacles, she rose from her chair and said she would go herself. Clara desired to accompany her. They put on their hats and followed the good woman to the cottage, where, in a very small, close room, on a miserable bed, lay Adeline, pale, emaciated, and unconscious of all around her. Madame turned to the woman, and asked how long she had been in this way, while Clara went up to the bed, and taking the almost lifeless hand that lay on the quilt, looked anxiously in her face. "She observes nothing," said she, "poor creature. I wish she was at the chateau. She would be better accommodated, and I could nurse her there." The woman told Madame Laluc that the young lady had lain in that state for several hours. Madame examined her pulse and shook her head. "This room is very close," said she. "Very close indeed," cried Clara eagerly. "Surely she would be better at the chateau if she could be moved." "We will see about that," said her aunt. "In the meantime, let me speak to Peter. It is some years since I saw him." She went to the outer room, and the woman ran out of the cottage to look for him. When she was gone, "This is a miserable habitation for the poor stranger," said Clara. "She will never be well here. Do, madame, let her be carried to our house. I am sure my father would wish it. Besides, there is something in her features, even inanimate as they now are, that prejudices me in her favour." "Shall I never persuade you to give up that romantic notion of judging people by their faces?" said her aunt. "What sort of a face she has is of very little consequence. Her condition is lamentable, and I am desirous of altering it, but I wish first to ask Peter a few questions concerning her." "Thank you, my dear aunt," said Clara. "She will be removed then." Madame Laluc was going to reply, but Peter now entered, and expressing great joy at seeing her again, inquired how Monsieur Laluc and Clara did. Clara immediately welcomed honest Peter to his native place, and he returned her salutation with many expressions of surprise at finding her so much grown. Though I have so often dandled you in my arms, mademoiselle, I should never have known you again. Young twigs shoot fast, as they say." Madame Laluc now inquired into the particulars of Adeline's story, and heard as much as Peter knew of it, being only that his late master found her in a very distressed situation, and that he had himself brought her from the Abbey to save her from a French marquis. The simplicity of Peter's manner would not suffer her to question his veracity, though some of the circumstances he related excited all her surprise, and awakened all her pity. Tears frequently stood in Clara's eyes during the course of his narrative, and when he concluded, she said, "Dear madame, I am sure when my father learns the history of this unhappy young woman, he will not refuse to be a parent to her, and I will be her sister." "She deserves it all," said Peter, "for she is very good indeed." He then proceeded in a strain of praise which was very unusual with him. "I will go home and consult with my brother about her," said Madame Laluc, rising. "She certainly ought to be removed to a more airy room. The chateau is so near that I think she may be carried thither without much risk." "Heaven bless you, madam," cried Peter, rubbing his hands, "for your goodness to my poor young lady." Laluc had just returned from his evening walk when they reached the chateau. Madame told him where she had been, and related the history of Adeline and her present condition. "By all means have her removed hither," said Laluc, whose eyes bore testimony to the tenderness of his heart. "She can be better attended to here than in Susan's cottage." "I knew you would say so, my dear father," said Clara. "I will go and order the green bed to be prepared for her." "Be patient, niece," said Madame Laluc. "There is no occasion for such haste. Some things are to be considered first, but you are young and romantic." Laluc smiled. "The evening is now closed," resumed Madame. "It will therefore be dangerous to remove her before morning. Early tomorrow a room shall be got ready, and she shall be brought here. In the meantime I will go and make up a medicine which I hope may be of service to her." Clara reluctantly assented to this delay, and Madame Laluc retired to her closet. On the following morning, Adeline, wrapped in blankets and sheltered as much as possible from the air, was brought to the chateau, where the good Laluc desired she might have every attention paid her, and where Clara watched over her with unceasing anxiety and tenderness. She remained in a state of torpor during the greater part of the day, but towards evening she breathed more freely, and Clara, who still watched by her bed, had at length the pleasure of perceiving that her senses were restored. It was at this moment that she found herself in the situation from which we have digressed to give this account of the venerable Laluc and his family. The reader will find that his virtues and his friendship to Adeline deserved this notice. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Terry Hergesheimer. The Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 17. Quote, "Still fancy, to herself unkind, awakes to grief the softened mind, and points the bleeding friend." Collins. Adeline, assisted by a fine constitution and the kind attentions of her new friends, was in a little more than a week so much recovered as to leave her chamber. She was introduced to Laluc, whom she met with tears of gratitude, and thanked for his goodness in a manner so warm, yet so artless, as interested him still more in her favour. During the progress of her recovery, the sweetness of her behaviour had entirely won the heart of Clara, and greatly interested that of her aunt, whose reports of Adeline, together with the praises bestowed by Clara, had excited both esteem and curiosity in the breast of Laluc, and he now met her with an expression of benignity which spoke peace and comfort to her heart. She had acquainted Madame Laluc with such particulars of her story as Peter, either through ignorance or inattention, had not communicated, suppressing only, through a false delicacy perhaps, an acknowledgment of her attachment to Theodore. These circumstances were repeated to Laluc, who, ever sensible to the sufferings of others, was particularly interested by the singular misfortunes of Adeline. Near a fortnight had elapsed since her removal to the chateau, when one morning Laluc desired to speak with her alone. She followed him into his study, and then in a manner the most delicate he told her that, as he found she was so unfortunate in her father, he desired she would henceforth consider him as her parent, and his house as her home. "You and Clara shall be equally my daughters," continued he. "I am rich in having such children." The strong emotions of surprise and gratitude for some time kept Adeline silent. "Do not thank me," said Lelouch. "I know all you would say, and I know also that I am but doing my duty. I thank God that my duty and my pleasures are generally in unison." Adeline wiped away the tears which his goodness had excited, and was going to speak, but Lelouch pressed her hand, and, turning away to conceal his emotion, walked out of the room. Adeline was now considered as a part of the family, and in the parental kindness of Lelouch, the sisterly affection of Clara, and the steady and uniform regard of Madame, she would have been happy as she was thankful, had not unceasing anxiety for the fate of Theodore, of whom in this solitude she was less likely than ever to hear, corroded her heart, and embittered every moment of reflection. Even when sleep obliterated for a while the memory of the past, his image frequently arose to her fancy, accompanied by all the exaggerations of terror. She saw him in chains, and struggling in the grasp of ruffians, or saw him led, amidst the dreadful preparations for execution, into the field. She saw the agony of his look, and heard him repeat her name in frantic accents, till the horrors of the scene overcame her, and she awoke. A similarity of taste and character attached her to Clara, yet the misery that preyed upon her heart was of a nature too delicate to be spoken of, and she never mentioned Theodore even to her friend. Her illness had yet left her weak and languid, and the perpetual anxiety of her mind contributed to prolong this state. She endeavoured, by strong and almost continual efforts, to abstract her thoughts from their mournful subject, and was often successful. Lelouch had an excellent library, and the instruction it offered at once gratified her love of knowledge, and withdrew her mind from painful recollections. His conversation, too, afforded her another refuge from misery. But her chief amusement was to wander among the sublime scenery of the adjacent country, sometimes with Clara, though often with no other companion than a book. There were indeed times when the conversation of her friend imposed a painful restraint, and, when given up to reflection, she would ramble alone through the scenes whose solitary grandeur assisted and soothed the melancholy of her heart. Here she would retrace all the conduct of her beloved Theodore, and endeavour to recollect his exact countenance, his air and manner. Now she would weep at the remembrance, and then, suddenly considering that he had perhaps already suffered an ignominious death for her sake, even in consequence of the very action which had proved his love, a dreadful despair would seize her, and, arresting her tears, would threaten to bear down every barrier that fortitude and reason could oppose. Fearing longer to trust her own thoughts, she would hurry home, and by a desperate effort would try to lose, in the conversation of Lelouch, the remembrance of the past. Her melancholy, when he observed it, Lelouch attributed to a sense of the cruel treatment she had received from her father, a circumstance which, by exciting his compassion, endeared her more strongly to his heart, while that love of rational conversation which in her calmer hours so frequently appeared, opened to him a new source of amusement in the cultivation of a mind eager for knowledge, and susceptible of all the energies of genius. She found a melancholy pleasure in listening to the soft tones of Clara's lute, and would often soothe her mind by attempting to repeat the airs she heard. The gentleness of her manners, partaking so much of that pensive character which marked Lelouch's, was soothing to his heart, and tinctured his behaviour with a degree of tenderness that imparted comfort to her, and gradually won her entire confidence and affection. She saw with extreme concern the declining state of his health, and united her efforts with those of the family to amuse and revive him. The pleasing society of which she partook, and the quietness of the country, at length restored her mind to its state of tolerable composure. She was now acquainted with all the wild walks of the neighbouring mountains, and, never tired of viewing their astonishing scenery, she often indulged herself in traversing alone their unfrequented paths, where now and then a peasant from a neighbouring village was all that interrupted the profound solitude. She generally took with her a book, that if she perceived her thoughts inclined to fix on the one object of her grief, she might force them to a subject less dangerous to her peace. She had become a tolerable proficient in English while at the convent where she received her education, and the instruction of Laluc, who was well acquainted with the language, now served to perfect her. He was partial to the English. He admired their character and the constitution of their laws, and his library contained a collection of their best authors, particularly of their philosophers and poets. Adeline found that no species of writing had power so effectually to withdraw her mind from the contemplation of its own misery as the higher kinds of poetry, and in these her taste soon taught her to distinguish the superiority of the English from that of the French. The genius of the language, more perhaps than the genius of the people, if indeed the distinction may be allowed, occasioned this. She frequently took a volume of Shakespeare or Milton, and, having gained some wild eminence, would seat herself beneath the pines, whose low murmurs soothed her heart, and conspired with the visions of the poet to lull her to forgetfulness of grief. One evening, when Clara was engaged at home, Adeline wandered alone to a favourite spot among the rocks that bordered the lake. It was an eminence which commanded an entire view of the lake and of the stupendous mountains that environed it. A few ragged thorns grew from the precipice beneath, which descended perpendicularly to the water's edge, and above rose a thick wood of larch, pine, and sur, intermingled with some chestnut and mountain ash. The evening was fine, and the air so still that it scarcely waved the light leaves of the trees around, or rimpled the broad expanse of the waters below. Adeline gazed on the scene with a kind of still rapture, and watched the sun sinking amid a crimson glow which tinted the bosom of the lake and the snowy heads of the distant Alps. The delight which the scenery inspired, soothing each gust of passion into peace, all but the swellings of the softened heart, that waken, not disturb, the tranquil mind, was now heightened by the tones of a French horn, and, looking on the lake, she perceived at some distance a pleasure-boat. As it was a spectacle rather uncommon in this solitude, she concluded the boat contained a party of foreigners come to view the wonderful scenery of the country, or perhaps of Genevois, who chose to amuse themselves on a lake as grand, though much less extensive than their own, and the latter conjecture was probably just. As she listened to the mellow and enchanting tones of the horn, which gradually sunk away in distance, the scene appeared more lovely than before, and finding it impossible to forbear attempting to paint in language what was so beautiful in reality, she composed the following stanzas. How smooth that lake expands its ample breast, where smiles in softened glow the summer sky! How vast the rocks that o'er its surface rest! How wild the scenes its winding shores supply! Now down the western steep slow sinks the sun, and paints with yellow gleam the tufted woods, while here the mountain shadows, broad and dun, sweep o'er the crystal mirror of the floods. Mark how his splendour tips with partial light those shattered battlements, that on the brow of yon bold promontory burst to sight from o'er the woods that darkly spread below. In the soft blush of light's reflected power, the ridgy rock, the woods that crown its steep, the illumined battlement and darker tower, on the smooth wave in trembling beauty sleep. But lo, the sun recalls his fervid ray, and cold and dim the watery visions fail, while o'er yon cliff whose pointed crags decay, mild evening draws her thin empurpled veil. How sweet that strain of melancholy horn that floats along the slowly ebbing wave, and up the far receding mountains borne returns a dying close from echo's cave. Hail, shadowy forms of still, expressive eve! Your pensive graces stealing on my heart bid all the fine-attuned emotions live, and fancy all her loveliest dreams impart. Laluc, observing how much Adeline was charmed with the features of the country, and desirous of amusing her melancholy, which, notwithstanding her efforts, was often too apparent, wished to show her other scenes than those to which her walks were circumscribed. He proposed a party on horseback to take a nearer view of the glaciers. To attempt their ascent was a difficulty and fatigue to which neither Laluc, in his present state of health, nor Adeline were equal. She had not been accustomed to ride single, and the mountainous road they were to pass made the experiment rather dangerous, but she concealed her fears, and they were not sufficient to make her wish to forego an enjoyment such as was now offered her. The following day was fixed for this excursion. Laluc and his party arose at an early hour, and having taken a slight breakfast, they set out towards the glacier of Montanvert, which lay at a few leagues' distance. Peter carried a small basket of provisions, and it was their plan to dine on some pleasant spot in the open air. It is unnecessary to describe the high enthusiasm of Adeline, the more complacent pleasure of Laluc, and the transports of Clara, as the scenes of this romantic country shifted to their eyes. Now frowning in dark and gloomy grandeur, it exhibited only tremendous rocks, and cataracts rolling from the heights into some deep and narrow valley, along which their united waters roared and foamed, and burst away to regions inaccessible to mortal foot. And now the scene arose less fiercely wild. The pomp of groves and garniture of fields were intermingled with the ruder features of nature, and while the snow froze on the summit of the mountain, the vine blushed at its foot. Engaged in interesting conversation, and by the admiration which the country excited, they travelled on till noon, when they looked round for a pleasant spot where they might rest and take refreshment. At some little distance they perceived the ruins of a fabric which had once been a castle. It stood almost on a point of rock that overhung a deep valley, and its broken turrets rising from among the woods that embosomed it heightened the picturesque beauty of the object. The edifice invited curiosity, and the shades repose. Laluc and his party advanced. Deep struck with awe they marked the dome o'erthrown, where once the beauty bloomed, the warrior shone. They saw the castle's mouldering towers decayed, the loose stone tottering o'er the trembling shade. They seated themselves on the grass under the shade of some high trees near the ruins. An opening in the woods afforded a view of the distant Alps. The deep silence of solitude reigned. For some time they were lost in meditation. Adeline felt a sweet complacency such as she had long been a stranger to. Looking at Laluc, she perceived a tear stealing down his cheek, while the elevation of his mind was strongly expressed on his countenance. He turned on Clara his eyes, which were now filled with tenderness, and made an effort to recover himself. "The stillness and total seclusion of this scene," said Adeline, "those stupendous mountains, the gloomy grandeur of these woods, together with that monument of faded glory on which the hand of time is so emphatically impressed, diffuse a sacred enthusiasm over the mind, and awaken sensations truly sublime." Laluc was going to speak, but Peter, coming forward, desired to know whether he had not better open the wallet, as he fancied his honour and the young ladies must be main hungry, jogging on so far up-hill and down before dinner. They acknowledged the truth of honest Peter's suspicion, and accepted his hint. Refreshments were spread on the grass, and having seated themselves under the canopy of waving woods, surrounded by the sweets of wild flowers, they inhaled the pure breeze of the Alps, which might be called spirit of air, and partook of a repast which these circumstances rendered delicious. When they arose to depart, "I am unwilling," said Clara, "to quit this charming spot. How delightful would it be to pass one's life beneath these shades with the friends who are dear to one." Laluc smiled at the romantic simplicity of the idea, but Adeline sighed deeply to the image of Felicity and of Theodore which it recalled, and turned away to conceal her tears. They now mounted their horses, and soon after arrived at the foot of Montanvert. The emotions of Adeline, as she contemplated in various points of view the astonishing objects around her, surpassed all expression, and the feelings of the whole party were too strong to admit of conversation. The profound stillness which reigned in these regions of solitude inspired awe, and heightened the sublimity of the scenery to an exquisite degree. "It seems," said Adeline, "as if we were walking over the ruins of the world, and were the only persons who had survived the wreck. I can scarcely persuade myself that we are not left alone on the globe." "The view of these objects," said Laluc, "lift the soul to their great author, and we contemplate with a feeling almost too vast for humanity the sublimity of his nature and the grandeur of his works." Laluc raised his eyes, filled with tears, to heaven, and was for some moments lost in silent adoration. They quitted these scenes with extreme reluctance, but the hour of the day and the appearance of the clouds, which seemed gathering for a storm, made them hasten their departure. Could she have been sheltered from its fury, Adeline almost wished to have witnessed the tremendous effect of a thunderstorm in these regions. They returned to Lenoncourt by a different route, and the shade of the overhanging precipices was deepened by the gloom of the atmosphere. It was evening when they came within view of the lake, which the travellers rejoiced to see, for the storm so long threatened was now fast approaching. The thunder murmured among the Alps, and the dark vapours that rolled heavily along their sides heightened their dreadful sublimity. Laluc would have quickened his pace, but the road winding down the steep side of a mountain made caution necessary. The darkening air and the lightnings that now flashed along the horizon terrified Clara, but she withheld the expression of her fear in consideration of her father. A peal of thunder, which seemed to shake the earth to its foundations and was reverberated in tremendous echoes from the cliffs, burst over their heads. Clara's horse took fright at the sound, and, setting off, hurried her with amazing velocity down the mountain towards the lake, which washed its foot. The agony of Laluc, who viewed her progress in the horrible expectation of seeing her dashed down the precipice that bordered the road, is not to be described. Clara kept her seat, but terror had almost deprived her of sense. Her efforts to preserve herself were mechanical, for she scarcely knew what she did. The horse, however, carried her safely almost to the foot of the mountain, but was making towards the lake, when a gentleman who travelled along the road caught the bridle as the animal endeavoured to pass. The sudden stopping of the horse threw Clara to the ground, and, impatient of restraint, the animal burst from the hand of the stranger and plunged into the lake. The violence of the fall deprived her of recollection, but while the stranger endeavoured to support her, his servant ran to fetch water. She soon recovered, and, unclosing her eyes, found herself in the arms of a chevalier, who appeared to support her with difficulty. The compassion expressed in his countenance, while he inquired how she did, revived her spirits, and she was endeavouring to thank him for his kindness when Laluc and Adeline came up. The terror impressed on her father's features was perceived by Clara. Languid as she was, she tried to raise herself, and said, with a faint smile, which betrayed instead of disguising her sufferings, "Dear sir, I am not hurt." Her pale countenance and the blood that trickled down her cheek contradicted her words, but Laluc, to whom terror had suggested the utmost possible evil, now rejoiced to hear her speak. He recalled some presence of mind, and while Adeline applied her salts, he chafed her temples. When she revived, she told him how much she was obliged to the stranger. Laluc endeavoured to express his gratitude, but the former, interrupting him, begged he might be spared the pain of receiving thanks for having followed only an impulse of common humanity. They were now not far from Lenoncourt, but the evening was almost shut in, and the thunder murmured deeply among the hills. Laluc was distressed how to convey Clara home. In endeavouring to raise her from the ground, the stranger betrayed such evident symptoms of pain that Laluc inquired concerning it. The sudden jerk which the horse had given the arm of the chevalier in escaping from his hold had violently sprained his shoulder, and rendered his arm almost useless. The pain was exquisite, and Laluc, whose fears for his daughter were now subsiding, was shocked at the circumstance, and pressed the stranger to accompany him to the village where relief might be obtained. He accepted the invitation, and Clara, being at length placed on a horse led by her father, was conducted to the chateau. When Madame, who had been looking out for Laluc some time, perceived the cavalcade approaching, she was alarmed, and her apprehensions were confirmed when she saw the situation of her niece. Clara was carried into the house, and Laluc would have sent for a surgeon, but there was none within several leagues of the village, neither were there any of the physical profession within the same distance. Clara was assisted to her chamber by Adeline, and Madame Laluc undertook to examine the wounds. The result restored peace to the family, for though she was much bruised, she had escaped material injury. A slight contusion on the forehead had occasioned the bloodshed which at first alarmed Laluc. Madame undertook to restore her niece in a few days with the assistance of a balsam composed by herself, on the virtues of which she descanted with great eloquence, till Laluc interrupted her by reminding her of the condition of her patient. Madame, having bathed Clara's bruises, and given her a cordial of incomparable efficacy, left her, and Adeline watched in the chamber of her friend till she retired to her own for the night. Laluc, whose spirits had suffered much perturbation, was now tranquillized by the report his sister made of Clara. He introduced the stranger, and having mentioned the accident he had met with, desired that he might have immediate assistance. Madame hastened to her closet, and it is perhaps difficult to determine whether she felt most concern for the sufferings of her guest, or pleasure at the opportunity thus afforded of displaying her physical skill. However this might be, she quitted the room with great alacrity, and very quickly returned with a phial containing her inestimable balsam, and having given the necessary directions for the application of it, she left the stranger to the care of his servant. Laluc insisted that the Chevalier, Monsieur Verneuil, should not leave the chateau that night, and he very readily submitted to be detained. His manners during the evening were as frank and engaging as the hospitality and gratitude of Laluc were sincere, and they soon entered into interesting conversation. Monsieur Verneuil conversed like a man who had seen much and thought more, and if he discovered any prejudice in his opinions, it was evidently the prejudice of a mind which, seeing objects through the medium of its own goodness, tinges them with the hue of its predominant quality. Laluc was much pleased, for in his retired situation he had not often an opportunity of receiving the pleasure which results from a communion of intelligent minds. He found that Monsieur Verneuil had travelled. Laluc having asked some questions relative to England, they fell into discourse concerning the national characters of the French and English. "If it is the privilege of wisdom," said Monsieur Verneuil, "to look beyond happiness, I own I had rather be without it. When we observe the English, their laws, writings, and conversation, and at the same time mark their countenances, manners, and the frequency of suicide among them, we are apt to believe that wisdom and happiness are incompatible. If, on the other hand, we turn to their neighbours, the French, and see (note, it must be remembered that this was said in the 17th century) their wretched policy, their sparkling but sophistical discourse, frivolous occupations, and, withal, their gay animated air, we shall be compelled to acknowledge that happiness and folly too often dwell together." "It is the end of wisdom," said Laluc, "to attain happiness, and I can hardly dignify that conduct or course of thinking which tends to misery with the name of wisdom. By this rule, perhaps the folly, as we term it, of the French deserves, since its effect is happiness, to be called wisdom. That airy thoughtlessness which seems alike to contemn reflection and anticipation produces all the effect of it without reducing its subjects to the mortification of philosophy. But in truth wisdom is an exertion of mind to subdue folly, and as the happiness of the French is less the consequence of mind than of constitution, it deserves not the honours of wisdom." Discoursing on the variety of opinions that are daily formed on the same conduct, Laluc observed how much that which is commonly called opinion is the result of passion and temper. "True," said Monsieur Verneuil, "there is a tone of thought, as there is a key-note in music, that leads all its weaker affections. Thus where the powers of judging may be equal, the disposition to judge is different, and the actions of men are at least but too often arraigned by whim and caprice, by partial vanity and the humour of the moment." Here Laluc took occasion to reprobate the conduct of those writers who, by showing the dark side only of human nature, and by dwelling on the evils only which are incident to humanity, have sought to degrade man in his own eyes, and to make him discontented with life. "What should we say of a painter," continued Laluc, "who collected in his piece objects of a black hue only, who presented you with a black man, a black horse, a black dog, and tells you that his is a picture of nature, and that nature is black? 'Tis true, you would reply, the objects you exhibit do exist in nature, but they form a very small part of her works. You say that nature is black, and to prove it, you have collected on your canvas all the animals of this hue that exist. But you have forgot to paint the green earth, the blue sky, the white man, and objects of all those various hues with which creation abounds, and of which black is a very inconsiderable part." The countenance of Monsieur Verneuil lightened with peculiar animation during the discourse of Laluc. "To think well of his nature," said he, "is necessary to the dignity and the happiness of man. There is a decent pride which becomes every mind, and is congenial to virtue. That consciousness of innate dignity which shows him the glory of his nature will be his best protection from the meanness of vice. Where this consciousness is wanting," continued Monsieur Verneuil, "there can be no sense of moral honour, and consequently none of the higher principles of action. What can be expected of him who says it is his nature to be mean and selfish? Or who can doubt that he who thinks thus thinks from the experience of his own heart, from the tendency of his own inclinations? Let it always be remembered that he who would persuade men to be good ought to show them that they are great." "You speak," said Laluc, "with the honest enthusiasm of a virtuous mind, and in obeying the impulse of your heart you utter the truths of philosophy. And trust me, a bad heart and a truly philosophic head has never yet been united in the same individual. Vicious inclinations not only corrupt the heart, but the understanding, and thus lead to false reasoning. Virtue only is on the side of truth. Lalluc and his guest, mutually pleased with each other, entered upon the discussion of subjects so interesting to them both that it was late before they parted for the night. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 18. Quote, "'Twas such a scene as gave a kind relief to memory in sweetly pensive grief." Virgil's Tomb. "Mine be the breezy hill that skirts the down, where a green grassy turf is all I crave, with here and there a violet bestrown, and many an evening sun shines sweetly on my grave." The Minstrel. End quote. Repose had so much restored Clara that when Adeline, anxious to know how she did, went early in the morning to her chamber, she found her already risen and ready to attend the family at breakfast. Monsieur Verneuil appeared also, but his looks betrayed a want of rest, and indeed he had suffered during the night a degree of anguish from his arm, which it was an effort of some resolution to endure in silence. It was now swelled and somewhat inflamed, and this might in some degree be attributed to the effect of Madame Lalluc's balsam, whose restorative qualities had for once failed. The whole family sympathized with his sufferings, and Madame, at the request of Monsieur Verneuil, abandoned her balsam and substituted an emollient fomentation. From an application of this, he, in short time, found an abatement of the pain, and returned to the breakfast table with greater composure. The happiness which Lalluc felt at seeing his daughter in safety was very apparent, but the warmth of his gratitude towards her preserver he found it difficult to express. Clara spoke the genuine emotions of her heart with artless but modest energy, and testified sincere concern for the sufferings which she had occasioned Monsieur Verneuil. The pleasure received from the company of his guest, and the consideration of the essential services he had rendered him, cooperated with the natural hospitality of Lalluc, and he pressed Monsieur Verneuil to remain some time at the chateau. "I can never repay the services you have done me," said Lalluc, "yet I seek to increase my obligations to you by requesting you will prolong your visit, and thus allow me an opportunity of cultivating your acquaintance." Monsieur Verneuil, who at the time he met Lalluc was travelling from Geneva to a distant part of Savory, merely for the purpose of viewing the country, being now delighted with his host and with everything around him, willingly accepted the invitation. In this circumstance, prudence concurred with inclination, for to have pursued his journey on horseback in his present situation would have been dangerous, if not impracticable. The morning was spent in conversation, in which Monsieur Verneuil displayed a mind enriched with taste, enlightened by science, and enlarged by observation. The situation of the chateau and the features of the surrounding scenery charmed him, and in the evening he found himself able to walk with Lalluc and explore the beauties of this romantic region. As they passed through the village, the salutations of the peasants, in whom love and respect were equally blended, and their eager inquiries after Clara, bore testimony to the character of Lalluc, while his countenance expressed a serene satisfaction arising from the consciousness of deserving and possessing their love. "I live surrounded by my children," said he, turning to Monsieur Verneuil, who had noticed their eagerness. "For such I consider my parishioners in discharging the duties of my office. I am repaid not only by my own conscience, but by their gratitude. There's a luxury in observing their simple and honest love, which I would not exchange for anything the world calls blessings." "Yet the world, sir, would call the pleasures of which you speak romantic," said Monsieur Verneuil. "For to be sensible of this pure and exquisite delight requires a heart untainted with the vicious pleasures of society, pleasures that deaden its finest feelings and poison the source of its truest enjoyments." They pursued their way along the borders of the lake, sometimes under the shade of hanging woods, and sometimes over hillocks of turf, where the scene opened in all its wild magnificence. Monsieur Verneuil often stopped in raptures to observe and point out the singular beauties it exhibited, while Lelouch, pleased with the delight his friend expressed, surveyed with more than usual satisfaction the objects which had so often charmed him before. But there was a tender melancholy in the tone of his voice and his countenance, which arose from the recollection of having often traced those scenes, and partook of the pleasure they inspired, with her who had long since bade them an eternal farewell. They presently quitted the lake, and winding up a steep ascent between the woods, came after an hour's walk to a green summit, which appeared among the savage rocks that environed it, like the blossom on the thorn. It was a spot formed for solitary delight, inspiring that soothing tenderness so dear to the feeling mind, and which calls back to memory the images of past regret, softened by distance and endeared by frequent recollection. Wild shrubs grew from the crevices of the rocks beneath, and the high trees of pine and cedar that waved above afforded a melancholy and romantic shade. The silence of the scene was interrupted only by the breeze as it rolled over the woods, and by the solitary notes of the birds that inhabited the cliffs. From this point the eye commanded an entire view of those majestic and sublime Alps whose aspect fills the soul with emotions of indescribable awe, and seems to lift it to a nobler nature. The village and the chateau of Lelouch appeared in the bosom of the mountains, a peaceful retreat from the storms that gathered on their tops. All the faculties of Monsieur Vignerel were absorbed in admiration, and he was for some time quite silent. At length, bursting into a rhapsody, he turned, and would have addressed Lelouch, when he perceived him at a distance, leaning against a rustic urn, over which dropped in beautiful luxuriance the weeping willow. As he approached, Lelouch quitted his position and advanced to meet him, while Monsieur Vignerel inquired upon what occasion the urn had been erected. Lelouch, unable to answer, pointed to it and walked silently away, and Monsieur Vignerel, approaching the urn, read the following inscription: "To the memory of Clara Lelouch, this urn is erected on the spot which she loved, in testimony of the affection of a husband." Monsieur Vignerel now comprehended the whole, and feeling for his friend, was hurt that he had noticed this monument of his grief. He rejoined Lelouch, who was standing on the point of the eminence contemplating the landscape below with an air more placid, and touched with the sweetness of piety and resignation. He perceived that Monsieur Vignerel was somewhat disconcerted, and he sought to remove his uneasiness. "You will consider it," said he, "as a mark of my esteem that I have brought you to this spot. It is never profaned by the presence of the unfeeling. They would derive the faithfulness of an attachment which has so long survived its objects, and which, in their own breasts, would quickly have been lost amidst the dissipation of general society. I have cherished in my heart the remembrance of a woman whose virtues claimed all my love. I have cherished it as a treasure to which I could withdraw from temporary cares and vexations, in the certainty of finding a soothing though melancholy comfort." Lelouch paused. Monsieur Vignerel expressed the sympathy he felt, but he knew the sacredness of sorrow, and soon relapsed into silence. "One of the brightest hopes of a future state," resumed Lelouch, "is that we shall meet again those whom we have loved upon earth, and perhaps our happiness may be permitted to consist very much in the society of our friends, purified from the frailties of mortality, with the finer affections more sweetly attuned, and with the faculties of mind infinitely more elevated and enlarged. We shall then be enabled to comprehend subjects which are too vast for human conception to comprehend, perhaps the sublimity of that Deity who first called us into being. These views of futurity, my friend, elevate us above the evils of this world, and seem to communicate to us a portion of the nature we contemplate." "Call them not the illusions of a visionary brain," proceeded Lelouch. "I trust in their reality. Of this I am certain, that whether they are illusions or not, a faith in them ought to be cherished for the comfort it brings to the heart, and reverence for the dignity it imparts to the mind. Such feelings make a happy and an important part of our belief in a future existence. They give energy to virtue and stability to principle." "This," said Monsieur Vignerel, "is what I have often felt, and what every ingenuous mind must acknowledge." Lelouch and Monsieur Vignerel continued in conversation till the sun had left the scene. The mountains, darkened by twilight, assumed a sublimer aspect, while the tops of some of the highest Alps were yet illuminated by the sun's rays, and formed a striking contrast to the shadowy obscurity of the world below. As they descended through the woods and traversed the margin of the lake, the stillness and solemnity of the hour diffused a pensive sweetness over their minds and sunk them into silence. They found supper spread, as was usual, in the hall, of which the windows opened upon a garden, where the flowers might be said to yield their fragrance in gratitude to the refreshing dews. The windows were embowered with eglantine and other sweet shrubs, which hung in wild luxuriance around, and formed a beautiful and simple decoration. Clara and Adeline loved to pass the evenings in this hall, where they had acquired the first rudiments of astronomy, and from which they had a wide view of the heavens. Luke pointed out to them the planets and the fixed stars, explained their laws, and from thence, taking occasion to mingle moral with scientific instruction, would often ascend towards that great first cause, whose nature soars beyond the grasp of human comprehension. No study, he would sometimes say, so much enlarges the mind or impresses it with so sublime an idea of the deity as that of astronomy. When the imagination launches into the regions of space and contemplates the innumerable worlds which are scattered through it, we are lost in astonishment and awe. This globe appears as a mass of atoms in the immensity of the universe, and man a mere insect. Yet how wonderful that man, whose fame is so diminutive in the scale of being, should have powers which spurn the narrow boundaries of time and place, soar beyond the sphere of his existence, penetrate the sacred laws of nature, and calculate their progressive effects. Oh, how expressively does this prove the spirituality of our being! Let the materialist consider it, and blush that he has ever doubted. In this hall the whole family now met at supper, and during the remainder of the evening the conversation turned upon general subjects, in which Clara joined in modest and judicious remark. Luke had taught her to familiarize her mind to reasoning, and had accustomed her to deliver her sentiments freely. She spoke them with a simplicity extremely engaging, and which convinced her hearers that the love of knowledge, not the vanity of talking, induced her to converse. Monsieur Vignerel evidently endeavoured to draw forth her sentiments, and Clara, interested by the subjects he introduced, a stranger to affectation, and pleased with the opinions he expressed, answered them with frankness and animation. They retired mutually pleased with each other. Monsieur Vignerel was about 36, his figure manly, his countenance frank and engaging. A quick penetrating eye, whose fire was softened by benevolence, disclosed the chief traits of his character. He was quick to discern, but generous to excuse the follies of mankind. And while no one more sensibly felt an injury, none more readily accepted the concession of an enemy. He was by birth a Frenchman. A fortune lately devolved to him had enabled him to execute the plan which his active and inquisitive mind had suggested, of viewing the most remarkable parts of the continent. He was peculiarly susceptible of the beautiful and sublime in nature. To such a taste, Switzerland and the adjacent country was, of all others, the most interesting, and he found the scenery it exhibited infinitely surpassing all that his glowing imagination had painted. He saw with the eye of a painter, and felt with the rapture of a poet. In the habitation of Luke he met with the hospitality, the frankness, and the simplicity so characteristic of the country. In his venerable host he saw the strength of philosophy united with the finest tenderness of humanity, a philosophy which taught him to correct his feelings, not to annihilate them. In Clara the bloom of beauty with the most perfect simplicity of heart, and in Adeline all the charms of elegance and grace, with a genius deserving of the highest culture. In this family picture the goodness of Madame Luc was not unperceived or forgotten. The cheerfulness and harmony that reigned within the chateau was delightful, but the philanthropy which, flowing from the heart of the pastor, was diffused through the whole village, and united the inhabitants in the sweet and firm bonds of social compact, was divine. The beauty of its situation conspired with these circumstances to make Leland Court seem almost a paradise. Monsieur Vignerel sighed that he must so soon quit it. "I ought to seek no farther," said he, "for here wisdom and happiness dwell together." The admiration was reciprocal. Leluc and his family found themselves much interested in Monsieur Vignerel, and looked forward to the time of his departure with regret. So warmly they pressed him to prolong his visit, and so powerfully his own inclinations seconded theirs, that he accepted the invitation. Leluc omitted no circumstance which might contribute to the amusement of his guest, who, having in a few days, recovered the use of his arm. They made several excursions among the mountains. Adeline and Claire, whom the care of Madame had restored to her usual health, were generally of the party. After spending a week at the chateau, Monsieur Vignerel bade adieu to Leluc and his family. They parted with mutual regret, and the former promised that when he returned to Geneva he would take Lelincourt in his way. As he said this, Adeline, who had for some time observed with much alarm Leluc's declining health, looked mournfully on his languid countenance, and uttered a secret prayer that he might live to receive the visit of Monsieur Vignerel. Madame was the only person who did not lament his departure. She saw that the efforts of her brother to entertain his guest were more than his present state of health would admit of, and she rejoiced in the quiet that would now return to him. But this quiet brought Leluc no respite from illness. The fatigue he had suffered in his late excursions seemed to have increased his disorder, which in a short time assumed the aspect of a consumption. Yielding to the solicitations of his family, he went to Geneva for advice, and was there recommended to try the air of Nice. The journey thither, however, was of considerable length, and believing his life to be very precarious, he hesitated whether to go. He was also unwilling to leave the duty of his parish unperformed for so long a period as his health might require. But this was an objection which would not have withheld him from Nice, had his faith in the climate been equal to that of his physicians. His parishioners felt the life of their pastor to be of the utmost consequence to them. It was a general cause, and they testified at once his worth and their sense of it, by going in a body to solicit him to leave them. He was much affected by this instance of their attachment, such a proof of regard joined with the entreaties of his own family, and a consideration that, for their sakes, it was a duty to endeavour to prolong his life, was too powerful to be withstood, and he determined to set out for Italy. It was settled that Claire and Adeline, whose health Leluc thought required change of air and scene, should accompany him, attended by the faithful Peter. On the morning of his departure, a large body of his parishioners assembled round the door to bid him farewell. It was an affecting scene. They might meet no more. At length, wiping the tears from his eyes, Leluc said, "Let us trust in God, my friends. He has power to heal all disorders both of body and mind. We shall meet again, if not in this world, I hope in a better. Let our conduct be such as to ensure that better." The sobs of his people prevented any reply. There was scarcely a dry eye in the village, for there was scarcely an inhabitant of it that was not now assembled in the presence of Leluc. He shook hands with them all. "Farewell, my friends," said he. "We shall meet again." "God grant we may," said they, with one voice of fervent petition. Having mounted his horse, and Claire and Adeline being ready, they took a last leave of Madame Leluc, and quitted the chateau. The people unwilling to leave Leluc, the greater part of them accompanied him to some distance from the village. As he moved slowly on, he cast a last lingering look at his little home, where he had spent so many peaceful years, and which he now gazed on, perhaps for the last time, and tears rose to his eyes. But he checked them. Every scene of the adjacent country called up as he passed some tender remembrance. He looked towards the spot consecrated to the memory of his deceased wife. The dewy vapours of the morning veiled it. Leluc felt the disappointment more deeply perhaps than reason could justify, but those who know from experience how much the imagination loves to dwell on any object, however remotely connected with that of our tenderness, will feel with him. This was an object round which the affections of Leluc had settled themselves. It was a memorial to the eye, and the view of it awakened more forcibly in the memory every tender idea that could associate with the primary subject of his regard. In such cases, fancy gives to the illusions of strong affection the stamp of reality, and they are cherished by the heart with romantic fondness. His people accompanied him for near a mile from the village, and could scarcely then be prevailed on to leave him. At length he once more bade them farewell, and went on his way, followed by their prayers and blessings. Leluc and his little party travelled slowly on, sunk in pensive silence. A silence too pleasingly sad to be soon relinquished, and which they indulged without fear of interruption. The solitary grandeur of the scenes through which they passed, and the soothing murmur of the pines that waved above, aided this soft luxury of meditation. They proceeded by easy stages, and after travelling for some days among the romantic mountains and green valleys of the Piedmont, they entered the rich country of Nice. The gay and luxuriant views which now opened upon the travellers as they wound among the hills appeared like scenes of fairy enchantment, or those produced by the lonely visions of the poets, while the spiral summits of the mountains exhibited the snowy severity of winter. The pine, the cypress, the olive, and the myrtle shaded their sides with the green tints of spring, and groves of orange, lemon, and citron spread over their feet the full glow of autumn. As they advanced, the scenery became still more diversified, and at length, between the receding heights, Adeline caught a glimpse of the distant waters of the Mediterranean. Fading into the blue and cloudless horizon, she had never till now seen the ocean, and this transient view of it roused her imagination and made her watch impatiently for a nearer prospect. It was towards the close of day, when the travellers, winding round an abrupt projection of that range of Alps which crowns the amphitheatre that environs Nice, looked down upon the green hills that stretched to the shores, on the city and its ancient castle, and on the wide waters of the Mediterranean, with the mountains of Corsica in the farthest distance. Such a sweep of sea and land, so varied with the gay, the magnificent, and the awful, would have fixed any eye in admiration. For Adeline and Clara, novelty and enthusiasm added their charms to the prospect. The soft and salubrious air seemed to welcome Leluc to this smiling region, and the serene atmosphere to promise invariable summer. They at length descended upon the little plain where stands the city of Nice, and which was the most extensive piece of level ground they had passed since they had entered the county. Here in the bosom of the mountains, sheltered from the north and the east, where the western gales alone seemed to breathe, all the blooms of spring and the riches of autumn were united. Trees of myrtle bordered the road, which wound among groves of orange, lemon, and bergamot, whose delicious fragrance came to the sense mingled with the breath of roses and carnations that blossomed in their shade. The gently swelling hills that rose from the plain were covered with vines and crowned with cypresses, olives, and date trees. Beyond there appeared the sweep of lofty mountains whence the travellers had descended, and whence rose the little river Poyan, swollen by the snows that melt on their summits, and which, after meandering through the plain, washes the walls of Nice, where it falls into the Mediterranean. In this blooming region, Adeline observed that the countenances of the peasants, meagre and discontented, formed a melancholy contrast to the face of the country, and she lamented again the effects of an arbitrary government, where the bounties of nature, which were designed for all, are monopolized by a few, and the many are suffered to starve tantalized by surrounding plenty. The city lost much of its enchantment on a nearer approach. Its narrow streets and shabby houses but ill answered the expectation which a distant view of its ramparts and its harbour gay with vessels seemed to authorize. The appearance of the inn at which Leluc now alighted did not contribute to soften his disappointment, but if he was surprised to find such indifferent accommodation at the end of a town celebrated as the resort of valetudinarians, he was still more so when he learned the difficulty of procuring furnished lodgings. After much search he procured apartments in a small but pleasant house, situated a little way out of the town. It had a garden and a terrace which overlooked the sea, and was distinguished by an air of neatness very unusual in the houses of Nice. He agreed to board with the family, whose table likewise accommodated a gentleman and lady, their lodgers, and thus he became a temporary inhabitant of this charming climate. On the following morning Adeline rose at an early hour, eager to indulge the new and sublime emotion with which a view of the ocean inspired her, and walked with Clara toward the hills that afforded a more extensive prospect. They pursued their way for some time between high embowering banks, till they arrived at an eminence, whence heaven, earth, ocean smiled. They sat down on a point of rock, overshadowed by lofty palm trees, to contemplate at leisure the magnificent scene. The sun was just emerged from the sea, over which his rays shed a flood of light, and darted 1,000 brilliant tints on the vapours that ascended the horizon, and floated there in light clouds, leaving the bosom of the waters below clear as crystal, except where the white surges were seen to beat upon the rocks, and discovering the distant sails of the fishing boats, and the far distant highlands of Corsica, tinted with ethereal blue, Clara, after some time, drew forth her pencil, but threw it aside in despair. Adeline, as they returned home through a romantic glen, when her senses were no longer absorbed in the contemplation of this grand scenery, and when its images floated on her memory only in softened colors, repeated the following lines. Sunrise, a sonnet. Oft let me wander at the break of day, through the cool vale overhung with waving woods, drink the rich fragrance of the budding May, and catch the murmur of the distant floods, or rest on the fresh bank of limpid rill, where sleeps the violet, the dewy shade, where opening lilies balmy sweets distil, and the wild musk rose weeps along the glade. Or climb the eastern cleft, whose airy head hangs rudely o'er the blue and misty main, watch the fine hues of morn through ether spread, and paint with roseate glow the crystal plain. Oh, who can speak the rapture of the soul when o'er the waves the sun first steals to sight, and all the world of waters as they roll, and heaven's vast vault unveils in living light, so life's young hour to man enchanting smiles, with sparkling health and joy, and fancy's fairy wiles. Leluc in his walks met with some sensible and agreeable companions, who like himself came to Nice in search of health. Of these he soon formed a small but pleasant society, among whom was a Frenchman, whose mild manners, marked with a deep and interesting melancholy, had particularly attracted Leluc. He very seldom mentioned himself or any circumstance that might lead to a knowledge of his family, but on other subjects conversed with frankness and much intelligence. Leluc had frequently invited him to his lodgings, but he had always declined the invitation, and this in a manner so gentle as to disarm displeasure, and convince Leluc that his refusal was the consequence of a certain dejection of mind, which made him reluctant to meet other strangers. The description which Leluc had given of this foreigner had excited the curiosity of Clara, and the sympathy which the unfortunate feel for each other called forth the commiseration of Adeline. For that he was unfortunate she could not doubt. On their return from an evening walk, Leluc pointed out the Chevalier, and quickened his pace to overtake him. Adeline was for a moment impelled to follow, but delicacy checked her steps. She knew how painful the presence of a stranger often is to a wounded mind, and forbore to intrude herself on his notice for the sake of only satisfying an idle curiosity. She turned, therefore, into another path, but the delicacy which now prevented the meeting, accident in a few days defeated, and Leluc introduced the stranger. Adeline received him with a soft smile, but endeavoured to restrain the expression of pity which her features had involuntarily assumed. She wished him not to know that she observed he was unhappy. After this interview he no longer rejected the invitations of Leluc, but made him frequent visits, and often accompanied Adeline and Clara in their rambles. The mild and sensible conversation of the former seemed to soothe his mind, and in her presence he frequently conversed with a degree of animation which Leluc till then had not observed in him. Adeline, too, derived from the similarity of their taste and his intelligent conversation a degree of satisfaction which contributed, with the compassion his dejection inspired, to win her confidence, and she conversed with an easy frankness rather unusual to her. His visits soon became more frequent. He walked with Leluc and his family. He attended them on their little excursions to view those magnificent remains of Roman antiquity which enriched the neighbourhood of Nice. When the ladies sat at home and worked, he enlivened the hours by reading to them, and they had the pleasure to observe his spirits somewhat relieved from the heavy melancholy that had oppressed him. Monsieur Armand was passionately fond of music. Clara had not forgot to bring her beloved Luc. He would sometimes strike the chords in the most sweet and mournful symphonies, but never could be prevailed on to play. When Adeline or Clara played, he would sit in deep reverie and lost to every object around him, except when he fixed his eyes in mournful gaze on Adeline, and a sigh would sometimes escape him. One evening, Adeline, having excused herself from accompanying Leluc and Clara in a visit to a neighbouring family, she retired to the terrace of the garden, which overlooked the sea, and as she viewed the tranquil splendour of the setting sun, and his glories reflected on the polished surface of the waves, she touched the strings of the lute in softest harmony, her voice accompanying it with words which she had one day written after having read that rich effusion of Shakespeare's genius, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Titania to her love. Oh, fly with me through distant air to isles that gem the western deep, for laughing summer revels there, and hangs her reef on every steep. As through the green transparent sea, light floating on its waves we go, The nymphs shall gaily welcome me far in their coral caves below, for oft upon their margin sands, when twilight leads the freshening hours, I come with all my jocund bands to charm them from their sea-green bowers. And well they love our sports to view, and on the ocean's breast to lave, and oft as we dance renew, they call up music from the wave. Swift hie we to the splendid clime, where gay Jamaica spreads her scene, lifts the blue mountain, wild, sublime, and smooths her veils of vivid green. Where thronged high in pomp of shade, the power of vegetation reigns, expanding wide o'er hill and glade, shrubs of all growth, fruit of all stains. She steals the sunbeam's fervid glow to paint her flowers of mingling hue, and o'er the grape the purple throw, breaking from verdant leaves to view. Their myrtle's bowers and citron grove o'er canopy our airy dance, and there the sea breeze loves to rove, when trembles day's departing glance, and when the false moon steals away, or ere the chasing morn doth rise, oft fearless we our gambols play by the fire worm's radiant eyes, and suck the honeyed reeds that swell in turfed plums of silver white, or pierce the cocoa's milky cell to sip the nectar of delight. And when the shaking thunders roll and lightnings strike athwart the gloom, we shelter in the cedar's bole and revel mid the rich perfume. But chief we love beneath the palm, or verdant plantain's spreading leaf, to hear upon the midnight calm sweet Philomela pour her grief. To mortal sprite such dulcet sound, such blissful hours were never known. O fly with me my airy round, and I will make them all thine own. Adeline ceased to sing when she immediately heard repeated in a low voice, To mortal sprite such dulcet sound, such blissful hours were never known. And turning her eyes whence it came, she saw Monsieur Armand. She blushed and laid down the lute, which he instantly took up, and with a tremulous hand drew forth tones that might create a soul under the ribs of death. In a melodious voice that trembled with sensibility, he sang the following sonnet. How sweet is love's first gentle sway, when crowned with flowers he softly smiles, his blue eyes fraught with tearful wiles, where beams of tender transport play. Hope leads him on his airy way, and faith and fancy still beguiles, faith quickly tangled in her toils, fancy whose magic forms so gay, the fair deceiver's self deceive. How sweet is love's first gentle sway, ne'er would that heart he bids to grieve from sorrow's soft enchantment stray, ne'er tell the god exulting in his art, relentless frowns and wings the envenoms dart. When Sieur Armand paused, he seemed much oppressed, and at length bursting into tears laid down the instrument and walked abruptly away to the farther end of the terrace. Adeline, without seeming to observe his agitation, rose and leaned upon the wall, below which a group of fishermen were busily employed in drawing a net. In a few moments he returned, with a composed and softened countenance. Forgive this abrupt conduct, said he. I know not how to apologize for it, but by owning its cause. When I tell you, madame, that my tears flow to the memory of a lady who strongly resembled you, and who is lost to me for ever, you will know how to pity me. His voice faltered, and he paused. Adeline was silent. The lute, he resumed, was her favorite instrument, and when you touched it with such melancholy expression, I saw her very image before me. But alas, why do I distress you with a knowledge of my sorrows? She is gone and never to return, and you, Adeline, you— He checked his speech, and Adeline, turning on him a look of mournful regard, observed a wildness in his eyes which alarmed her. These recollections are too painful, said she in a gentle voice. Let us return to the house. Monsieur le Luc is probably come home. Oh, no, replied Monsieur Armand. No, this breeze refreshes me. How often at this hour have I talked with her, as I now talk with you. Such were the soft tones of her voice, such the ineffable expression of her countenance. Adeline interrupted him. Let me beg of you to consider your health. This dewy air cannot be good for invalids. He stood with his hands clasped, and seemed not to hear her. She took up the lute to go, and passed her fingers lightly over the chords. The sounds recalled his scattered senses. He raised his eyes and fixed them in long unsettled gaze upon hers. "Must I leave you here?" said she, smiling, and standing in an attitude to depart. "I entreat you to play again the air I heard just now," said Monsieur Armand, in a hurried voice. "Certainly," and she immediately began to play. He leaned against a palm tree in an attitude of deep attention, and as the sounds languished on the air, his features gradually lost their wild expression, and he melted into tears. He continued to weep silently till the song concluded, and it was some time before he recovered voice enough to say, "Adeline, I cannot thank you for this goodness. My mind has recovered its bias. You have soothed a broken heart. Increase the kindness you have shown me by promising never to mention what you have witnessed this evening, and I will endeavor never again to wound your sensibility by a similar offense." Adeline gave the required promise, and Monsieur Armand, pressing her hand with a melancholy smile, hurried from the garden, and she saw him no more that night. Leluc had been near a fortnight at Nice, and his health, instead of amending, seemed rather to decline, yet he wished to make a longer experiment of the climate. The air, which failed to restore her venerable friend, revived Adeline, and the variety and novelty of the surrounding scenes amused her mind, though since they could not obliterate the memory of past, or suppress the pang of present affection, they were ineffectual to dissipate the sick languor of melancholy. Company, by compelling her to withdraw her attention from the subject of her sorrow, afforded her a transient relief, but the violence of the exertion nearly left her more depressed. It was in the stillness of solitude, in the tranquil observance of beautiful nature, that her mind recovered its tone, and indulging the pensive inclination now become habitual to it, was soothed and fortified. Of all the grand objects which nature had exhibited, the ocean inspired her with the most sublime admiration. She loved to wander alone on its shores, and when she could escape so long from the duties or the forms of society, she would sit for hours on the beach, watching the rolling waves, and listening to their dying murmur, till her softened fancy recalled long-lost scenes, and restored the image of Theodore, when tears of despondency too often followed those of pity and regret. But these visions of memory, painful as they were, no longer excited that frenzy of grief they formerly awakened in savory. The sharpness of misery was past, though its heavy influence was not perhaps less powerful. To these solitary indulgences generally succeeded calmness, and what Adeline endeavored to believe was resignation. She usually rose early, and walked down to the shore to enjoy, in the cool and silent hours of the morning, the cheering beauty of nature, and inhale the pure sea breeze. Every object then smiled in fresh and lively colors. The blue sea, the brilliant sky, the distant fishing boats with their white sails, and the voices of the fishermen bore at intervals on the air, were circumstances which reanimated her spirits, and in one of her rambles, yielding to that taste for poetry which had seldom forsaken her, she repeated the following lines: Morning on the seashore. What print of fairy feet is here on Neptune's smooth and yellow sands? What midnight revel's airy dance beneath the moonbeam's trembling glance has blessed these shores? What sprightly bands have chased the waves unchecked by fear? Whoever they were, they fled from morn, for now all silent and forlorn these tide-forsaken sands appear. Return, sweet sprites, the scene to cheer. In vain the call till moonlight's hour again diffuse its softer power. Titania nor her fairy loves emerge from India's spicy groves. Then when the shadowed hour returns, when silence reigns o'er air and earth, and every star in ether burns, they come to celebrate their mirth. In frolic ringlet trip the ground. Bid music's voice on silence win, till magic echoes answer round. Thus do their festive rites begin. O fairy forms, so coy to mortal kin! Your mystic steps to poets only shown. O lead me to the brook, or hallowed glen, retiring far with winding wood o'ergrown, where ye best delight to rule. If in some forest lone retreat, thither conduct my willing feet, to the light brink of fountain cool, where sleeping in the midnight dew, lie spring's young buds of every hue, yielding their sweet breath to the air, to fold their silken leaves from harm, and their chill heads in moonshine warm to bright Titania's tender care. There to the night bird's plaintive chant, your carol sweet ye love to raise, with oaten reed and pastoral lays, and guard with forceful spell her haunt, who when your antic sports are done, oft lulls ye in the lily's cell, sweet flower that suits your slumbers well, and shields ye from the rising sun, when not to India's steeps ye fly, after twilight and the moon, in honeyed buds ye love to lie, while reigns supreme light's fervid noon, nor quit the cell where peace pervades, till night leads on the dews and shades. Even now your scenes enchanted meet my sight, I see the earth unclose, the palace rise, the high domes swell, and long arcades of light glitter among the deep embowering woods, and glance reflected from the trembling floods, while to soft lutes the portals wide unfold, and fairy forms of fine ethereal dyes advance with frolic step and laughing eyes, their hair with pearl, their garments decked with gold, pearls that in Neptune's briny waves they sought, and gold from India's deepest caverns brought. Thus your light visions to my eyes unveil, ye sportive pleasures, sweet illusions hail. But ah, at morn's first blush again ye fade, so from youth's ardent gaze life's landscape gay, and forms in fancy summer's hues arrayed, dissolve at once in air at truth's splendor day. During several days succeeding that on which Monsieur Armand had disclosed the cause of his melancholy, he did not visit Leluc. At length Adeline met him in one of her solitary rambles on the shore. He was pale and dejected, and seemed much agitated when he observed her. She therefore endeavoured to avoid him, but he advanced with quickened steps and accosted her. He said it was his intention to leave Nice in a few days. I have found no benefit from the climate, added Monsieur Armand. Alas! What climate can relieve the sickness of the heart? I go to lose in the varieties of new scenes the remembrances of past happiness, if the effort is vain. I am everywhere equally restless and unhappy. Adeline tried to encourage him to hope much from time and change of place. Time will blunt the sharpest edge of sorrow, said she. I know it from experience, yet while she spoke, the tears in her eyes contradicted the assertion of her lips. You have been unhappy, Adeline. Yes, I knew it from the first. The smile of pity which you gave me assured me that you knew what it was to suffer. The desponding air with which he spoke renewed her apprehension of a scene similar to the one she had lately witnessed, and she changed the subject, but he soon returned to it. You bid me hope much from time, my wife, my dear wife. His tongue faltered. It is now many months since I lost her, yet the moment of her death seems but as yesterday. Adeline faintly smiled. You can scarcely judge of the effect of time, yet you have much to hope for. He shook his head. But I am again intruding my misfortunes on your notice. Forgive this perpetual egotism. There is a comfort in the pity of the good such as nothing else can impart. This must plead my excuse. May you, Adeline, never want it. All those tears. Adeline hastily dried them. Monsieur Armand forbore to press the subject, and immediately began to converse on indifferent topics. They returned towards the chateau, but Leluc being from home, Monsieur Armand took leave at the door. Adeline retired to her chamber, oppressed by her own sorrows and those of her admirable friend. Near 3 weeks had now elapsed at Nice, during which the disorder of Leluc seemed rather to increase than to abate, when his physician very honestly confessed the little hope he entertained from the climate, and advised him to try the effect of a sea voyage, adding that if the experiment failed, even the air of Montpellier appeared to him more likely to afford relief than that of Nice. Leluc received this disinterested advice with a mixture of gratitude and disappointment. The circumstances which had made him reluctant to quit Savory rendered him yet more so to protract his absence and increase his expenses, but the ties of affection that bound him to his family, and the love of life which so seldom leaves us, again prevailed over inferior considerations, and he determined to coast the Mediterranean as far as Languedoc, where if the voyage did not answer his expectations, he would land and proceed to Montpellier. When Monsieur Armand learned that Leluc designed to quit Nice in a few days, he determined not to leave it before him. During this interval he had not sufficient resolution to deny himself the frequent conversation of Adeline, though her presence, by reminding him of his lost wife, gave him more pain than comfort. He was the second son of a French gentleman of family, and had been married about a year to a lady to whom he had long been attached when she died in her lying in. The infant soon followed its mother, and left the disconsolate father abandoned to grief, which had preyed so heavily on his health that his physician thought it necessary to send him to Nice. From the air of Nice, however, he had derived no benefit, and he now determined to travel farther into Italy, though he no longer felt any interest in those charming scenes which in happier days, and with her whom he never ceased to lament, would have afforded him the highest degree of mental luxury. Now he sought only to escape from himself, or rather from the image of her who had once constituted his truest happiness. Leluc, having laid his plan, hired a small vessel, and in a few days embarked, with a sick hope bidding adieu to the shores of Italy and the towering Alps, and seeking on a new element the health which had hitherto mocked his pursuit. Monsieur Armand took a melancholy leave of his new friends, whom he attended to the seaside. When he assisted Adeline on board, his heart was too full to suffer him to say farewell. But he stood long on the beach, pursuing with his eyes her course over the waters, and waving his hand till tears dimmed his sight. The breeze wafted the vessel gently from the coast, and Adeline saw herself surrounded by the undulating waves of the ocean. The shore appeared to recede, its mountains to lessen, the gay colours of its landscape to melt into each other, and in a short time the figure of Monsieur Armand was seen no more. The town of Nice, with its castle and harbour, next faded away in distance, and the purple tint of the mountains was at length all that remained on the verge of the horizon. She sighed as she gazed, and her eyes filled with tears. "So vanished my prospect of happiness," said she, "and my future view is like the waste of waters that surround me." Her heart was full, and she retired from observation to a remote part of the deck, where she indulged her tears as she watched the vessel cut its way through the liquid glass. The water was so transparent that she saw the sunbeams playing at a considerable depth, and fish of various colours glance athwart the current. Innumerable marine plants spread their vigorous leaves on the rocks below, and the richness of their verdure formed a beautiful contrast to the glowing scarlet of the coral that branched beside them. The distant coast at length entirely disappeared. Adeline gazed with an emotion the most sublime on the boundless expanse of waters that spread on all sides. She seemed as if launched into a new world. The grandeur and immensity of the view astonished and overpowered her. For a moment she doubted the truth of the compass, and believed it to be almost impossible for the vessel to find its way over the pathless waters to any shore. And when she considered that a plank alone separated her from death, a sensation of unmixed terror superseded that of sublimity, and she hastily turned her eyes from the prospect, and her thoughts from the subject. End of chapter.
Chapter 19 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 19. Quote, "Is there a heart the music cannot melt? Alas, how is that rugged heart forlorn? Is there who never the mystic transports felt, of solitude and melancholy born? He need not woo the muse, he is her scorn." Beattie. End quote. Towards evening the captain, to avoid the danger of encountering a Barbary corsair, steered for the French coast, and Adeline distinguished in the gleam of the setting sun the shores of Provence, feathered with wood and green with pasturage. Leluc, languid and ill, had retired to the cabin, whither Clara attended him. the pilot at the helm guiding the tall vessel through the sounding waters, and one solitary sailor leaning with crossed arms against the mast, and now and then singing parts of a mournful ditty, were all of the crew except Adeline that remained upon deck. And Adeline silently watched the declining sun, which threw a saffron glow upon the waves and on the sails, gently swelling in the breeze that was now dying away. The sun at length sunk below the ocean, and twilight stole over the scene, leaving the shadowy shores yet visible, and touching with a solemn tint the waters that stretched wide around. She sketched the picture, but it was with a faint pencil. Night. O'er the dim breast of ocean's wave, night spreads afar her gloomy wings, and pensive thought and silence brings, save when the distant waters lave, or when the mariner's lone voice swells faintly in the passing gale, or when the screaming seagulls poise o'er the tall mast and swelling sail, bounding the grey gleam of the deep, where fancied forms arouse the mind. Dark sweep the shores, on whose rude steep sighs the sad spirit of the wind. Sweet is its voice upon the air, at evening's melancholy close, when the smooth wave in silence flows. Sweet, sweet, the peace its stealing accents bear. Blessed be thy shades, O night, and bless the song thy low winds breathe the distant shores along. As the shadows thickened, the scene sunk into deeper repose. Even the sailors' song had ceased. No sound was heard but that of the waters dashing beneath the vessel, and their fainter murmur on the pebbly coast. Adeline's mind was in unison with the tranquillity of the hour. Lulled by the waves, she resigned herself to a still melancholy, and sat lost in reverie. The present moment brought to her recollection her voyage upon the Rhone, when seeking refuge from the terrors of the Marquise de Montalt, she so anxiously endeavoured to anticipate her future destiny. She then, as now, had watched the fall of evening and the fading prospect, and she remembered what a desolate feeling had accompanied the impression which those objects made. She had then no friends, no asylum, no certainty of escaping the pursuit of her enemy. Now she had found affectionate friends, a secure retreat, and was delivered from the terrors she then suffered, but still she was unhappy. The remembrance of Theodore who had loved her so truly, who had encountered and suffered so much for her sake, and of whose fate she was now as ignorant as when she traversed the Rhone, was an incessant pang to her heart. She seemed to be more remote than ever from the possibility of hearing of him. Sometimes a faint hope crossed her that he had escaped the malice of his persecutor, but when she considered the inveterancy and power of the latter, and the heinous light in which the law regards an assault upon a superior officer, even this poor hope vanished, and left her to tears and anguish such as this reverie, which began with the sensation of only gentle melancholy, now led to. She continued to muse till the moon arose from the bosom of the ocean, and shed her trembling lustre upon the waves, diffusing peace and making silence more solemn, beaming a soft light on the white falls, and throwing upon the waters the tall shadow of the vessel, which now seemed to glide along unopposed by any current. Her tears had somewhat relieved the anguish of her mind, and she again reposed in placid melancholy, when a strain of such tender and entrancing sweetness stole on the silence of the hour, that it seemed more like celestial than mortal music. So soft, so soothing, it sunk upon her ear, that it recalled her from misery to hope and love. She wept again, but these were tears which she would not have exchanged for mirth and joy. She looked round, but perceived neither ship or boat, and as the undulating sounds swelled on the distant air, she thought they came from the shore. Sometimes the breeze wasted them away, and again returned them in tones of the most languishing softness. The links of the air thus broken, it was music rather than melody that she caught, till, the pilot gradually steering nearer the coast, she distinguished the notes of a song familiar to her ear. She endeavoured to recollect where she had heard it, but in vain, yet her heart beat almost unconsciously with a somewhat resembling hope. Still she listened till the breeze again stole the sounds. With regret she now perceived that the vessel was moving from them, and at length they trembled faintly on the waves, sunk away at distance, and were heard no more. She remained upon the deck a considerable time, unwilling to relinquish the expectation of hearing them again, and their sweetness still vibrating on her fancy, and at length retired to the cabin oppressed by a degree of disappointment which the occasion did not appear to justify. Lelouch grew better during the voyage, his spirits revived, and when the vessel entered that part of the Mediterranean called the Gulf of Lions, he was sufficiently animated to enjoy from the deck the noble prospect which the sweeping shores of Provence, terminating in the far distant ones of Languedoc, exhibited. Adeline and Clara, who anxiously watched his looks, rejoiced in their amendment, and the fond wishes of the latter already anticipated his perfect recovery. The expectations of Adeline had been too often checked by disappointment to permit her now to indulge an equal degree of hope with that of her friend, yet she confided much in the effect of this voyage. Lelouch amused himself at intervals with discoursing and pointing out the situations of considerable ports on the coast, and the mouths of the rivers that, after wandering through Provence, disemboweled themselves into the Mediterranean. The Rhone, however, was the only one of much consequence which he passed. On this object, though it was so distant that fancy perhaps rather than sense beheld it, Clara gazed with peculiar pleasure, for it came from the banks of Savoy, and the wave which she thought she perceived had washed the feet of her dear native mountains. The time passed with mingled pleasure and improvement as Lelouch described to his attentive pupils the manners and commerce of the different inhabitants of the coast, and the natural history of the country, or as he traced in imagination the remote wanderings of rivers to their source, and delineated the characteristic beauties of their scenery. After a pleasant voyage of a few days, the shores of Provence receded, and that of Languedoc, which had long bounded the distance, became the grand object of the scene, and the sailors drew near their port. They landed in the afternoon at a small town situated at the foot of a woody eminence, on the right overlooking the sea, and on the left the rich plains of Languedoc, gay with purple vine. Lelouch determined to defer his journey till the following day, and was directed to a small inn at the extremity of the town, where the accommodation, such as it was, he endeavoured to be contented with. In the evening the beauty of the hour and the desire of exploring new scenes invited Adeline to walk. Lelouch was fatigued and did not go out, and Clara remained with him. Adeline took her way to the woods that rose from the margin of the sea, and climbed the wild eminence on which they hung. Often as she went she turned her eyes to catch between the dark foliage the blue waters of the bay, the white sail that flitted by, and the trembling gleam of the setting sun. When she reached the summit and looked down over the dark tops of the woods on the wide and various prospect, she was seized with a kind of still rapture impossible to be expressed, and stood unconscious of the flight of time, till the sun had left the scene, and twilight threw its solemn shade upon the mountains. The sea alone reflected the fading splendor of the west. Its tranquil surface was partially disturbed by the low wind that crept in tremulous lines along the waters whence, rising to the woods, it shivered their light leaves and died away. Adeline, resigning herself to the luxury of sweet and tender emotions, repeated the following lines. Sunset. Soft o'er the mountain's purple brow, meek twilight draws her shadows grey. From tufted woods and valleys low, light's magic colours steal away. Yet still amid the spreading gloom, resplendent glow the western waves, that roll over Neptune's coral caves, a zone of light on evening's dome. On this lone summit let me rest, and view the forms to fancy dear, till on the ocean's darkened breast The stars of evening tremble clear, o'er the moon's pale orb appear, throwing her line of radiance wide, far over the lightning curling tide, that seems the yellow sands to chide. No sounds over silence now prevail, save of the dying wave below, or sailor's song borne on the gale, or oar at distance striking slow. So sweet, so tranquil, may my evening ray set to this world and rise in future day. Adeline quitted the heights and followed a narrow path that wound to the beach below. Her mind was now particularly sensible to fine impressions, and the sweet notes of the nightingale amid the stillness of the woods again awakened her enthusiasm. To the nightingale. Child of the melancholy song, O yet that tender strain prolong, her lengthened shade when evening flings from mountain cliffs and forests green, and failing slow on silent wings, along the glimmering west is seen. I love o'er pathless hills to stray, or trace the winding vale remote, and pause, sweet bird, to hear thy lay, while moonbeams on the thin clouds float, till over the mountain's dewy head pale midnight steals to wake the dead. Far through the heavens ethereal blue, wasted on spring's light airs you come, with blooms and flowers and genial dew, from climes where summer joys to roam. O welcome to your long-lost home. Child of the melancholy song, who lovest the lonely woodland glade, to mourn unseen the boughs among, when twilight spreads her pensive shade. Again thy dulcet voice I hail, O pour again the liquid note, that dies upon the evening gale, for fancy loves the kindred tone, her griefs the plaintive accent's own. She loves to hear thy music float, at solemn midnight's stillest hour, and think on friends forever lost, on joys by disappointment crossed, and weep anew love's charmful power. Then memory wakes the magic smile, the impassioned voice, the melting eye, that won't the trusting heart beguile, and wakes again the hopeless sigh. Her skill the glowing tints revive, of scenes that time had bade decay. She bids the softened passions live, the passions urge again her sway. Yet over the long regretted scene, thy song the grace of sorrow throws, a melancholy charm serene, more rare than all that mirth bestows. Then hail, sweet bird, and hail thy pensive tear, to taste, to fancy, and to virtue, dear. The spreading dusk at length reminded Adeline of the distance from the inn, and that she had led her way to find a wild and lonely wood. She bade adieu to the siren that had so long detained her, and pursued the path with quick steps. Having followed it for some time, she became bewildered among the thickets, and the increasing darkness did not allow her to judge of the direction she was in. Her apprehensions heightened her difficulties. She thought she distinguished the voices of men at some little distance, and she increased her speed till found herself on the sea sands over which the woods impended. Her breath was now exhausted. She paused a moment to recover herself, and fearfully listened, but instead of the voices of men she heard faintly swelling in the breeze the notes of mournful music. Her heart, ever sensible to the impressions of melody, melted with the tones, and her fears were for a moment lulled in sweet enchantment. Surprise was soon mingled with delight when, as the sounds advanced, she distinguished the tone of that instrument, and the melody of that well-known air she had heard a few preceding evenings from the shores of Provence. But she had no time for conjecture. Footsteps approached, and she renewed her speed. She was now emerged from the darkness of the woods, and the moon, which shone bright, exhibited among the level sands the town and port in the distance. The steps that had followed now came up with her, and she perceived two men, but they passed in conversation without noticing her. And as they passed, she was certain she recollected the voice of him who was then speaking. His tones were so familiar to her ear that she was surprised at the imperfect memory which did not suffer her to be assured by whom they were uttered. Another step now followed, and a rude voice called to her to stop. As she hastily turned her eyes, she saw imperfectly by the moonlight a man in a sailor's habit pursuing, while he renewed the call. Impelled by terror, she fled along the sands, but her steps were short and trembling, those of her pursuers strong and quick. She had just strength sufficient to reach the men who had before passed her, and to implore their protection, when her pursuer came up with them, but suddenly turned into the woods on the left and disappeared. She had no breath to answer the inquiries of the strangers who supported her, till a sudden exclamation and the sound of her own name drew her eyes attentively upon the person who uttered them, and in the rays who shone strong upon his features she distinguished Envernouilly. Mutual satisfaction and explanation ensued, and when he learned that Lelouch and his daughter were at the inn, he felt an increased pleasure in conducting her hither. He said that he had accidentally met with an old friend in Savoy, whom he now introduced by the name of Moran, and who had prevailed on him to change his route and accompany him to the shores of the Mediterranean. They had embarked from the coast of Provence only a few preceding days, and had that evening landed in Languedoc on the estate of M. Moran. Adeline had now no doubt that it was the flute of Envernouilly, and which had so often delighted her at Linencourt, that she had heard on the sea. When they reached the inn, they found Lelouch under great anxiety for Adeline, in search of whom he had sent several people. Anxiety yielded to surprise and pleasure when he perceived her with Envernouilly, whose eyes beamed with unusual animation on seeing Clara. After mutual congratulations, Envernouilly observed and lamented the very indifferent accommodation which the inn afforded his friends, and M. Moran immediately invited them to his chateau with a warmth of hospitality that overcame every scruple which delicacy or pride could oppose. The woods that Adeline had traversed formed a part of his domain, which extended almost to the inn, but he insisted that his carriage should take his guests to the chateau, and departed to give orders for their reception. The presence of Envernouilly and the kindness of his friend gave to Lelouch an unusual flow of spirits. He conversed with a degree of vigour and liveliness to which he had long been unaccustomed, and the smile of satisfaction that Clara gave to Adeline expressed how much she thought he was already benefited by the voyage. Adeline answered her look with a smile of less confidence, for she attributed his present animation to a more temporary cause. About half an hour after the departure of M. Moran, a boy who served as waiter brought a message from the Chevalier then at the inn, requesting permission to speak with Adeline. The man who had pursued her along the sands instantly occurred to her, and she scarcely doubted that the stranger was some person belonging to the Marquis de Montault, perhaps the Marquis himself, though he should have discovered her accidentally in so obscure a place, and so immediately upon her arrival, seemed very improbable. With trembling lips and a countenance pale as death, she inquired the name of the Chevalier. The boy was not acquainted with it. Lelouch asked what sort of a person he was, but the boy, who understood little of the art of describing, gave such a confused account of him that Adeline could only learn he was not large, but of the middle stature. This circumstance, however, convinced her it was not the Marquis de Montault who desired to see her. She asked whether it would be agreeable to Lelouch to have the stranger admitted. Lelouch said, "By all means," and the waiter withdrew. Adeline sat in trembling expectation till the door opened, and Louis de la Motte entered the room. He advanced with an embarrassed and melancholy air, though his countenance had been enlightened with a momentary pleasure when he first beheld Adeline, who was still the idol of his heart. After the first salutations were over, all apprehensions of the Marquis being now dissipated, she inquired when Louis had seen Monsieur and Madame Lamont. "I ought rather to ask you that question," said Louis, in some confusion, "for I believe you have seen them since I have, and the pleasure of meeting you thus is equalled by my surprise. I have not heard from my father for some time, owing probably to my regiment being removed to new quarters." He looked as if he wished to be informed with whom Adeline now was, but as this was a subject upon which it was impossible she could speak in the presence of Leluc, she led the conversation to general topics, after having said that Monsieur and Madame Lamont were well when she left them. Louis spoke little, and often looked anxiously at Adeline, while his mind seemed labouring under strong oppression. She observed this, and recollecting the declaration he had made her on the morning of his departure from the Abbey, she attributed his present embarrassment to the effect of a passion yet unsubdued, and did not appear to notice it. After he had sat near a quarter of an hour, under a struggle of feelings which he could neither conquer or conceal, he rose to leave the room, and as he passed Adeline said in a low voice, "Do permit me to speak with you alone for 5 minutes." She hesitated in some confusion, and then saying there were none but friends present, begged he would be seated. "Excuse me," said he, in the same low accent. "What I would say nearly concerns you, and you only. Do favour me with a few moments' attention." He said this with a look that surprised her, and having ordered candles in another room, she went thither. Louis sat for some moments silent, and seemingly in great perturbation of mind. At length he said, "I know not whether to rejoice or to lament at this unexpected meeting, though, if you are in safe hands, I ought certainly to rejoice. However hard the task that now falls to my lot, I am not ignorant of the dangers and persecutions you have suffered, and cannot forbear expressing my anxiety to know how you are now circumstanced. Are you indeed with friends?" "I am," said Adeline. "Mr. Lamont has informed you?" "No," replied Louis with a deep sigh, "not my father." He paused. "But I do indeed rejoice," resumed he. "Oh, how sincerely rejoice that you are in safety. Could you know, lovely Adeline, what I have suffered?" He checked himself. "I understood that you had something of importance to say, sir," said Adeline. "You must excuse me if I remind you that I have not many moments to spare." "It is indeed of importance," replied Louis, "yet I know not how to mention it, how to soften. This task is too severe. Alas, my poor friend!" "Who is it you speak of, sir?" said Adeline with quickness. Louis rose from his chair and walked about the room. "I would prepare you for what I have to say," he resumed, "but upon my soul I am not equal to it." "I entreat you to keep me no longer in suspense," said Adeline, who had a wild idea that it was Theodore he would speak of. Louis still hesitated. "Is it? Oh, is it? I conjure you tell me the worst at once," said she in a voice of agony. "I can bear it, indeed I can." "My unhappy friend!" exclaimed Louis. "Oh, Theodore, Theodore!" faintly articulated Adeline. "He lives, then?" "He does," said Louis. "But—" He stopped. "But what?" cried Adeline, trembling violently. "If he is living, you cannot tell me worse than my fears suggest. I entreat you, therefore, not to hesitate." Louis resumed his seat, and endeavouring to assume a collected air, said, "He is living, madam, but he is a prisoner, and, for what should I deceive you, I fear he has little hope in this world." "I have long feared so, sir," said Adeline, in a voice of forced composure. "You have something more terrible than this to relate, and I again entreat you explain yourself." "He has everything to apprehend from the Marquis de Montalt," said Louis. Alas, why do I say to apprehend? His judgment is already fixed. He is condemned to die. At this confirmation of her fears, a death-like paleness diffused over the countenance of Adeline. She sat motionless, and attempted to sigh, but seemed almost suffocated. Terrified at her situation, and expecting to see her faint, Louis would have supported her, but with her hand she waved him from her, and was unable to speak. He now called for assistance, and Leluc and Clara, with M. Verneuil, informed of Adeline's indisposition, were quickly by her side. At the sound of their voices she looked up, and seemed to recollect herself, when uttering a heavy sigh she burst into tears. Leluc, rejoiced to see her weep, encouraged her tears, which after some time relieved her, and when she was able to speak she desired to go back to Leluc's parlour. Louis attended her thither. When she was better he would have withdrawn, but Leluc begged he would stay. "You are perhaps a relation of this young lady, sir," said he, "and may have brought news of her father." "Not so, sir," replied Louis, hesitating. "This gentleman," said Adeline, who had now recollected her dissipated thoughts, "is the son of M. Lamont, whom you may have heard me mention." Louis seemed shocked to be declared the son of a man that had once acted so unworthily towards Adeline, who, instantly perceiving the pain her words occasioned, endeavoured to soften their effect by saying that Lamont had saved her from imminent danger, and afforded her an asylum for many months. Adeline sat in a state of dreadful solitude to know the particulars of Theodore's situation, yet could not acquire courage to renew the subject in the presence of Leluc. She ventured, however, to ask Louis if his own regiment was quartered in the town. He replied that his regiment lay at Vesoul, a French town on the frontiers of Spain, that he had just crossed a part of the Gulf of Lions, and was on his way to Savoy, whither he should set out early in the morning. "We are lately come from thence," said Adeline. "May I ask to what part of Savoy you are going?" "To Lelyncourt," he replied. "To Lelyncourt," said Adeline, in some surprise. "I am a stranger to the country," resumed Louis, "but I go to serve my friend. You seem to know Lelyncourt." "I do indeed," said Adeline. "You probably know then that M. Leluc lives there, and will guess the motive of my journey." "Oh, heavens, is it possible?" exclaimed Adeline. "Is it possible that Theodore Perrot is a relation of M. Leluc?" "Theodore? What of my son?" asked Leluc in surprise and apprehension. "Your son?" said Adeline in a trembling voice. "Your son?" The astonishment and anguish depictured on her countenance increased the apprehensions of this unfortunate father, and he renewed his question. But Adeline was totally unable to answer him, and the distress of Louis on thus unexpectedly discovering the father of his unhappy friend, and knowing that it was his task to disclose the fate of his son, deprived him for some time of all power of utterance, and Leluc and Clara, whose fears were every instant heightened by this dreadful silence, continued to repeat their questions. At length a sense of the approaching sufferings of good Leluc overcoming every other feeling, Adeline recovered strength of mind sufficient to try and soften the intelligence Louis had to communicate, and to conduct Clara to another room. Here she collected resolution to tell her, and with much tender consideration, the circumstances of her brother's situation, concealing only her knowledge of his sentence being already pronounced. This relation necessarily included the mention of their attachment, and in the friend of her heart Clara discovered the innocent cause of her brother's destruction. Adeline also learned the occasion of that circumstance which had contributed to keep her ignorant of Theodore's relationship to Leluc. She was told the former had taken the name of Peyrou, with an estate which had been left him about a year before by a relation of his mother's upon that condition. Theodore had been designed for the Church, but his disposition inclined him to a more active life than the clerical habit would admit of, and on his accession to this estate he had entered into the service of the French king. In the few and interrupted interviews which had been allowed them at Cowes, Theodore had mentioned his family to Adeline only in general terms, and thus, when they were so suddenly separated, had, without designing it, left her in ignorance of his father's name and place of residence. The sacredness and delicacy of Adeline's grief, which had never permitted her to mention the subject of it even to Clara, had since contributed to deceive her. The distress of Clara, on learning the situation of her brother, could endure no restraint. Adeline, who had commanded her feelings so as to impart this intelligence with tolerable composure, only by a strong effort of mind, was now almost overwhelmed by her own and Clara's accumulated suffering. While they wept forth the anguish of their hearts, a scene, if possible, more affecting passed between Lelouch and Louis, who perceived it was necessary to inform him, though cautiously and by degrees, to the full extent of his calamity. He therefore told Lelouch that though Theodore had been first tried for the offence of having quitted his post, he was now condemned on a charge of assault made upon his general officer, the Marquis de Montault, who had brought witnesses to prove that his life had been endangered by the circumstance, and who, having pursued the prosecution with the most bitter rancour, had at length obtained the sentence which the law could not withhold, but which every other officer in the regiment deplored. Louis added that the sentence was to be executed in less than a fortnight, and that Theodore, being very unhappy at receiving no answers to the letters he had sent his father, wishing to see him once more, knowing that there was now no time to be lost, had requested him to go to Lelincourt and acquaint his father with his situation. Lelouch received the account of his son's condition with a distress that admitted neither of tears or complaint. He asked where Theodore was, and desiring to be conducted to him, he thanked Louis for all his kindness, and ordered post-horses immediately. A carriage was soon ready, and this unhappy father, after taking a mournful leave of M. Verneuil, and sending a compliment to M. Morin, attended by his family, set out for the prison of his son. The journey was a silent one. Each individual of the party endeavoured, in consideration of each other, to suppress the expression of grief, but was unable to do more. Lelouch appeared calm and complacent. He seemed frequently to be engaged in prayer, but a struggle for resignation and composure was sometimes visible upon his countenance, notwithstanding the efforts of his mind. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 20. Envenomed with disgrace, the dart of death. Seward. We now return to the Marquis de Montault, who, having seen Lamotte safely lodged in the prison of D, and learning the trial would not come on immediately, had returned to his villa on the borders of the forest, where he expected to hear news of Adeline. It had been his intention to follow his servants to Lyons, but he now determined to wait a few days for letters, and he had little doubt that Adeline, since her flight had been so quickly pursued, would be overtaken, and probably before she could reach that city. In this expectation he had been miserably disappointed, for his servants informed him that though they tracked her thither, they had neither been able to follow her route beyond, nor to discover her at Lyons. This escape she probably owed to having embarked on the Rhône, for it does not appear that the Marquis's people thought of seeking her on the course of that river. His presence was soon after required at Vacaux, where the court-martial was then sitting. Thither therefore he went, with passions still more exasperated by his late disappointment, and procured the condemnation of Theodore. The sentence was universally lamented, for Theodore was much beloved in his regiment, and the occasion of the Marquis's personal resentment towards him being known, every heart was interested in his cause. Louis de la Motte, happening at this time to be stationed in the same town, heard an imperfect account of his story, and being convinced that the prisoner was the young chevalier whom he had formerly seen with the Marquis at the Abbey, he was induced, partly from compassion and partly with a hope of hearing of his parents, to visit him. The compassionate sympathy which Louis expressed, and the zeal with which he tendered his services, affected Theodore, and excited in him a warm return of friendship. Louis made him frequent visits, did everything that kindness could suggest to alleviate his sufferings, and a mutual esteem and confidence ensued. Theodore at length communicated the chief subject of his concern to Louis, who discovered with inexpressible grief that it was Adeline whom the Marquis had thus cruelly persecuted, and Adeline for whose sake the generous Theodore was about to suffer. He soon perceived also that Theodore was his favoured rival, but he generously suppressed the jealous pang this discovery occasioned, and determined that no prejudice of passion should withdraw him from the duties of humanity and friendship. He eagerly inquired where Adeline then resided. "She is yet, I fear, in the power of the Marquis," said Theodore, sighing deeply. "Oh God, these chains!" and he threw an agonizing glance upon them. Louis sat silent and thoughtful. At length, starting from his reverie, he said he would go to the Marquis, and immediately quitted the prison. The Marquis was, however, already set off for Paris, where he had been summoned to appear at the approaching trial of La Motte, and Louis, yet ignorant of the late transactions at the Abbey, returned to the prison, where he endeavoured to forget that Theodore was the favoured rival of his love, and to remember him only as the defender of Adeline. So earnestly he pressed his offers of service, that Theodore, whom the silence of his father equally surprised and afflicted, and who was very anxious to see him once again, accepted his proposal of going himself to Savoy. "My letters I strongly suspect to have been intercepted by the Marquis," said Theodore. "If so, my poor father will have the whole weight of this calamity to sustain at once, unless I avail myself of your kindness, and I shall neither see him nor hear from him before I die. Louis, there are moments when my fortitude shrinks from the conflict, and my senses threaten to desert me." No time was to be lost. The warrant for his execution had already received the king's signature, and Louis immediately set forward to Savoy. The letters of Theodore had indeed been intercepted by orders of the Marquis, who, in the hope of discovering the asylum of Adeline, had opened and afterwards destroyed them. But to return to La Luc, who now drew near Vaucoux, and who his family observed to be greatly changed in his looks, since he had heard the late calamitous intelligence. He uttered no complaint, but it was too obvious that his disorder had made a rapid progress. Louis, who during the journey proved the goodness of his disposition by the delicate attentions he paid this unhappy party, concealed his observation of the decline of La Luc, and to support Adeline's spirits, endeavoured to convince her that her apprehensions on this subject were groundless. Her spirits did indeed require support, for she was now within a few miles of the town that contained Theodore, and while her increasing perturbation almost overcame her, she yet tried to appear composed. When the carriage entered the town, she cast a timid and anxious glance from the window in search of the prison, but having passed through several streets without perceiving any building which corresponded with her idea of that she looked for, the coach stopped at the inn. The frequent changes in La Luc's countenance betrayed the violent agitation of his mind, and when he attempted to alight, feeble and exhausted, he was compelled to accept the support of Louis, to whom he faintly said, as he passed to the parlour, "I am indeed sick at heart, but I trust the pain will not be long." Louis pressed his hand without speaking, and hastened back for Adeline and Clara, who were already in the passage. Luc wiped the tears from his eyes. They were the first he had shed as they entered the room. "I would go immediately to my poor boy," said he to Louis. "Yours, sir, is a mournful office. Be so good as to conduct me to him." He rose to go, but, feeble and overcome with grief, again sat down. Adeline and Clara united in entreating that he would compose himself and take some refreshment, and Louis, urging the necessity of preparing Theodore for the interview, prevailed with him to delay it till his son should be informed of his arrival, and immediately quitted the inn for the prison of his friend. When he was gone, Luc, as a duty he owed to those he loved, tried to take some support, but the convulsions of his throat would not suffer him to swallow the wine he held to his parched lips, and he was now so much disordered that he desired to retire to his chamber, where alone and in prayer he passed the dreadful interval of Louis's absence. Clara, on the bosom of Adeline, who sat in calm but deep distress, yielded to the violence of her grief. "I shall lose my dear father too," said she. "I see it. I shall lose my father and my brother together." Adeline wept with her friend for some time in silence, and then attempted to persuade her that Luc was not so ill as she apprehended. "Do not mislead me with hope," she replied. "He will not survive the shock of this calamity. I saw it from the first." Adeline, knowing that Luc's distress would be heightened by the observance of his daughters, and that indulgence would only increase its poignancy, endeavoured to rouse her to an exertion of fortitude by urging the necessity of commanding her emotion in the presence of her father. "This is possible," added she, "however painful may be the effort. You must know, my dear, that my grief is not inferior to your own, yet I have hitherto been enabled to support my sufferings in silence, for Monsieur Luc I do indeed love and reverence as a parent." Louis meanwhile reached the prison of Theodore, who received him with an air of mingled surprise and impatience. "What brings you back so soon?" said he. "Have you heard news of my father?" Louis now gradually unfolded the circumstances of their meeting, and Luc's arrival at Vaucoux. A various emotion agitated the countenance of Theodore on receiving this intelligence. "My poor father," said he. "He has then followed his son to this ignominious place. Little did I think, when last we parted, he would meet me in a prison, under condemnation." This reflection roused an impetuosity of grief, which deprived him for some time of speech. "But where is he?" said Theodore, recovering himself. "Now he is come, I shrink from the interview I have so much wished for. The sight of his distress will be dreadful to me. Louis, when I am gone, comfort my poor father." His voice was again interrupted by sobs, and Louis, who had been fearful of acquainting him at the same time of the arrival of Luc and the discovery of Adeline, now judged it proper to administer the cordial of this latter intelligence. The glooms of a prison and of calamity vanished for a transient moment. Those who had seen Theodore would have believed this to be the instant which gave him life and liberty. When his first emotion subsided, "I will not repine," said he, "since I know that Adeline is preserved, and that I shall once more see my father. I will endeavour to die with resignation." He inquired if Luc was there in the prison, and was told he was at the inn with Clara and Adeline. "Adeline, is Adeline there too? This is beyond my hopes. Yet why do I rejoice? I must never see her more. This is no place for Adeline." Again he relapsed into an agony of distress, and again repeated 1,000 questions concerning Adeline, till he was reminded by Louis that his father was impatient to see him. When, shocked that he had so long detained his friend, he entreated him to conduct Luc to the prison, and endeavoured to recollect fortitude for the approaching interview. When Louis returned to the inn, La-Luc was still in his chamber, and Clara quitting the room to call him, Adeline seized with trembling impatience the opportunity to inquire more particularly concerning Theodore than she chose to do in the presence of his unhappy sister. Louis represented him to be much more tranquil than he really was. Adeline was somewhat soothed by the account, and her tears, hitherto restrained, flowed silently and fast, till La-Luc appeared. His countenance had recovered its serenity, but was impressed with a deep and steady sorrow, which excited in the beholder a mingled emotion of pity and reverence. "How is my son, sir?" said he as he entered the room. "Will we go to him immediately?" Clara renewed the entreaties that had been already rejected to accompany her father, who persisted in a refusal. "To-morrow you shall see him," added he, "but our first meeting must be alone. Stay with your friend, my dear. She has need of consolation." When La-Luc was gone, Adeline, unable longer to struggle against the force of grief, retired to her chamber and her bed. La-Luc walked silently towards the prison, resting on the arm of Louis. It was now night. A dim lamp that hung above shewed them the gates, and Louis rang a bell. La-Luc, almost overcome with agitation, leaned against the postern till the porter appeared. He inquired for Theodore, and followed the man, but when he reached the second courtyard he seemed ready to faint, and again stopped. Louis desired the porter would fetch some water, but La-Luc, recovering his voice, said he should soon be better, and would not suffer him to go. In a few minutes he was able to follow Louis, who led him through several dark passages and up a flight of steps to a door, which, being unbarred, disclosed to him the prison of his son. He was seated at a small table, on which stood a lamp that threw a feeble light across the place, sufficient only to shew its desolation and wretchedness. When he perceived La-Luc, he sprung from his chair, and in the next moment was in his arms. "My father!" said he in a tremulous voice. "My son!" exclaimed La-Luc, and they were for some time silent and locked in each other's embrace. At length Theodore led him to the only chair the room afforded, and seating himself with Louis at the foot of the bed, had leisure to observe the ravages which illness and calamity had made on the features of his parent. La-Luc made several efforts to speak, but, unable to articulate, laid his hand upon his breast and sighed deeply. Fearful of the consequence of so affecting a scene on his shattered frame, Louis endeavoured to call off his attention from the immediate object of his distress, and interrupted the silence. But La-Luc, shuddering and complaining he was very cold, sunk back in his chair. His condition roused Theodore from the stupor of despair, and while he flew to support his father, Louis ran out for other assistance. "I shall soon be better, Theodore," said La-Luc, unclosing his eye. "The faintness is already going off. I have not been well of late, and this sad meeting—" Unable any longer to command himself, Theodore wrung his hand, and the distress which had long struggled for utterance burst in convulsive sobs from his breast. La-Luc gradually revived, and exerted himself to calm the transports of his son, but the fortitude of the latter had now entirely forsaken him, and he could only utter exclamation and complaint. "Ah, little did I think we should ever meet under circumstances so dreadful as the present! But I have not deserved them, my father. The motives of my conduct have still been just." "That is my supreme consolation," said La-Luc, "and ought to support you in this hour of trial. The Almighty God, who is the judge of hearts, will reward you hereafter. Trust in him, my son. I look to him with no feeble hope, but with a firm reliance on his justice." La-Luc's voice faltered. He raised his eyes to heaven with an expression of meek devotion, while the tears of humanity fell slowly on his cheek. Still more affected by his last words, Theodore turned from him and paced the room with quick steps. The entrance of Louis was a very seasonable relief to La Luc, who, taking a cordial he had brought, was soon sufficiently restored to discourse on the subject most interesting to him. Theodore tried to attain a command of his feelings, and succeeded. He conversed with tolerable composure for above an hour, during which La Luc endeavoured to elevate by religious hope the mind of his son, and to enable him to meet with fortitude the awful hour that approached. But the appearance of resignation which Theodore attained always vanished when he reflected that he was going to leave his father a prey to grief, and his beloved Adeline for ever. When La Luc was about to depart, he again mentioned her. "Afflicting as an interview must be in our present circumstances," said he, "I cannot bear the thought of quitting the world without seeing her once again. Yet I know not how to ask her to encounter, for my sake, the misery of a parting scene. Tell her that my thoughts never for a moment leave her, that—" La Luc interrupted, and assured him that since he so much wished it, he should see her, though a meeting could serve only to heighten the mutual anguish of a final separation. "I know it too well," said Theodore, "yet I cannot resolve to see her no more, and thus spare her the pain this interview must inflict. Oh, my father, when I think of those whom I must soon leave for ever, my heart breaks. But I will indeed try to profit by your precept and example, and shew that your paternal care has not been in vain. My good Louis, go with my father, he has need of support. How much I owe this generous friend," added Theodore, "you well know, sir." "I do, in truth," replied La Luc, "and can never repay his kindness to you. He has contributed to support us all, but you require comfort more than myself. He shall remain with you. I will go alone." This Theodore would not suffer, and La Luc no longer opposing him, they affectionately embraced and separated for the night. When they reached the inn, La Luc consulted with Louis on the possibility of addressing a petition to the sovereign time enough to save Theodore. His distance from Paris, and the short interval before the period fixed for the execution of the sentence, made this design difficult, but believing it was practicable, La Luc, incapable as he appeared of performing so long a journey, determined to attempt it. Louis, thinking that the undertaking would prove fatal to the father without benefiting the son, endeavoured, though faintly, to dissuade him from it, but his resolution was fixed. "If I sacrifice the small remains of my life in the service of my child," said he, "I shall lose little. If I save him, I shall gain everything. There is no time to be lost. I will set off immediately." He would have ordered post-horses, but Louis and Clara, who was now come from the bedside of her friend, urged the necessity of his taking a few hours' repose. He was at length compelled to acknowledge himself unequal to the immediate exertion which parental anxiety prompted, and consequently to seek rest. When he had retired to his chamber, Clara lamented the condition of her father. "He will not bear the journey," said she. "He is greatly changed within these few days." Louis was so entirely of her opinion that he could not disguise it, even to flatter her with a hope. She added what did not contribute to raise his spirits, that Adeline was so much indisposed by her grief for the situation of Theodore and the sufferings of La Luc, that she dreaded the consequence. It has been seen that the passion of young Lamotte had suffered no abatement from time or absence. On the contrary, the persecution and the dangers which had pursued Adeline awakened all his tenderness, and drew her nearer to his heart. When he had discovered that Theodore loved her, and was beloved again, he experienced all the anguish of jealousy and disappointment, for though she had forbade him to hope, he found it too painful an effort to obey her, and had secretly cherished the flame which he ought to have stifled. His heart was, however, too noble to suffer his zeal for Theodore to abate because he was his favoured rival, and his mind too strong not to conceal the anguish this certainty occasioned. The attachment which Theodore had testified towards Adeline even endeared him to Louis when he had recovered from the first shock of disappointment, and that conquest over jealousy which originated in principle and was pursued with difficulty became afterwards his pride and his glory. When, however, he again saw Adeline, saw her in the mild dignity of sorrow more interesting than ever, saw her, though sinking beneath its pressure, yet tender and solicitous to soften the afflictions of those around her, it was with the utmost difficulty he preserved his resolution, and forbore to express the sentiment she inspired. When he farther considered that her acute sufferings arose from the strength of her affection, he more than ever wished himself the object of a heart capable of so tender a regard, and Theodore in prison and in chains was a momentary object of envy. In the morning, when Luc arose from short and disturbed slumbers, he found Louis, Clara, and Adeline, whom indisposition could not prevent from paying him this testimony of respect and affection, assembled in the parlour of the inn to see him depart. After a slight breakfast, during which his feelings permitted him to say little, he bade his friends a sad farewell, and stepped into the carriage, followed by their tears and prayers. Adeline immediately retired to her chamber, which she was too ill to quit that day. In the evening Clara left her friend, and, conducted by Louis, went to visit her brother, whose emotions, on hearing of his father's departure, were various and strong. End of chapter 20. Recording by Hihikiti.
Chapter 21 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Aubrey Bjork. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 21. 'Tis only when with inbred horror smote at some base act or done, or to be done, that the recoiling soul with conscious dread shrinks back into itself. Mason. We return now to Pierre de Lamont, who, after remaining some weeks in the prison of D, was removed to take his trial in the courts of Paris, whither the Marquis de Montault followed to prosecute the charge. Madame de Lamont accompanied her husband to the prison of the Châtelet. His mind sunk under the weight of his misfortunes, nor could all the efforts of his wife rouse him from the torpidity of despair which a consideration of his circumstances occasioned. Should he be even acquitted of the charge brought against him by the Marquis, which was very unlikely, he was now in the scene of his former crimes, and the moment that should liberate him from the walls of his prison would probably deliver him again into the hands of offended justice. The prosecution of the Marquis was too well founded, and its object of a nature too serious, not to justify the terror of Lamont. Soon after the latter had settled at the Abbey of St. Clair, the small stock of money which the emergency of his circumstances had left him being nearly exhausted, his mind became corroded with the most cruel anxiety concerning the means of his future subsistence. As he was one evening riding alone in a remote part of the forest, musing on his distressed circumstances, and meditating plans to relieve the exigencies which he saw approaching, he perceived among the trees at some distance a chevalier on horseback, who was riding deliberately along, and seemed wholly unattended. A thought darted across the mind of Lamont that he might be spared the evils which threatened him by robbing this stranger. His former practices had passed the boundary of honesty. Fraud was in some degree familiar to him, and the thought was not dismissed. He hesitated. Every moment of hesitation increased the power of temptation. The opportunity was such as might never occur again. He looked round, and as far as the trees opened saw no person but the chevalier, who seemed by his air to be a man of distinction. Summoning all his courage, Lamont rode forward and attacked him. The Marquis de Montault, for it was him, was unarmed, but knowing his attendants were not far off, he refused to yield. While they were struggling for victory, Lamont saw several horsemen enter the extremity of the avenue, and, rendered desperate by opposition and delay, he drew from his pocket a pistol, which an apprehension of banditti made him usually carry when he rode to a distance from the abbey, and fired at the Marquis, who staggered and fell senseless to the ground. Lamont had time to tear from him his coat a brilliant star, some diamond rings from his fingers, and to rifle his pockets before his attendants came up. Instead of pursuing the robber, they all, in their first confusion, flew to assist their lord, and Lamont escaped. He stopped before he reached the abbey at a little ruin, the tomb formerly mentioned, to examine his booty. It consisted of a purse containing 70 louis d'or, of a diamond star, 3 rings of great value, and a miniature set with brilliants of the Marquis himself, which he had intended as a present for his favourite mistress. To Lamont, who but a few hours before had seen himself nearly destitute, the view of this treasure excited an almost ungovernable transport. But it was soon checked when he remembered the means he had employed to obtain it, and that he had paid for the wealth he contemplated the price of blood. Naturally violent in his passions, this reflection sunk him from the summit of exaltation to the abyss of despondency. He considered himself a murderer, and, startled as one awakened from a dream, would have given half the world, had it been his, to have been as poor and comparatively as guiltless as a few preceding hours had seen him. On examining the portrait, he discovered the resemblance, and believing that his hand had deprived the original of life, he gazed upon the picture with unutterable anguish. To the horrors of remorse succeeded the perplexities of fear. Apprehensive of he knew not what, he lingered at the tomb, where he at length deposited his treasure, believing that if his offence should awaken justice, the abbey might be searched, and these jewels betray him. From Madame Lamont it was easy to conceal his increase of wealth, for as he had never made her acquainted with the exact state of his finances, she had not suspected the extreme poverty which menaced him, and as they continued to live as usual, she believed that their expenses were drawn from the usual supply. But it was not so easy to disguise the workings of remorse and horror. His manner became gloomy and reserved, and his frequent visits to the tomb, where he went partly to examine his treasure, but chiefly to indulge in the dreadful pleasure of contemplating the picture of the Marquis, excited curiosity. In the solitude of the forest, where no variety of objects occurred to renovate his ideas, the horrible one of having committed murder was ever present to him. When the Marquis arrived at the abbey, the astonishment and terror of Lamont, for at first he scarce knew whether he beheld the shadow or the substance of human form, were quickly succeeded by apprehension of the punishment due to the crime he had really committed. When his distress had prevailed on the Marquis to retire, he informed him that he was by birth a chevalier. He then touched upon such part of his misfortunes as he thought would excite pity, expressed such abhorrence of his guilt, and voluntarily uttered such a solemn promise of returning the jewels he had yet in his possession, for he had ventured to dispose only of a small part, that the Marquis at length listened to him with some degree of compassion. This favourable sentiment, seconded by a selfish motive, induced the Marquis to compromise with Lamont. Of quick and inflammable passions, he had observed the beauty of Adeline with an eye of no common regard, and he resolved to spare the life of Lamont upon no other condition than the sacrifice of this unfortunate girl. Lamont had neither resolution or virtue sufficient to reject the terms. The jewels were restored, and he consented to betray the innocent Adeline. But as he was too well acquainted with her heart to believe that she would easily be won to the practice of vice, and as he still felt a degree of pity and tenderness for her, he endeavoured to prevail on the Marquis to forbear precipitate measures, and to attempt gradually to undermine her principles by seducing her affections. He approved and adopted this plan. The failure of his first scheme induced him to employ the stratagems he afterward pursued, and thus to multiply the misfortunes of Adeline. Such were the circumstances which had brought Lamont to his present deplorable situation. The day of trial was now come, and he was led from prison into the court, where the Marquis appeared as his accuser. When the charge was delivered, Lamont, as is usual, pleaded not guilty, and the advocate Nemours, who had undertaken to plead for him, afterwards endeavoured to make it appear that the accusation on the part of the Marquis de Montault was false and malicious. To this purpose he mentioned the circumstance of the latter having attempted to persuade his client to the murder of Adeline. He further argued that the Marquis had lived in habits of intimacy with Lamont for several months immediately preceding his arrest, and that it was not till he had disappointed the designs of his accuser by conveying beyond his reach the unhappy object of his vengeance, that the Marquis had thought proper to charge Lamont with the crime for which he stood indicted. Nemours urged the improbability of one man's keeping up a friendly intercourse with another, from whom he had suffered the double injury of assault and robbery. Yet it was certain that the Marquis had observed a frequent intercourse with Lamont for some months following the time specified for the commission of the crime. If the Marquis intended to prosecute, why was it not immediately after the discovery of Lamont? And if not then, what had influenced him to prosecute at so distant a period? To this nothing was replied on the part of the Marquis, for as his conduct on this point had been subservient to his designs on Adeline, he could not justify it but by exposing schemes which would betray the darkness of his character and invalidate his cause. He therefore contented himself with producing several of his servants as witnesses of the assault and robbery, who swore without scruple to the person of Lamont, though not one of them had seen him otherwise than through the gloom of evening and riding off at full speed. On a cross-examination, most of them contradicted each other. Their evidence was of course rejected. But as the Marquis had yet 2 other witnesses to produce, whose arrival at Paris had been hourly expected, the event of the trial was postponed, and the court adjourned. Lamont was reconducted to his prison under the same pressure of despondency with which he had quitted it. As he walked through one of the avenues he passed a man who stood by to let him proceed, and who regarded him with a fixed and earnest eye. Lamont thought he had seen him before, but the imperfect view he caught of his features through the duskiness of the place made him uncertain as to this, and his mind was in too perturbed a state to suffer him to feel an interest on the subject. When he was gone, the stranger inquired of the keeper of the prison who Lamont was. On being told, and receiving answers to some farther questions he put, he desired he might be admitted to speak with him. The request, as the man was only a debtor, was granted, but as the doors were now shut for the night, the interview was deferred till the morrow. Lamont found Madame in his room, where she had been waiting for some hours to hear the event of the trial. They now wished more earnestly than ever to see their son, but they were, as he had suspected, ignorant of his change of quarters, owing to the letters which he had, as usual, addressed to them under an assumed name, remaining at the post-house of Abourne. This circumstance occasioned Madame Lamont to address her letters to the place of her son's late residence, and he had thus continued ignorant of his father's misfortunes and removal. Madame Lamont, surprised at receiving no answers to her letters, sent off another, containing an account of the trial as far as it had proceeded, and a request that her son would obtain leave of absence and set out for Paris instantly. As she was still ignorant of the failure of her letters, and had it been otherwise, would not have known whither to have sent them, she directed this as usual. Meanwhile, his approaching fate was never absent for a moment from the mind of Lamont, which, feeble by nature, and still more enervated by habits of indulgence, refused to support him at this dreadful period. While these scenes were passing at Paris, Leluc arrived there without any accident after performing a journey, during which he had been supported almost entirely by the spirit of his resolution. He hastened to throw himself at the feet of the sovereign, and such was the excess of his feeling on presenting the petition which was to decide the fate of his son, that he could only look silently up, and then fainted. The king received the paper, and giving orders for that unhappy father to be taken care of, passed on. He was carried back to his hotel, where he awaited the event of this his final effort. Adeline, meanwhile, continued at Vasseur in a state of anxiety too powerful for her long agitated frame, and the illness in consequence of this confined her almost wholly to her chamber. Sometimes she ventured to flatter herself with a hope that the journey of Leluc would be successful, but these short and elusive intervals of comfort served only to heighten, by contrast, the despondency that succeeded, and in the alternate extremes of feeling they experienced a state more torturing than that produced either by the sharp sting of unexpected calamity or the sullen pain of settled despair. When she was well enough, she came down to the parlour to converse with Louis, who brought her frequent accounts of Theodore, and who passed every moment he could snatch from the duty of his procession in endeavours to support and console his afflicted friends. Adeline and Theodore both looked to him for the little comfort allotted them, for he brought them intelligence of each other, and whenever he appeared a transient melancholy kind of pleasure played round their hearts. He could not conceal from Theodore Adeline's indisposition, since it was necessary to account for her not indulging the earnest wish he repeatedly expressed to see her again. To Adeline he spoke chiefly of the fortitude and resignation of his friend, not however forgetting to mention the tender affection he constantly expressed for her. Accustomed to derive her sole consolation from the presence of Louis, and to observe his unwearied friendship towards him whom she so truly loved, she found her esteem for him ripen into gratitude, and her regard daily increase. The fortitude with which he had said Theodore supported his calamities was somewhat exaggerated. He could not sufficiently forget those ties which bound him to life to meet his fate with firmness. But though the paroxysms of grief were acute and frequent, he sought, and often obtained in the presence of his friends, a manly composure. From the event of his father's journey he hoped little, yet that little was sufficient to keep his mind in the torture of suspense till the issue should appear. On the day preceding that fixed for the execution of the sentence, Laluc reached Vassio. Adeline was at her chamber window when the carriage drew up to the end. She saw him alight, and with feeble steps, supported by Peter, enter the house. From the languor of his air she drew no favourable omen, and almost sinking under the violence of her emotion, she went to meet him. Clara was already with her father when Adeline entered the room. She approached him, but, dreading to receive from his lips a confirmation of the misfortune his countenance seemed to indicate, she looked expressively at him and sat down, unable to speak the question she would have asked. He held out his hand to her in silence, sunk back in his chair, and seemed to be fainting under oppression of heart. His manner confirmed all her fears. At this dreadful conviction her senses failed her, and she sat motionless and stupefied. Laluc and Clara were too much occupied by their own distress to observe her situation. After some time she breathed a heavy sigh and burst into tears. Relieved by weeping, her spirits gradually returned, and she at length said to Laluc, "It is unnecessary, sir, to ask the success of your journey. Yet, when you can bear to mention the subject, I wish—" Laluc waved his hand. "Alas," said he, "I have nothing to tell but what you already guess too well. My poor Theodore!" His voice was convulsed with sorrow, and some moments of unutterable anguish followed. Adeline was the first who recovered sufficient recollection to notice the extreme languor of Laluc, and attend to his support. She ordered him refreshments, and entreated he would retire to his bed and suffer her to send for a physician, adding that the fatigue he had suffered made repose absolutely necessary. "Would that I could find it, my dear child," said he. "It is not in this world that I must look for it, but in a better, and that better, I trust, I shall soon attain. But where is our good friend, Louis Lamont? He must lead me to my son." Grief again interrupted his utterance, and the entrance of Louis was a very seasonable relief to them all. Their tears explained the question he would have asked. Laluc immediately inquired for his son, and thanking Louis for all his kindness to him, desired to be conducted to the prison. Louis endeavoured to persuade him to defer his visit till the morning, and Adeline and Clara joined their entreaties with his, but Laluc determined to go that night. "His time is short," said he. "A few hours, and I shall see him no more, at least in this world. Let me not neglect these precious moments. Adeline, I had promised my poor boy that he should see you once more. You are not now equal to the meeting. I will try to reconcile him to the disappointment. But if I fail and you are better in the morning, I know you will exert yourself to sustain the interview." Adeline looked impatient and attempted to speak. Laluc rose to depart, but could only reach the door of the room, where, faint and feeble, he sat down in a chair. "I must submit to necessity," said he. "I find I am not able to go farther tonight. Go to him, Lamont, and tell him I am somewhat disordered by my journey, but that I will be with him early in the morning. Do not flatter him with the hope. Prepare him for the worst." There was a pause of silence. Laluc, at length recovering himself, desired Clara would order his bed to be got ready, and she willingly obeyed. When he withdrew, Adeline told Louis, what was indeed unnecessary, the event of Laluc's journey. "I own," continued she, "that I had sometimes suffered myself to hope, and I now feel this calamity with double force. I fear, too, that Monsieur Laluc will sink under its pressure. He is much altered for the worse since he set out for Paris. Tell me your opinion sincerely." The change was so obvious that Louis could not deny it, but he endeavoured to soothe her apprehension by ascribing this alteration, in a great measure, to the temporary fatigue of travelling. Adeline declared her resolution of accompanying La Luc to take leave of Theodore in the morning. "I know not how I shall support the interview," she said, "but to see him once more is a duty I owe both to him and myself. The remembrance of having neglected to give him this last proof of affection would pursue me with incessant remorse." After some further conversation on this subject, Louis withdrew to the prison, ruminating on the best means of imparting to his friend the fatal intelligence he had to communicate. Theodore received it with more composure than he had expected, but he asked, with impatience, why he did not see his father and Adeline, and on being informed that indisposition withheld them, his imagination seized on the worst possibility and suggested that his father was dead. It was a considerable time before Louis could convince him of the contrary, and that Adeline was not dangerously ill. When, however, he was assured that he should see them in the morning, he became more tranquil. He desired his friend would not leave him that night. "These are the last hours we can pass together," added he. "I cannot sleep. Stay with me and lighten their heavy moments. I have need of comfort, Louis. Young as I am and held by such strong attachments, I cannot quit the world with resignation. I know not how to credit those stories we hear of philosophic fortitude. Wisdom cannot teach us cheerfully to resign a good, and life in my circumstance is surely such." The night was passed in embarrassed conversation, sometimes interrupted by long fits of silence and sometimes by the paroxysms of despair. And the morning of that day which was to lead Theodore to death at length dawned through the gates of his prison. La Luc, meanwhile, passed a sleepless and dreadful night. He prayed for fortitude and resignation, both for himself and Theodore, but the pangs of nature were powerful in his heart and not to be subdued. The idea of his lamented wife, and of what she would have suffered had she lived to witness the ignominious death which awaited her son, frequently occurred to him. It seemed as if a destiny had hung over the life of Theodore, for it is probable that the king might have granted the petition of the unhappy father, had it not happened that the Marquis de Montaut was present at court when the paper was presented. The appearance and singular distress of the petitioner had interested the monarch, and, instead of putting by the paper, he opened it. As he threw his eyes over it, observing that the criminal was of the Marquis de Montaut's regiment, he turned to him and inquired the nature of the offence for which the culprit was about to suffer. The answer was such as might have been expected from the Marquis, and the king was convinced that Theodore was not a proper object of mercy. But to return to La Luc, who was called, according to his order, at a very early hour. Having passed some time in prayer, he went down to the parlour where Louis, punctual to the moment, already waited to conduct him to the prison. He appeared calm and collected, but his countenance was impressed with a fixed despair that sensibly affected his young friend. While they waited for Adeline, he spoke little, and seemed struggling to attain the fortitude necessary to support him through the approaching scene. Adeline not appearing, he at length sent to hasten her, and was told she had been ill, but was recovering. She had indeed passed a night of such agitation that her frame had sunk under it, and she was now endeavouring to recover strength and composure sufficient to sustain her in this dreadful hour. Every moment that brought her nearer to it had increased her emotion, and the apprehension of being prevented seeing Theodore had alone enabled her to struggle against the united pressure of illness and grief. So now, with Clara, she joined La Luc, who advanced as they entered the room, and took a hand of each in silence. After some moments he proposed to go, and they stepped into a carriage which conveyed them to the gates of the prison. The crowd had already begun to assemble there, and a confused murmur arose as the carriage moved forward. It was a grievous sight to the friends of Theodore. Louis supported Adeline when she alighted. She was scarcely able to walk, and with trembling steps she followed La Luc, whom the keeper led towards that part of the prison where his son was confined. It was now 8 o'clock. The sentence was not to be executed till 12, but a guard of soldiers was already placed in the court, and as this unhappy party passed along the narrow avenues, they were met by several officers who had been to take a last farewell of Theodore. As they ascended the stairs that led to his apartment, La Luc's ear caught the clink of chains, and heard him walking above with a quick, irregular step. The unhappy father, overcome by the moment which now pressed upon him, stopped, and was obliged to support himself by the banister. Louis, fearing the consequence of his grief might be fatal, shattered as his frame already was, would have gone for assistance, but he made a sign to him to stay. "I am better," said La Luc, "O God, support me through this hour." And in a few minutes he was able to proceed. As the warder unlocked the door, the harsh grating of the key shocked Adeline, but in the next moment she was in the presence of Theodore, who sprung to meet her and caught her in his arms before she sunk to the ground. As her head reclined on his shoulder, he again viewed that countenance so dear to him, which had so often lighted rapture in his heart, and which, though pale and inanimate as it now was, awakened him to momentary delight. When at length she unclosed her eyes, she fixed them in a long and mournful gaze upon Theodore, who, pressing her to his heart, could answer her only with a smile of mingled tenderness and despair. The tears he endeavoured to restrain trembled in his eyes, and he forgot for a time everything but Adeline. Luc, who had seated himself at the foot of the bed, seemed unconscious of what passed around him, and entirely absorbed in his own grief. But Clara, as she clasped the hand of her brother, and hung weeping on his arm, expressed aloud all the anguish of her heart, and at length recalled the attention of Adeline, who in a voice scarcely audible entreated she would spare her father. Her words roused Theodore, and supporting Adeline to a chair, he turned to Luc. "My dear child," said Luc, grasping his hand and bursting into tears. "My dear child." They wept together. After a long interval of silence, he said, "I thought I could have supported this hour, but I am old and feeble. God knows my efforts for resignation, my faith in his goodness." Theodore, by a strong and sudden exertion, assumed a composed and firm countenance, and endeavoured by every gentle argument to soothe and comfort his weeping friends. Luc at length seemed to conquer his sufferings. Drying his eyes, he said, "My son, I ought to have set you a better example, and practise the precepts of fortitude I have so often given you. But it is over. I know and will perform my duty." Adeline breathed a heavy sigh, and continued to weep. "Be comforted, my love. We part for but a time," said Theodore, as he kissed the tears from her cheek, and uniting her hand with that of his father's, he earnestly recommended her to his protection. "Receive her," added he, "as the most precious legacy I can bequeath. Consider her as your child. She will console you when I am gone. She will more than supply the loss of your son." Luc assured him that he did now, and should continue to regard Adeline as his daughter. During those afflicting hours he endeavoured to dissipate the terrors of approaching death by inspiring his son with religious confidence. His conversation was pious, rational, and consolatory. He spoke not from the cold dictates of the head, but from the feelings of a heart which had long loved and practised the pure precepts of Christianity, and which now drew from them a comfort such as nothing earthly could bestow. "You are young, my son," he said, and are yet innocent of any great crime. You may therefore look on death without terror, for to the guilty only is his approach dreadful. I think that I shall not long survive you, and I trust in a merciful God that we shall meet in a state where sorrow never comes, where the Son of Righteousness shall come with healing in his wing." As he spoke he looked up. The tears still trembled in his eyes, which beamed with meek yet fervent devotion, and his countenance glowed with the dignity of a superior being. "Let us not neglect the awful moments," said Luc, rising. "Let our united prayers ascend to him who alone can comfort and support us." They all knelt down, and he prayed with that simple and sublime eloquence which true piety inspires. When he rose he embraced his children separately, and when he came to Theodore he paused, gazed upon him with an earnest, mournful expression, and was for some time unable to speak. Theodore could not bear this. He drew his hand before his eyes, and vainly endeavoured to stifle the deep sobs which convulsed his frame. At length, recovering his voice, he entreated his father would leave him. "This misery is too much for us all," said he. "Let us not prolong it. The time is now drawing on. Leave me to compose myself. The sharpness of death consists in parting with those who are dear to us. When that is past, death is disarmed." "I will not leave you, my son," replied Luc. "My poor girls shall go, but for me I will be with you in your last moments." Theodore felt that this would be too much for them both, and urged every argument which reason could suggest to prevail with his father to relinquish his design. But he remained firm in his determination. "I will not suffer a selfish consideration of the pain I may endure," said Luc, "to tempt me to desert my child when he will most require my support. It is my duty to attend you, and nothing shall withhold me." Theodore seized on the words of Luc. As you would that I should be supported in my last hour, said he, I entreat that you will not be witness of it. Your presence, my dear father, would subdue all my fortitude, would destroy what little composure I may otherwise be able to attain. Add not to my sufferings the view of your distress, but leave me to forget, if possible, the dear parent I must quit forever. His tears flowed anew. Leloup continued to gaze on him in silent agony. At length he said, Well, be it so. If indeed my presence would distress you, I will not go. His voice was broken and interrupted. After a pause of some moments he again embraced Theodore. We must part, said he. We must part, but it is only for a time. We shall soon be reunited in a higher world. O God, thou seest my heart. Thou seest all its feelings in this bitter hour. Grief again overcame him. He pressed Theodore in his arms, and at length, seeming to summon all his fortitude, he again said, We must part. O my son, farewell forever in this world. The mercy of Almighty God support and bless you. He turned away to leave the prison, but, quite worn out with grief, sunk into a chair near the door he would have opened. Theodore gazed, with a distracted countenance, alternately on his father, on Clara, and on Adeline, whom he pressed to his throbbing heart, and their tears flowed together. And do I then, cried he, for the last time look upon that countenance? Shall I never, never more behold it? Oh, exquisite misery! Yet once again, once more, continued he, pressing her cheek, but it was insensible and cold as marble. Louis, who had left the room soon after Leloup arrived, that his presence might not interrupt their farewell grief, now returned. Adeline raised her head, and perceiving who entered, it again sunk on the bosom of Theodore. Louis appeared much agitated. Leloup arose. We must go, said he. Adeline, my love, exert yourself. Clara, my children, let us depart. Yet one last embrace, and then— Louis advanced and took his hand. My dear sir, I have something to say, yet I fear to tell it. What do you mean? Said Leloup with quickness. No new misfortune can have power to afflict me at this moment. Do not fear to speak. I rejoice that I cannot put you to the proof, replied Louis. I have seen you sustain the most trying affliction with fortitude. Can you support the transports of hope? Leloup gazed eagerly on Louis. Speak, said he in a faint voice. Adeline raised her head, and trembling between hope and fear, looked at Louis as if she would have searched his soul. He smiled cheerfully upon her. Is it possible? She exclaimed, suddenly reanimated. He lives! He lives! She said no more, but ran to Leloup, who sunk fainting in his chair, while Theodore and Clara, with one voice, called on Louis to relieve them from the tortures of suspense. He proceeded to inform them that he had obtained from the commanding officer a respite for Theodore, till the king's farther pleasure could be known, and this in consequence of a letter received that morning from his mother, Madame Lamotte, in which she mentioned some very extraordinary circumstances that had appeared in the course of a trial lately conducted at Paris, and which so materially affected the character of the Marquis de Montault as to render it possible a pardon might be obtained for Theodore. These words darted with the rapidity of lightning upon the hearts of his hearers. Leloup revived, and that prison so lately the scene of despair now echoed only to the voices of gratitude and gladness. Leloup, raising his clasped hands to heaven, said, Great God, support me in this moment as thou hast already supported me. If my son lives, I die in peace. He embraced Theodore, and remembering the anguish of his last embrace, tears of thankfulness and joy flowed to the contrast. So powerful indeed was the effect of this temporary reprieve, and of the hope it introduced, that if an absolute pardon had been obtained, it could scarcely for the moment have diffused a more lively joy. But when the first emotions were subsided, the uncertainty of Theodore's fate once more appeared. Adeline forebode to express this, but Clara without scruple lamented the possibility that her brother might yet be taken from them, and all their joy be turned to sorrow. A look from Adeline checked her. Joy was, however, so much the predominant feeling of the present moment, that the shade which reflection threw upon their hopes passed away like the cloud that is dispelled by the strength of the sunbeam, and Louis alone was pensive and abstracted. When they were sufficiently composed, he informed them that the contents of Madame de Lamotte's letter obliged him to set out for Paris immediately, and that the intelligence he had to communicate intimately concerned Adeline, who would undoubtedly judge it necessary to go thither also as soon as her health would permit. He then read to his impatient auditors such passages in the letter as were necessary to explain his meaning. But as Madame de Lamotte had omitted to mention some circumstances of importance to be understood, the following is a relation of the occurrences that had lately happened at Paris. It may be remembered that on the first day of his trial, Lamotte, in passing from the courts to his prison, saw a person whose features, though imperfectly seen through the dusk, he thought he recollected, and that this same person, after inquiring the name of Lamotte, desired to be admitted to him. On the following day the warder complied with his request, and the surprise of Lamotte may be imagined when, in the stronger light of his apartment, he distinguished the countenance of the man from whose hands he had formerly received Adeline. On observing Madame Lamotte in the room, he said he had something of consequence to impart, and desired to be left alone with the prisoner. When she was gone, he told de Lamotte that he understood he was confined at the suit of the Marquis de Montal. Lamotte assented. "I know him for a villain," and the stranger boldly, "Your case is desperate. Do you wish for life?" "Need the question be asked? Your trial, I understand, proceeds tomorrow. I am now under confinement in this place for debt, but if you can obtain leave for me to go with you into the courts, and a condition from the judge that what I reveal shall not criminate myself, I will make discoveries that shall confound that same Marquis. I will prove him a villain, and it shall be judged how far his word ought to be taken against you." Lamotte, whose interest was now strongly excited, desired he would explain himself, and the man proceeded to relate a long history of the misfortunes and consequent poverty which had tempted him to become subservient to the schemes of the Marquis, till he suddenly checked himself and said, "When I obtain from the court the promise I require, I will explain myself fully. Till then I cannot say more on the subject." Lamotte could not forbear expressing a doubt of his sincerity, and a curiosity concerning the motive that had induced him to become the Marquis's accuser. "As to my motive, it is a very natural one," replied the man. "It is no easy matter to receive ill usage without resenting it, particularly from a villain whom you have served." Lamotte, for his own sake, endeavoured to check the vehemence with which this was uttered. "I care not who hears me," continued the stranger, but at the same time he lowered his voice. "I repeat it. The Marquis has used me ill. I have kept his secret long enough. He does not think it worth while to secure my silence, or he would relieve my necessities. I am in prison for debt, and have applied to him for relief. Since he does not choose to give it, let him take the consequence. I warrant he shall soon repent that he has provoked me, and 'tis fit he should." The doubts of Lamotte were now dissipated. The prospect of life again opened upon him, and he assured Dubois, which was the stranger's name, with much warmth, that he would commission his advocate to do all in his power to obtain leave for his appearance on the trial, and to procure the necessary condition. After some farther conversation, they parted. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 22. Quote, "Drag forth the legal monster into light, wrench from his hand oppression's iron rod, and bid the cruel feel the pains they give." End quote. Uncredited. Leave was at length granted for the appearance of Dubois, with a promise that his words should not criminate him, and he accompanied Lamotte into court. The confusion of Marquis de Montault on perceiving this man was observed by many persons present, and particularly by Lamotte, who drew from this circumstance a favourable presage for himself. When Dubois was called upon, he informed the court that on the night of the 21st of April, in the preceding year, one Jean d'Aulnoy, a man he had known for many years, came to his lodging. After they had discoursed for some time on their circumstances, d'Aulnoy said he knew a way by which Dubois might change all his poverty to riches, but that he would not say more till he was certain he would be willing to follow it. The distressed state in which Dubois was then made him anxious to learn the means which would bring him relief. He eagerly inquired what his friend meant, and after some time d'Aulnoy explained himself. He said he was employed by a nobleman, whom he afterwards told Dubois was the Marquis de Montault, to carry off a young girl from a convent, and that she was to be taken to a house at a few leagues distant from Paris. I knew the house he described well, said Dubois, for I had been there many times with Donois, who lived there to avoid his creditors, though he often passed his nights at Paris. He would not tell me more of the scheme, but said he should want assistance, and that if I and my brother, who is since dead, would join him, his employer would grudge no money, and we should be well rewarded. I desired him again to tell me more of the plan, but he was obstinate, and after I had told him I would consider of what he said, and speak to my brother, he went away. When he called the next night for his answer, my brother and I agreed to engage, and accordingly we went home with him. He then told us that the young lady he was to bring thither was a natural daughter of the Marquis de Montault, and of a nun belonging to a convent of Ursulines; that his wife had received the child immediately on its birth, and had been allowed a handsome annuity to bring it up as her own, which she had done till her death. The child was then placed in a convent and designed for the veil, but when she was of an age to receive the vows, she had steadily persisted in refusing them. This circumstance had so much exasperated the Marquis, that in his rage he ordered that if she persisted in her obstinacy, she should be removed from the convent and got rid of any way, since if she lived in the world her birth might be discovered, and in consequence of this her mother, for whom he had yet a regard, would be condemned to expiate her crime by a terrible death. Dubois was interrupted in his narrative by the counsel of the Marquis, who contended that the circumstances alleged tending to criminate his client, the proceeding was both irrelevant and illegal. He was answered that it was not irrelevant, and therefore not illegal, for that the circumstances which threw light upon the character of the Marquis affected his evidence against Lamotte. Dubois was suffered to proceed. Donois then said that the Marquis had ordered him to dispatch her, but that as he had been used to see her from her infancy, he could not find it in his heart to do it, and wrote to tell him so. The Marquis then commanded him to find those who would, and this was the business for which he wanted us. My brother and I were not so wicked as this came to, and so we told Donois, and I could not help asking why the Marquis resolved to murder his own child rather than expose her mother to the risk of suffering death. He said the Marquis had never seen his child, and that, therefore, it could not be supposed he felt much kindness towards it, and still less that he could love it better than he loved its mother. Dubois proceeded to relate how much he and his brother had endeavoured to soften the heart of Donois towards the Marquis's daughter, and that they prevailed with him to write again and plead for her. Donois went to Paris to await the answer, leaving them and the young girl at the house on the heath, where the former had consented to remain, seemingly for the purpose of executing the orders they might receive, but really with the design to save the unhappy victim from the sacrifice. It is probable that Dubois in this instance gave a false account of his motive, since if he was really guilty of an intention so atrocious as that of murder, he would naturally endeavour to conceal it. However this might be, he affirmed that on the night of the 26th of April he received an order from Donois for the destruction of the girl, whom he had afterwards delivered into the hands of Lamotte. Lamotte listened to this relation in astonishment. When he knew that Adeline was the daughter of the Marquis, and remembered the crime to which he had once devoted her, his frame thrilled with horror. He now took up the story, and added an account of what had passed at the Abbey between the Marquis and himself concerning a design of the former upon the life of Adeline, and urged, as a proof of the present prosecution originating in malice, that it had commenced immediately after he had effected her escape from the Marquis. He concluded, however, with saying that the Marquis had immediately sent his people in pursuit of her. It was possible she might yet have fallen a victim to his vengeance. Here the Marquis's counsel again interfered, and their objections were again overruled by the court. The common degree of emotion which his countenance betrayed during the narrations of Dubois and de Lamotte was generally observed. The court suspended the sentence of the latter, ordered that the Marquis should be put under immediate arrest, and that Adeline, the name given by her foster-mother, and Jean Donois should be sought for. The Marquis was accordingly seized at the suit of the Crown, and put under confinement till Adeline should appear, or proof could be obtained that she died by his order, and till Daunois should confirm or destroy the evidence of de la Motte. Madame, who at length obtained intelligence of her son's residence from the town where he was formerly stationed, had acquainted him with his father's situation, and the proceeding of the trial, and as she believed that Adeline, if she had been so fortunate as to escape the Marquis's pursuit, was still in Savoy, she desired Louis would obtain leave of absence and bring her to Paris, where her immediate presence was requisite to substantiate the evidence, and probably to save the life of La Motte. On the receipt of her letter, which happened on the morning appointed for the execution of Theodore, Louis went immediately to the commanding officer to petition for a respite till the King's further pleasure should be known. He founded his plea on the arrest of the Marquis, and showed the letter he had just received. The commanding officer readily granted a reprieve, and Louis, who, on the arrival of this letter, had forborne to communicate its contents to Theodore, lest it should torture him with false hope, now hastened to him with this comfortable news. Chapter 23 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 23. Lo, on his funeral couch he lies, no pitying heart, no eye afford a tear to grace his obsequies. Gray. On learning the purpose of Madame de la Motte's letter, Adeline saw the necessity of her immediate departure for Paris. The life of La Motte, who had more than saved hers, the life, perhaps, of her beloved Theodore, depended on the testimony she should give, and she who had so lately been sinking under the influence of illness and despair, who could scarcely raise her languid head, or speak but in the faintest accents, now reanimated with hope, and invigorated by a sense of the importance of the business before her, prepared to perform a rapid journey of some 100 miles. Theodore tenderly entreated that she would so far consider her health as to delay this journey for a few days, but with a smile of enchanting tenderness she assured him that she was now too happy to be ill, and that the same cause which would confirm her happiness would confirm her health. So strong was the effect of hope upon her mind now, that it succeeded to the misery of despair, and it overcame the shock she suffered on believing herself a daughter of the Marquis, and every other painful reflection. She did not even foresee the obstacle that circumstance might produce to her union with Theodore, should he at last be permitted to live. It was settled that she should set off for Paris in a few hours with Louis, and attended by Peter. These hours were passed by Leluc and his family in the prison. When the time for her departure arrived, the spirits of Adeline again forsook her, and the illusions of joy disappeared. She no longer beheld Theodore as one respited from death, but took leave of him with a mournful presentiment that she should see him no more. So strongly was this presage impressed upon her mind, that it was long before she could summon the resolution to bid him farewell, and when she had done so, and even left the apartment, she returned to take of him a last look. As she was once more quitting the room, her melancholy imagination represented Theodore at the place of execution, pale and convulsed in death. She again turned her lingering eyes upon him, but fancy affected her sense, for she thought as she now gazed that his countenance changed, and assumed a ghastly hue. All her resolution vanished, and such was the anguish of her heart, that she resolved to defer her journey till the morrow, though she must by this means lose the protection of Louis, whose impatience to meet his father would not suffer the delay. The triumph of passion, however, was transient. Soothed by the indulgence she promised herself, her grief subsided, reason resumed its influence, she again saw the necessity of her immediate departure, and recollected sufficient resolution to submit. Luc would have accompanied her for the purpose of again soliciting the king in behalf of his son, had not the extreme weakness and lassitude to which he was reduced made travelling impracticable. At length Adeline, with a heavy heart, quitted Theodore, notwithstanding his entreaties, that she would not undertake the journey in her present weak state, and was accompanied by Clara and Luc to the inn. The former parted from her friend with many tears and much anxiety for her welfare, but under a hope of soon meeting her again, should a pardon be granted to Theodore. Luc designed to fetch Adeline from Paris, but should this be refused, she was to return with Peter. He bade her adieu with a father's kindness, which she repaid with a filial affection, and in her last words conjured him to attend to the recovery of his health. The languid smile he assumed seemed to express that her solicitude was vain, and that he thought his health past recovery. Thus Adeline quitted the friends so justly dear to her and so lately found. For Paris, where she was a stranger, almost without protection, and compelled to meet a father, who had pursued her with the utmost cruelty, in a public court of justice. The carriage, in leaving Vassaux, passed by the prison. She threw an eager look towards it as she passed. Its heavy black walls, the narrow grated windows, seemed to frown upon her hopes. But Theodore was there, and leaning from the window, she continued to gaze upon it till an abrupt turning in the street concealed it from her view. She then sunk back in the carriage, and yielding to the melancholy of her heart, wept in silence. Louis was not disposed to interrupt it. His thoughts were anxiously employed on his father's situation, and the travellers proceeded many miles without exchanging a word. At Paris, whither we shall now return, the search after Jean d'Auneuil was prosecuted without success. The house on the heath, described by Dubos, was found uninhabited, and to the places of his usual resort in the city, where the officers of the police awaited him, he no longer came. It even appeared doubtful whether he was living, for he had absented himself from the houses of his customary rendezvous some time before the trial of Lamotte. It was therefore certain that his absence was not occasioned by anything which had passed in the courts. In the solitude of his confinement the Marquis de Montaut had leisure to reflect on the past, and to repent of his crimes. But reflection and repentance formed as yet no part of his disposition. He turned with impatience from recollections which produced only pain, and looked forward to the future with an endeavour to avert the disgrace and punishment which he saw impending. The elegance of his manners had so effectually veiled the depravity of his heart, that he was a favourite with his sovereign, and on this circumstance he rested his hope of security. He, however, severely repented that he had indulged the hasty spirit of revenge which had urged him to the prosecution of Lamotte, and had thus unexpectedly involved him in a situation dangerous, if not fatal, since if Adeline could not be found he would be concluded guilty of her death. But the appearance of d'Auneuil was the circumstance he most dreaded, and to oppose the possibility of this he employed secret emissaries to discover his retreat, and to bribe him in his interest. These were, however, as unsuccessful in their research as the officers of the police, and the Marquis at length began to hope the man was really dead. Lamotte, meanwhile, awaited with trembling impatience the arrival of his son, when he should be relieved in some degree from his uncertainty concerning Adeline. On his appearance he rested his only hope of life, since the evidence against him would lose much of its validity from the confirmation she would give of the bad character of his prosecutor, and if the Parliament even condemned Lamotte, the clemency of the king might yet operate in his favour. Adeline arrived at Paris after a journey of several days, during which she was chiefly supported by the delicate attentions of Louis, whom she pitied and esteemed, though she could not love. She was immediately visited at the hotel by Madame Lamotte. The meeting was affecting on both sides. The sense of her past conduct excited in the latter an embarrassment which the delicacy of goodness of Adeline would willingly have spared her, but the pardon solicited was given with so much sincerity that Madame gradually became composed and reassured. This forgiveness, however, could not have been thus easily granted, had Adeline believed her former conduct was voluntary, a conviction of the restraint and terror under which Madame had acted, alone induced her to excuse the past. In this first meeting they forbore dwelling on particular subjects. Madame Lamotte proposed that Adeline should remove from the hotel to her lodgings near the Châtelet, and Adeline, for whom a residence at a public hotel was very improper, gladly accepted the offer. Madame there gave her a circumstantial account of Lamotte's situation, and concluded with saying that as the sentence of her husband had been suspended till some certainty could be obtained concerning the late criminal designs of the Marquis, and as Adeline could confirm the chief part of Lamotte's testimony, it was probable that now she was arrived the court would proceed immediately. She now learnt the full extent of her obligation to Lamotte, for she was till now ignorant that when he sent her from the forest he saved her from death. Her horror of the Marquis, whom she could not bear to consider as her father, and her gratitude to her deliverer, redoubled, and she became impatient to give the testimony so necessary to the hopes of her preserver. Madame then said she believed it was not too late to gain admittance that night to the Châtelet, and as she knew how anxiously her husband wished to see Adeline, she entreated her consent to go thither. Adeline, though much harassed and fatigued, complied. When Louis returned from Monsieur Nemours, his father's advocate, whom he had hastened to inform of her arrival, they all set out for the Châtelet. The view of the prison into which they were now admitted so forcibly recalled to Adeline's mind the situation of Theodore, that she with difficulty supported herself to the apartment of Lamotte. When he saw her, a gleam of joy passed over his countenance, but again relapsing into despondency, he looked mournfully at her, and then at Louis, and groaned deeply. Adeline, in whom all remembrance of his former cruelty was lost in his subsequent kindness, expressed her thankfulness for the life he had preserved, and her anxiety to serve him in warm and repeated terms. But her gratitude evidently distressed him. Instead of reconciling him to himself, it seemed to awaken a remembrance of the guilty designs he had once assisted, and to strike the pangs of conscience deeper in his heart. Endeavouring to conceal his emotions, he entered on the subject of his present danger, and informed Adeline what testimony would be required of her on the trial. After above an hour's conversation with Lamotte, she returned to the lodgings of Madame, where, languid and ill, she withdrew to her chamber, and tried to obviate her anxieties in sleep. The Parliament which conducted the trial reassembled in a few days after the arrival of Adeline, and the two remaining witnesses of the Marquis, on whom he now rested his cause against Lamotte, appeared. She was led trembling into the court, where almost the first object that met her eyes was the Marquis de Montault, whom she now beheld with an emotion entirely new to her, and which was strongly tinctured with horror. When Dubois saw her, he immediately swore to her identity. His testimony was confirmed by her manner, for on perceiving him she grew pale, and a universal tremor seized her. Jean Denoy could nowhere be found, and Lamotte was thus deprived of an evidence which essentially affected his interest. Adeline, when called upon, gave her little narrative with clearness and precision, and Peter, who had conveyed her from the Abbey, supported the testimony she offered. The evidence produced was sufficient to criminate the Marquis of the intention of murder, in the minds of most people present, but it was not sufficient to affect the testimony of his last two witnesses, who positively swore to the commission of the robbery, and to the person of Lamotte, on whom sentence of death was accordingly pronounced. On receiving this sentence the unhappy criminal fainted, and the compassion of the assembly, whose feelings had been unusually interested in the decision, was expressed in a general groan. Their attention was quickly called to a new object. It was Jean Denoy who now entered the court, but his evidence, if it could ever, indeed, have been the means of saving Lamotte, came too late. He was reconducted to prison, but Adeline, who, extremely shocked by his sentence, was much indisposed, received orders to remain in the court during the examination of Denoy. This man had been at length found in the prison of a provincial town, where some of his creditors had thrown him, and from which even the money which the Marquis had remitted to him for the purpose of satisfying the craving importunities of Dubois had been insufficient to release him. Meanwhile the revenge of the latter had been roused against the Marquis by an imaginary neglect, and the money which was designed to relieve his necessities was spent by Daunois in riotous luxury. He was confronted with Adeline and with Dubos, and ordered to confess all he knew concerning this mysterious affair, or to undergo the torture. Daunois, who was ignorant how far the suspicions concerning the Marquis extended, and who was conscious that his own words might condemn him, remained for some time obstinately silent, but when the question was administered his resolution gave way, and he confessed a crime of which he had not even been suspected. It appeared that in the year 1642 Daunois, together with one Jacques Martigny and Francis Balicre, had waylaid and seized Henry Marquis de Montault, half-brother to Philippe, and after having robbed him and bound his servant to a tree, according to the orders they had received, they conveyed him to the Abbey of St. Clair, in the distant forest of Fontaineville. Here he was confined for some time till farther directions were received from Philippe de Montault, the present Marquis, who was then on his estates in a northern province of France. These orders were for death, and the unfortunate Henry was assassinated in his chamber in the 3rd week of his confinement at the Abbey. On hearing this Adeline grew faint. She remembered the manuscript she had found, together with the extraordinary circumstances that had attended the discovery. Every nerve thrilled with horror, and raising her eyes she saw the countenance of the Marquis, overspread with the livid paleness of guilt. She endeavoured, however, to arrest her fleeting spirits while the man proceeded with his confession. When the murder was perpetrated, Daunois had returned to his employer, who gave him the reward agreed upon, and in a few months after delivered into his hands the infant daughter of the late Marquis, whom he conveyed to a distant part of the kingdom, where, assuming the name of St. Pierre, he brought her up as his own child, receiving from the present Marquis a considerable annuity for his secrecy. Adeline, no longer able to struggle with the tumult of emotions that now rushed upon her heart, uttered a deep sigh and fainted away. She was carried from the court, and when the confusion occasioned by this circumstance subsided, Jean Daunois went on. He related that on the death of his wife, Adeline was placed in a convent, from whence she was afterwards removed to another, where the Marquis had destined her to receive the vows. That her determined rejection of them had occasioned him to resolve upon her death, and that she had accordingly been removed to the house on the heath. Daunois added that by the Marquis's order he had misled Dubos with a false story of her birth. Having after some time discovered that his comrades had deceived him concerning her death, Daunois separated from them in enmity. But they unanimously determined to conceal her escape from the Marquis, that they might enjoy the recompense of their supposed crime. Some months subsequent to this period, however, Daunois received a letter from the Marquis, charging him with the truth, and promising him a large reward if he would confess where he had placed Adeline. In consequence of this letter he acknowledged that she had been given into the hands of a stranger, but who he was, or where he lived, was not known. Upon these depositions Philippe de Montault was committed to take his trial for the murder of Henry, his brother. Daunois was thrown into a dungeon of the Châtelet, and Dubos was bound to appear as evidence. The feelings of the Marquis, who, in a prosecution stimulated by revenge, had thus unexpectedly exposed his crimes to the public eye, and betrayed himself to justice, can only be imagined. The passions which had tempted him to the commission of a crime so horrid as that of murder, and what, if possible, heightened its atrocity, the murder of one connected with him by the ties of blood, and by habits of even infantine association. The passions which had stimulated him to so monstrous a deed were ambition, and the love of pleasure. The first was more immediately gratified by the title of his brother, the latter by the riches which would enable him to indulge his voluptuous inclinations. The late Marquis de Montault, the father of Adeline, received from his ancestors a patrimony very inadequate to support the splendour of his rank, but he had married the heiress of an illustrious family, whose fortune amply supplied the deficiency of his own. He had the misfortune to lose her, for she was amiable and beautiful, soon after the birth of a daughter, and it was then that the present Marquis formed the diabolical design of destroying his brother. The contrast of their characters prevented that cordial regard between them which their near relationship seemed to demand. Henry was benevolent, mild, and contemplative. In his heart reigned the love of virtue. In his manners the strictness of justice was tempered, not weakened, by mercy. His mind was enlarged by science, and adorned by elegant literature. The character of Philippe has been already delineated in his actions. Its nicer shades were blended with some shining tints, but these served only to render more striking by contrast the general darkness of the portrait. He had married a lady who, by the death of her brother, inherited considerable estates, of which the Abbey of St. Clair and the villa on the borders of the forest of Fontainebleau were the chief. His passion for magnificence and dissipation, however, soon involved him in difficulties, and pointed out to him the conveniency of possessing his brother's wealth. His brother and his infant daughter only stood between him and his wishes. How he removed the father has been already related. Why he did not employ the same means to secure the child seems somewhat surprising, unless we admit that a destiny hung over him on this occasion, and that she was suffered to live as an instrument to punish the murderer of her parent. When a retrospect is taken of the vicissitudes and dangers to which she had been exposed from her earliest infancy, it appears as if her preservation was the effect of something more than human policy, and affords a striking instance that justice, however long delayed, will overtake the guilty. While the late unhappy Marquis was suffering at the Abbey, his brother, who, to avoid suspicion, remained in the north of France, delayed the execution of his horrid purpose from a timidity natural to a mind not yet inured to enormous guilt. Before he dared to deliver his final orders, he waited to know whether the story he contrived to propagate of his brother's death would veil his crime from suspicion. It succeeded but too well, for the servant, whose life had been spared that he might relate the tale, naturally enough concluded that his lord had been murdered by banditti, and that the peasant, who a few hours after found the servant wounded, bleeding, and bound to a tree, and knew also that this spot was infested by robbers, as naturally believed him, and spread the report accordingly. From this period the Marquis, to whom the Abbey of St. Clair belonged in right of his wife, visited it only twice, and that at distant times, till after an interval of several years he accidentally found La Motte its inhabitant. He resided at Paris and on his estate in the north, except that once a year he usually passed a month at his delightful villa on the borders of the forest. In the busy scenes of the court and in the dissipations of pleasure, he tried to lose the remembrance of his guilt, and there were times when the voice of conscience would be heard, though it was too soon again lost in the tumult of the world. It is probable that on the night of his abrupt departure from the Abbey, the solitary silence and gloom of the hour, in a place which had been the scene of his former crime, called up the remembrance of his brother with a force too powerful for fancy, and awakened horrors which compelled him to quit the polluted spot. If it was so, it is however certain that the spectres of conscience vanished with the darkness, for on the following day he returned to the Abbey, though it may be observed he never attempted to pass another night there. But though terror was roused for a transient moment, neither pity nor repentance succeeded, since when the discovery of Adeline's birth excited apprehension for his own life, he did not hesitate to repeat the crime, and would again have stained his soul with human blood. The discovery was effected by means of a seal bearing the arms of her mother's family, which was impressed on the note his servant had found, and had delivered to him at Caux. It may be remembered that having read this note, he was throwing it from him in the fury of jealousy, though that after examining it again, it was carefully deposited in his pocket-book. The violent agitation which a suspicion of this terrible truth occasioned deprived him for a while of all power to act. When he was well enough to write, he despatched a letter to Dunois, the purport of which has been already mentioned. From Dunois he received the confirmation of his fears, knowing that his life must pay the forfeiture of his crime, should Adeline ever obtain a knowledge of her birth. and not daring again to confide in the secrecy of a man who had once deceived him, he resolved, after some deliberation, on her death. He immediately set out for the Abbey, and gave those directions concerning her which terror for his own safety, still more than a desire for retaining her estates, suggested. As the history of the seal which revealed the birth of Adeline is rather remarkable, it may not be amiss to mention that it was stolen from the Marquis, together with the gold watch, by Jean d'Auneuil. The watch was soon disposed of, but the seal had been kept as a pretty trinket by his wife, and at her death went with Adeline among her cloth to the convent. Adeline had carefully preserved it, because it had once belonged to the woman whom she believed to have been her mother. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jamie Lee Cooper. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 24. Quote, "While anxious doubt distracts the tortured heart." End quote. We now return to the course of the narrative, and to Adeline, who was carried from the court to the lodging of Madame de la Motte. Madame was, however, at the Châtelet with her husband, suffering all the distress which the sentence pronounced against him might be supposed to inflict. The feeble frame of Adeline, so long harassed by grief and fatigue, almost sunk under the agitation which the discovery of her birth excited. Her feelings on this occasion were too complex to be analyzed. From an orphan, subsisting on the bounty of others, without family, with few friends, and pursued by a cruel and powerful enemy, she saw herself suddenly transformed to the daughter of an illustrious house and the heiress of immense wealth. But she learned also that her father had been murdered in the prime of his days, murdered by means of his brother, against whom she must now appear, and in punishing the destroyer of her parent doom, her uncle, to death. When she remembered the manuscript so singularly found, and considered that when she wept to the sufferings it described, her tears had flowed for those of her father, her emotion cannot be easily imagined. The circumstances attending the discovery of these papers no longer appeared to be a work of chance, but of a power whose designs are great and just. "Oh, my father," she would exclaim, "your last wish is fulfilled. The pitying heart you wished might trace your sufferings shall avenge them." On the return of Madame La Motte, Adeline endeavored, as usual, to suppress her own emotions, that she might soothe the affliction of her friend. She related what had passed in the courts after the departure of La Motte, and thus excited, even in the sorrowful heart of Madame, a momentary gleam of satisfaction. Adeline determined to recover, if possible, the manuscript. On inquiry, she learned that La Motte, in the confusion of his departure, had left it among other things at the Abbey. This circumstance much distressed her, the more so because she believed its appearance might be of importance on the approaching trial. She determined, however, if she could recover her rights, to have the manuscript sought for. In the evening, Louis joined this mournful party. He came down immediately from his father, whom he had left more tranquil than he had been since the fatal sentence was pronounced. After a silent and melancholy supper, they separated for the night, and Adeline, in the solitude of her chamber, had leisure to meditate on the discoveries of this eventful day. The sufferings of her dead father, such as she had read them recorded by his own hand, pressed most forcibly to her thoughts. The narrative had formerly so much affected her heart and interested her imagination, that her memory now faithfully reflected each particular circumstance there disclosed. But when she considered that she had been in the very chamber where her parent had suffered, where even his life had been sacrificed, and that she had probably seen the very dagger, seen it stained with rust, the rust of blood, by which he had fallen, the anguish and horror of her mind defied all control. On the following day, Adeline received orders to prepare for the prosecution of the Marquis de Montault, which was to commence as soon as the requisite witnesses could be collected. Among these were the abbess of the convent, who had received her hands from the Dunois, Madame Lamotte, who was present when the Dubois compelled her husband to receive Adeline, and Peter, who had not only been witness to this circumstance, but who had conveyed her from the abbey that she might escape the designs of the Marquis. Lamotte and Theodore Laluc were incapacitated by the sentence of the law from appearing on the trial. When Lamotte was informed of the discovery of Adeline's birth, and that her father had been murdered at the Abbey of St. Clair, he instantly remembered and mentioned to his wife the skeleton he found in the stone room leading to the subterranean cells. Neither of them doubted, from the situation which it lay, hid in a chest in an obscure room, strongly guarded, that Lamotte had seen the remains of the late Marquis. Madame, however, determined not to shock Adeline with the mention of this circumstance till it should be necessary to declare it on the trial. As the time of this trial drew near, the distress and agitation of Adeline increased. Though justice demanded the life of the murderer, and though the tenderness and pity which the idea of her father called forth urged her to avenge his death, she could not, without horror, consider herself as an instrument of dispensing that justice which would deprive a fellow being of existence. And there were times when she wished the secret of her birth had never been revealed. If this sensibility was, in her particular circumstances, a weakness, it was at least an amiable one, and as such deserves to be reverenced. The accounts she received from Vassaux of the health of Monsieur Laluc did not contribute to tranquilize her mind. The symptoms described by Clara seemed to say that he was in the last stage of a consumption, and the grief of Theodore and herself on this occasion was expressed in her letters with the lively eloquence so natural to her. Adeline loved and revered Laluc for his own worth, and for the paternal tenderness he had showed her. But he was still dearer to her as of the father of Theodore, and her concern for his declining state was not inferior to that of his children. It was increased by the reflection that she had probably been the means of shortening his life, for she too well knew that the distress occasioned him by the situation in which it had been her misfortune to involve Theodore, and shattered his frame to its present infirmity. The same cause also withheld him from seeking in the climate of Montpellier the relief he had formerly been taught to expect there. When she looked round on the condition of her friends, her heart almost overwhelmed with the prospect, it seemed as if she was destined to involve all those most dear in her calamity. With respect to Lamotte, whatever his vices, and whatever the designs in which he had formerly engaged against her, she forgot them all in the service he had finally rendered her, and considered it to be as much her duty as she felt it to be her inclination to intercede in his behalf. This, however, in her present situation, she could not do with any hope of success, but if the suit, upon which depended the establishment of her rank, her fortune, and consequently her influence, should be decided in her favor, she determined to throw herself at the king's feet, and, when she pleaded the cause of Theodore, asked the life of Lamotte. A few days preceding that of the trial, Adeline was informed a stranger desired to speak with her, and on going to the room where he was, she found Monsieur Vigneurial. Her countenance expressed both surprise and satisfaction at this unexpected meeting, and she inquired, though with little expectation of affirmation, if he had heard of Monsieur Laluc. "I have seen him," said Monsieur Vigneurial. "I have just come from Vassaux. I am sorry I cannot give you a better account of his health. He is greatly altered since I saw him before." Adeline could scarcely refrain from tears at the recollection these words revived of the calamities which had occasioned this lamented change. Monsieur Vigneurial delivered a packet from Clara. As he presented it, he said, "Besides this introduction to your notice, I have a claim of a different kind, which I am proud to assert, and which will perhaps justify the permission I ask of speaking upon your affairs." Adeline bowed, and Monsieur Vigneurial, with a countenance expressive of the most tender solicitude, added that he had heard of the late proceeding of the Parliament of Paris, and of those discoveries that so intimately concerned her. "I know not," continued he, "whether I ought to congratulate or condole with you on this trying occasion. That I sincerely sympathize in all that concerns you, I hope you will believe, and I cannot deny myself the pleasure of telling you that I am related, though distantly, to the Marchioness, your mother, for that she was your mother I cannot doubt." Adeline rose hastily and advanced toward Monsieur Venereal. Surprise and satisfaction reanimated her features. "Do I indeed see a relation?" she said in a sweet and tremulous voice, "and one whom I can welcome as a friend?" Tears trembled in her eyes, and she received Monsieur Venereal's embrace in silence. It was some time before her emotion would permit her to speak. To Adeline, who from her earliest infancy had been abandoned to strangers, a forlorn and helpless orphan, who had never till lately known a relation, and who then found one in the person of an inveterate enemy, to her this discovery was as delightful as unexpected. But after struggling for some time with the various emotions that pressed upon her heart, she begged Monsieur Venereal permission to withdraw till she could recover composure. He would have taken leave, but she entreated him not to go. The interest which Monsieur Venereal took in the concerns of La Luc was strengthened by his increasing regard for Clara, had drawn him to Vassaux, where he was informed of the family and particular circumstances of Adeline. On receiving this intelligence, he immediately set out for Paris to offer his protection and assistance to his newly discovered relation, and to aid, if possible, the cause of Theodore. Adeline in a short time returned, and could then bear to converse on the subject of her family. Monsieur Venereal offered her his support and assistance, if they should be found necessary. "But I trust," added he, "to the justness of your cause, and hope it will not require any adventitious aid. To those who remember the late Marchioness, your features bring sufficient evidence of your birth. As proof that my judgment in this instance is not biased by prejudice, the resemblance struck me when I was in Savoy, though I knew the Marchioness only by her portrait, and I believe I mentioned to Monsieur La Luc that you often reminded me of a deceased relation. You may form some judgment of this yourself," added Monsieur Venereal, taking a miniature from his pocket. "This was your amiable mother." Adeline's countenance changed. She received the picture eagerly, gazed on it for a long time in silence, and her eyes filled with tears. It was not the resemblance she studied, but the countenance, the mild and beautiful countenance of her parent, whose blue eyes, full of tender sweetness, seemed bent upon hers. While a soft smile played on her lips, Adeline pressed the picture to hers, and again gazed in silent reverie. At length, with a deep sigh, she said, "This surely was my mother. Had she but lived, oh, my poor father, you had been spared." This reflection quite overcame her, and she burst into tears. Monsieur Venereal did not interrupt her grief, but took her hand and sat by her without speaking till she had become more composed. Again kissing the picture, she held it out to him with a hesitating look. "No," said he, "it is already with its true owner." She thanked him with a smile of ineffable sweetness, and after some conversation on the subject of the approaching trial, on which occasion she requested Monsieur Venereal would support her by his presence, he withdrew, having begged to leave to repeat his visit on the following day. Adeline now opened her packet, and saw once more the well-known characters of Theodore. For a moment she felt as if in his presence, and the conscious blush overspread her cheek. With a trembling hand she broke the seal, and read the tenderest assurances and solicitudes of his love. She often paused that she might prolong the sweet emotions which these assurances awakened. but while tears of tenderness stood trembling on her eyelids, the bitter recollection of his situation would return, and they fell in anguish on her bosom. He congratulated her, and with particular delicacy, on the prospects of life which were opening to her, and everything that might tend to animate and support her, but avoid dwelling on his own circumstances, except by expressing his sense of the zeal and kindness of his commanding officer, and adding that he did not despair of finally obtaining a pardon. This hope, though but faintly expressed, and written evidently for the purpose of consoling Adeline, did not entirely fail of the desired effect. She yielded to its enchanting influence, and forgot for a while the many subjects of care and anxiety which surrounded her. Theodore said little of his father's health. What he did say was by no means discouraging, as the accounts of Clara, who, less anxious to conceal a truth that must give pain to Adeline, expressed, without reserve, all her apprehension and concern. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jamie Lee Cooper. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 25. Quote, Heaven is just, and when the measure of his crimes is full, will bear its red right arm and launch its lightnings. End quote. Mason. The day of the trial so anxiously awaited, and on which the fate of so many persons depended, at length arrived. Adeline, accompanied by Monsieur Venereal and Madame Lamotte, appeared as the prosecutor of the Marquis de Montault, and Dunois, Dubassa, Louis de Lamotte, and several other persons as witness in her cause. The judges were some of the most distinguished in France, and the advocates on both sides, men of eminent abilities. On a trial of such importance the court, as may be imagined, was crowded with persons of distinction, and the spectacle it presented was strikingly solemn, yet magnificent. When she appeared before the tribunal, Adeline's emotions surpassed all the arts of disguise, but adding to the natural dignity of her air an expression of soft timidity, and to her downcast eyes a sweet confusion, it rendered her an object still more interesting, and she attracted the universal pity and admiration of the assembly. When she ventured to raise her eyes, she perceived that the Marquis was not yet in court, and while she awaited his appearance in the trembling expectation, a confused murmuring rose in a distant part of the hall. Her spirits now almost forsook her. The certainty of seeing immediately and consciously the murderer of her father chilled her with horror, and she was with difficulty preserved from fainting. A low sound now run through the court, and an air of confusion appeared, which was soon communicated to the tribunal itself. Several of the members arose, some left the hall. The whole place exhibited a scene of disorder, and a report at length reached Adeline that the Marquis de Montault was dying. A considerable time elapsed in uncertainty, but the confusion continued. The Marquis did not appear, and at Adeline's request, Monsieur Venereal went in quest of more positive information. He followed a crowd which was hurrying towards the Châtelet, and with some difficulty gained admittance into the prison. But the porter at the gate, whom he had bribed for a passport, could give him no certain information on the subject of his inquiry, and not being at liberty to quit his post, furnished Monsieur Venereal with only a vague direction to the Marquis's apartment. The courts were silent and deserted, but as he advanced, a distant hum of voices led him on. Still perceiving several persons running towards a staircase which appeared beyond the archway of a long passage, he followed thither, and learned that the Marquis was certainly dying. The staircase was filled with people. He endeavored to press through the crowd, and after much struggle and difficulty he reached the door of an anteroom which communicated with the apartment where the Marquis lay, and whence several persons now issued. Here he learned that the object of his inquiry was already dead. Monsieur Venereal, however, pressed through the anteroom to the chamber where the Marquis lay on the bed, surrounded by officers of the law, and 2 notaries who appeared to have been taking down depositions. His countenance was suffused with a black and deadly hue, and impressed with the horrors of death. Monsieur Venereal turned away, shocked by the spectacle, and on inquiry heard that the Marquis had died by poison. It appeared that, convinced he had nothing to hope from his trial, he had taken this method of avoiding an ignominious death. In the last hours of life, while tortured with the remembrance of his crime, he resolved to make all the atonement that remained for him, and having swallowed the potion, he immediately sent for a confessor to take a full confession of his guilt, and 2 notaries, and thus established Adeline beyond dispute in the rights of her birth, and also bequeathed her a considerable legacy. In consequence of these depositions, she was soon after formally acknowledged as the daughter and heiress of Henry Marquis de Montault, and the rich estates of her father were restored to her. She immediately threw herself at the feet of the king in behalf of Theodore and of Lamont. The character of the former, the cause in which he had risked his life, and the occasion of the late Marquis's enmity towards him, were circumstances so notorious and so forcible that it is more than probable that the monarch would have granted his pardon to a pleader less irresistible than was Adeline de Montault. Theodore Laluc not only received an ample pardon, but in consideration of his gallant conduct towards Adeline, he was soon after raised to a post of considerable rank in the army. For Lamont, who had been condemned for the robbery on full evidence, and who had been also charged with the crime which had formerly compelled him to quit Paris, a pardon could not be obtained. But at the earnest supplication of Adeline, and in consideration of the service he had finally rendered her, his sentence was softened from death to banishment. This indulgence, however, would have availed him little, had not the noble generosity of Adeline silenced other prosecutions that were preparing against him, and bestowed on him a sum more than sufficient to support his family in a foreign country. This kindness operated so powerfully upon his heart, which had been betrayed through weakness rather than natural depravity, and awakened so keen a remorse for the injuries he had once meditated against a benefactress so noble, that his former habits became odious to him, and his character gradually recovered the hue which it probably would have always worn had he never been exposed to the tempting dissipations of Paris. The passion which Louis had so long owned for Adeline was raised almost to adoration by her late conduct, but now he relinquished even the faint hope which he had hitherto almost unconsciously cherished, and, since the life which was granted to Theodore rendered this sacrifice necessary, he could not repine. He resolved, however, to seek in absence the tranquillity he had lost, and to place his future happiness on that of 2 persons so deservedly dear to him. On the eve of his departure, Lamont and his family took a very affecting leave of Adeline. He left Paris for England, where it was his design to settle, and Louis, who was eager to fly from her enchantments, set out on the same day for his regiment. Adeline remained some time in Paris to settle her affairs, where she was introduced by Monsieur V to the few and distant relations that remained of her family. Among these were the Count and Countess D, and the amant du monde, who had so much engaged her pity and esteem at Nice. The lady, whose death he lamented, was of the family of de Montault, and the resemblance which he had traced between her features and those of Adeline, her cousin, was something more than the effect of fancy. The death of his elder brother had abruptly recalled him from Italy, but Adeline had the satisfaction to observe that the heavy melancholy which formerly oppressed him had yielded to a sort of placid resignation, and that his countenance was often enlivened by a transient gleam of cheerfulness. The Count and Countess D, who were much interested by her goodness and beauty, invited her to make their hotel her residence while she remained at Paris. Her first care was to have the remains of her parent removed from the Abbey of St. Clair and deposited in the vault of his ancestors. Dunois was tried, condemned, and hanged for the murder. At the place of execution, he had described the spot where the remains of the Marquis were concealed, which was in the stone room already mentioned, belonging to the Abbey. Monsieur V. accompanied the officers appointed for the search, and attended the ashes of the Marquis to St. Maur, an estate in one of the northern provinces. There they were deposited with the solemn funeral pomp becoming his rank. Adeline attended as chief mourner, and this last duty paid to the memory of her parent. She became more tranquil and resigned. The MS that recorded his sufferings had been found at the Abbey, and delivered to her by Monsieur V., and she preserved it with the pious enthusiasm so sacred a relic deserved. On her return to Paris, Theodore Laluc, who was come from Montpellier, awaited her arrival. The happiness of this meeting was clouded by the account he brought of his father, whose extreme danger had alone withheld him from hastening the moment he obtained his liberty to thank Adeline for the life she had preserved. She now received him as the friend to whom she was indebted for her preservation, and as the lover who deserved and possessed her dearest, tenderest affection. The remembrance of the circumstances under which they had last met, and of their mutual anguish, rendered more exquisite the happiness of the present moments, when no longer oppressed by the horrid prospect of ignominious death and final separation. They looked forward only to the smiling days that awaited them, when hand in hand they should tread the flowery scenes of life. The contrast which memory drew of the past with the present frequently drew tears of tenderness and gratitude to their eyes, and the sweet smile which seemed struggling to dispel from the countenance of Adeline, whose gems of sorrow penetrated the heart of Theodore, and brought his recollection a little song which in other circumstances he had formerly sung to her. He took up a lute that lay on the table, and touching the dulcet chords, accompanied it with the following words. Song. The rose that weeps with morning dew, and glitters in the sunny ray, in tears and smiles resembles you, when love breaks sorrow's cloud away. The dews that bend the blushing flower, enrich the scent, renew the glow. So love's sweet tears exalt his power, so bliss more brightly shines my woe. Her affection for Theodore had induced Adeline to reject several suitors which her goodness, beauty, and wealth had already attracted, and whom, though infinitely his superiors in point of fortune, were many of them inferior to him in family, and all of them in merit. The various and tumultuous emotions which the late events had called forth in the bosom of Adeline were now subsided, but the memory of her father still tingled in her mind with a melancholy that time could only subdue, and she refused to listen to the supplications of Theodore till the period she had prescribed for her mourning should be expired. The necessity of rejoining his regiment obliged him to leave Paris within the fortnight after his arrival, but he carried with him the assurance of receiving her hand soon after she would lay aside her sable habit, and departed therefore with tolerable composure. Monsieur Laluc's very precarious state was a source of incessant disquietude to Adeline, and she determined to accompany Monsieur V., who was now the declared lover of Clara, to Montpellier, whither Laluc had immediately gone to the liberation of his son. For this journey she was preparing when she received from her friend a flattering account of his amendment, and as some farther settlement of her affairs required her presence at Paris, she deferred her design, and Monsieur V. departed alone. When Theodore's affairs assumed a more favorable aspect, Monsieur Venereal had written to Laluc and communicated to him the secret of his heart respecting Clara. Laluc, who admired and esteemed Monsieur V., and who was not ignorant of his family connections, was pleased with the proposed alliance. Clara thought she had never seen any person whom she was so much inclined to love, and Monsieur V received an answer favorable to his wishes, and which encouraged him to undertake the present journey to Montpelier. The restoration of his happiness and the climate of Montpelier did all for the health of La Luc that his most anxious friends could wish, and he was at length so far recovered as to visit Adeline at her estate of St. Maur. Clara and Monsieur V accompanied him. A necessitation of hostilities between France and Spain soon after permitted Theodore to join this happy party. When La Luc, thus restored to those most dear to him, looked back on the miseries he had escaped, and forward to the blessings that awaited him, his heart dilated with emotions of exquisite joy and gratitude, and his venerable countenance, softened by an expression of complacent delight, exhibited a perfect picture of happy age. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Romance of the Forest. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jamie Lee Cooper. Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe. Chapter 26. Quote, Last came joy's ecstatic trial. They would have thought who heard the strain. They saw in Tempe's vale her native maids, amidst the festal sounding shades, to some unwearied minstrel dancing, while as his flying fingers kissed the strings, love framed with mirth a gay fantastic round. End quote. Ode to the Passions. Adeline, in the society of friends so beloved, lost the impression of that melancholy which the fate of her parent had occasioned. She recovered all her natural vivacity, and when she threw off the mourning habit which filial piety had required her to assume, she gave her hand to Theodore. The nuptials, which were celebrated at St. Maur, were graced by the presence of Count and Countess D, and La Luc, who had the supreme felicity of confirming on the same day the flattering destinies of both his children. When the ceremony was over, he blessed and embraced them with tears of fatherly affection. I thank thee, O God, that I may have been permitted to see this hour, said he. Whenever it shall please thee to call me hence, I shall depart in peace. Long, very long, may you be spared to bless your children, replied Adeline. Clara kissed her father's hand and wept. Long, very long, she repeated in a voice scarcely audible. La Luc smiled cheerfully and turned the conversation to a subject less affecting. But the time now drew nigh when La Luc thought it necessary to return to the duties of his parish, from which he had so long been absent. Madame La Luc, too, who had attended him during the period of his danger at Montpelier, and hence returned to Savoy, complained much of the solitude of her life, and this was with her brother an additional motive for his speedy departure. Theodore and Adeline, who could not support the thought of a separation, endeavored to persuade him to give up his chateau and to reside with them in France, but he was held by many ties to Lelincourt. For many years he had constituted the comfort and happiness of his parishioners, and they revered and loved him as a father. He regarded them with an affection little short of parental. The attachment they discovered towards him on his departure was not forgotten either. It had made a deep impression on his mind, and he could not bear the thought of forsaking them now that heaven had showered on him its abundance. It is sweet to live for them, said he, and I will also die amongst them. A sentiment also of a more tender nature, and let not the Stoic profane it with the name of weakness, or the man of the world scorn it as unnatural. A sentiment still more tender attracted him to Lelincourt. The remains of his wife reposed there. Since La Luc would not reside in France, Theodore and Adeline, to whom the splendid gaieties that courted them at Paris were very inferior temptations to the sweet domestic pleasures and refined society which Lelincourt would afford, determined to accompany La Luc and Monsieur and Madame Verneuil abroad. Adeline arranged her affairs so as to render her residence in France unnecessary, and having bade an affectionate adieu to the Count and Countess D., and to Monsieur Armand, who had recovered a tolerable degree of cheerfulness, she departed with her friends for Savoy. They travelled leisurely, and frequently turned out of their way to view whatever was worthy of observation. After a long and pleasant journey, they came once more within the view of the Swiss mountains, the sight of which revived 1,000 interesting recollections in the mind of Adeline. She remembered the circumstances and the sensations under which she had first seen them. When an orphan, flying from persecution to seek shelter among strangers, and last to the only person on earth whom she loved, she remembered this, and the contrast of the present moment struck with all its force upon her heart. The countenance of Clara brightened into smiles of the most animated delight as she drew near the beloved scenes of her infant pleasures, and Theodore, often looking from the windows, caught with patriotic enthusiasm the magnificent and changing scenery which the receding mountains successively disclosed. It was evening when they approached within a few miles of Lelincourt, and the road winding round the foot of a stupendous crag presented them with a full view of the lake, and of the peaceful dwelling of Lelouch. An exclamation of joy from the whole party announced the discovery, and the glance of pleasure was reflected from every eye. The sun's last light gleamed upon the waters that reposed in crystal purity below, mellowed every feature of the landscape, and touched with a purple splendor the clouds that rolled along the mountain tops. Lelouch welcomed his family to his happy home, and sent up a silent thanksgiving that he was permitted thus to return to it. Adeline continued to gaze upon each well-known object, and again reflecting on the vicissitudes of grief and joy, and the surprising change of fortune which she had experienced since she last saw them, her heart dilated with gratitude and complacent delight. She looked at Theodore, whom in these very scenes she had lamented as lost to her forever, who, when found again, was about to be torn from her by an ignominious death, but who now sat by her side, her secure and happy husband, the pride of his family and herself, and while the sensibility of her heart flowed in tears from her eyes, a smile of ineffable tenderness told him all she felt. He gently pressed her hand, and answered her with a look of love. Peter, who now rode up to the carriage with a face full of joy and of importance, interrupted a course of sentiment which was become almost too interesting. "Ah," said he, "welcome home again. Here is the village, God bless it. It is worth 1,000,000 such places as Paris. Thank Saint Jacques, we are all come safe back again." This effusion of honest Peter's joy was received and answered with the kindness it deserved. As they drew near the lake, music sounded over the water, and they presently saw a large party of the villagers assembled on a green spot that sloped to the very margin of the waves, and dancing in all their holiday finery. It was the evening of a festival. The elder peasants sat under the shade of the trees that crowned this little eminence, eating milk and fruits, and watching their sons and daughters frisk it away to the sprightly notes of the tabor and pipe, which was joined by the softer tones of a mandolin. The scene was highly interesting, and what added to its picturesque beauty was a group of cattle that stood, some on the brink, some half in the water, and others reposing on the green bank, while several peasant girls, dressed in the neat simplicity of their country, were dispensing the milky feast. Peter now rode on first, and a crowd soon collected round him, who, learning that their beloved master was at hand, went forth to meet and welcome him. Their warm and honest expressions of joy diffused an exquisite satisfaction over the heart of the good Lelouch, who met them with the kindness of a father, and who could scarcely forbear shedding tears to this testimony of their attachment. When the younger part of the peasants heard the news of his arrival, the general joy was such that, led by the tabor and pipe, they danced before his carriage to the chateau, where they again welcomed him and his family with the enlivening strains of music. At the gate of the chateau they were received by Madame Lelouch, and a happier party never met. As the evening was uncommonly mild and beautiful, Supper was spread in the garden. When the repast was over, Clara, whose heart was all glee, proposed a dance by moonlight. "It will be delicious," said she. "The moonbeams are already dancing on the waters. See what a stream of radiance they throw across the lake, and how they sparkle round that little promontory on the left. The freshness of the hour, too, invites to dancing." They all agreed to the proposal. "And let the good people who have so heartily welcomed us home be called in too," said the Luke. "They shall all partake our happiness. There is devotion in making others happy, and gratitude ought to make us devout. Peter, bring more wine, and set some tables under the trees." Peter flew, and, while chairs and tables were placing, Clara ran for her favorite lute, the lute which had formerly afforded her such delight, and which Adeline had often touched with a melancholy expression. Clara's light hand now ran over the chords, and drew forth tones of tender sweetness. Her voice was accompanying the following air: "Now at moonlight's fairy hour, when faintly gleams each dewy steep, and vale and mountain, lake and bower, in solitary grandeur sleep. When slowly sinks the evening breeze, that lulls the mind in pensive care, and fancy loftier vision sees, bid music wake the silent air. Bid the merry, merry tabor sound, and with the phase of lawn or glade, in tripping circlet beat the ground, under the high trees' trembling shade. Now at moonlight's fairy hour, shall music breathe her dulcet voice, and over the waves with magic power, call on echo to rejoice." Peter, who could not move in a sober step, had already spread refreshments under the trees, and in a short time the lawn was encircled with peasantry. The rural pipe and tabor were placed, at Clara's request, under the shade of her beloved acacias, on the margin of the lake. The merry notes of music sounded. Adeline led off the dance, and the mountains answered only to the strains of mirth and melody. The venerable Leluc, as he sat among the elder peasants, surveyed the scene. His children and people thus assembled round him in one grand compact of harmony and joy. The frequent tear bedewed his cheek, and he seemed to taste the fullness of an exalted delight. So much was every heart roused to gladness, that the morning dawn began to peep upon the scene of their festivity, when every cottager returned to his home blessing the benevolence of Leluc. After passing some weeks with Leluc, Monsieur Verneuil bought a chateau in the village of Lelincourt, and as it was the only one not already occupied, Theodore looked out for a residence in the neighborhood. At the distance of a few leagues, on the beautiful banks of the lake of Geneva, where the waters retire into a small bay, he purchased a villa. The chateau was characterized by an air of simplicity and taste rather than of magnificence, which, however, was a chief trait in the surrounding scene. The chateau was almost encircled with woods, which, forming a grand amphitheater, swept down to the water's edge and abounded with wild and romantic walks. Here nature was suffered to sport in all her beautiful luxuriance, except where here and there the hand of art formed the foliage to admit a view of the blue waters of the lake, with the white sail that glided by, or of the distant mountains. In front of the chateau the woods opened to a lawn, and the eye was suffered to wander over the lake, whose bosom presented an ever-moving picture, while its varied margins sprinkled with villas, woods, and towns, and crowned beyond with the snowy and sublime Alps, rising point beyond point in awful confusion, exhibited a scenery of almost unequalled magnificence. Here, contemning the splendor of false happiness, and possessing the pure and rational delights of a love refined into the most tender of friendship, surrounded by the friends so dear to them, and visited by a select and enlightened society, here, in the very bosom of felicity, lived Theodore and Adeline Leluc. The passion of Louis de la Motte yielded at length to the powers of absence and necessity. He still loved Adeline, but it was with the placid tenderness of friendship, and when, at the earnest invitation of Theodore, he visited the villa, and beheld their happiness with a satisfaction unalloyed by any emotions of envy. He afterwards married a lady of some fortune at Geneva, and resigning his commission in the French service, settled on the borders of the lake, and increased the social delights of Theodore and Adeline. Their former lives afforded an example of trials well endured, and their present of virtues greatly rewarded, and this reward they continued to deserve, for not to themselves was their happiness contracted, but diffused to all who came within the sphere of their influence. The indignant and unhappy rejoiced in their benevolence, the virtuous and enlightened in their friendship, and their children and parents, whose example impressed upon their hearts the precepts offered to their understandings. End of chapter 26. End of Romance of the Forest by Anne Radcliffe.